Well, good morning, everybody out there. Here live in Pismo and watching on the webcast. We are about to kick things off at 7:30 a.m. In about 4 minutes or so. The surfers are ready, and welcome to day 2 here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in beautiful Central California, Pismo Beach. We got a fun day of action. Jeff Baldwin and Shannon Hughes here doing split duty for the live cast and the webcast. So be patient with us because it's a busy day.
It's a busy day. We'll be doing everything we can to get those situations to the surfers and then filling in the rest.
Yeah, exactly.
Great conditions we have this morning, though, for day 2.
Yep, another sheet glass. It's hard to tell if it's smaller or that's just the tide. It seems to be a little peakier with this west swell that we have. And as we saw yesterday, it just offered up endless opportunity for amazing rides. And I think one of the judges told me that there was one heat where 70 waves were ridden.
Wow.
Yeah, so you remember at the end of the day, Shannon, you were saying, I'm exhausted. I go, yeah, well, every heat had at least 40 waves ridden. So basically in 20 minutes, we had zero time to think or breathe.
Right. That's why I went to bed at 7:30 last night.
Yeah.
Taking a look at the tides, low tide was at 7:10 this morning, so we're about 15 minutes off of that. We'll have that tide increasing through finals around 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, and yesterday the playing field was massive. We saw the surfers electing to use all different parts of the event site, so to speak. Up right by the pier, there was the rights that were happening at certain tides. There was the peak down to the south. There was the long left where quite a few surfers opted to go and ride towards the pier and then away down the beach on those long rides. So priority never really became a factor at all yesterday. Like I was thinking about that during the cast that we were, telling the surfers when they had priority, but they can move around so quickly on the longboards. It's rare that they're kind of static next to each other. All right, 2 minutes until we start. So we see Sophia. She's ready. Green jersey, pink board, nestled on her shoulder, and she is right on time, knowing that it's a short paddle out today. Maybe she got a late start. We did see her running to the car with her jersey in hand, fully dressed, so hopefully she shook that off, and she's ready now to dive into the first heat of the day, round of 16.
Round of 16 for the women's, followed by men's round of 16. And those will be 4 surfer heats. And then we're heading into the women's and men's round of 8, which will also have 4 surfers in each heat, but just 2 of those heats. And then once we hit the semifinals, we'll be into 2 surfer heats, head-to-head matchups all the way through the finals.
Well, that'll be nice. A little bit longer time. Not that they need it. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, you think how fast they catch waves. They do, though, have, that's the rule, 25 minutes so they can relax and pick better quality, so to speak. But they were finding it yesterday, and they would literally finish a wave on the sand, and within a minute they were already out back riding another wave. And we're like, how do you do this so quick? But well, surfers, it's 7:30. I'm just waiting for the head judge and the contest directors to give me a call for the countdown. Yep, so hold your positions, or one surfer just rode a wave, so we'll wait for her to.
We already gave the 2-minute call, and I'm not really inclined to wait.
Let's just get Blue back out the back since we didn't tell them to chill. Tell them to stop
They
riding
gave him a
waves.
2-minute call. Just say 30
Hold your
seconds.
position.
She's gonna get
30
out there.
seconds to start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, surfers, 30 seconds. So hightail it and boogie out there. We see Sophia. She knows it's a short paddle. 20 seconds, surfers. Well, here we are. This is our little booth. Mid-State Containers makes these amazing setups that we get to use for these QS events that have been up here in Pismo. Counting it in: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are off and running, Shannon. But yeah, Mid-State Containers makes these beautiful setups for us that we've used since 2017 when Andy McKay kind of got the whole QS thing happening for regional California events. And then it turned into the qualifying for the Challenger Series and now for the World Championship Tour for the longboarders. So it's really cool that we're in this new one. And the old one, the 2 stories, down at Malibu for the next event that you'll be at.
Yeah, it's a great setup, and we've got a paddle from our first surfer in red, Rachel Tilley, opting to go on her backhand to start off, and she'll kick out of that wave. Just a quick in and out for our surfer in red up against Avalon Gull in the blue, Sally Cohen in white, and Sophia Arkey in green. We've got 20 minutes on the clock, and we'll be running through 4 heats for our women's round of 16, and then straight after that into the men's round of 16.
Well, we saw what beautiful conditions it is. I love it when they pan in, and it helps us too because we get to watch the monitor and really see the delicate and beautiful footwork that's happening. I know yesterday the drone angles were really beautiful and helpful. So the whole staff doing a great job. Yesterday, out off the pier, and we see the birds there for the viewers at home. We saw a bunch of whales breaching too, so hopefully today they're out there.
Yeah, that was an incredible afternoon watching the local fish in the lineup. So a little split peak action between white and red, and just that 0.75 on the scoreboard to start. And our surfer in blue has first priority. Surfer in green has second priority. And because surfer in green was late to paddling out into the lineup, she started out in 4th priority, but has already moved up to 2nd priority. So just a note to surfers in future heats to be in the lineup at the right time in order to be in the correct priority rotation.
That's right, and it happened. The same thing happened a couple times yesterday where surfers took off before the heat actually counted in, you know, and so they rode a wave, it didn't count, and then they were at the bottom of the rotation. But as it's worked out, because surfers are catching so many waves quickly, here we go. She, with second priority, takes this small right-hander, beautiful cheater 5 to the nose, elegant footwork, and that opening ride for Sophia gets the shakes out after running to the car late to change.
And a priority change, surfer in white with 3rd priority, red in 2nd priority now, with blue in 1st as white's up and riding. Nice footwork to the nose and trying to find that trim line coming off of that opening nose ride. Nice little finish on the inside section as well. And scores in from 2nd of red, a 3.25. Last of red, a 3.25. Opener of white, a 1.15. And scores to come through for green and blue. Surfer in green with 1st priority, red 2nd priority, green 3rd priority.
We were talking, Shannon, about the size, the dimensions, everything, the volume of the boards, the weight yesterday. So a lot of these boards almost up into the 15-pound range, and the thickness 3-ish plus maybe sometimes. Maybe they'll have foiled down rails, but the shapes pretty much are staying. It's the same between the men and the women. Like, you know, they're not a lot thinner, even though the women might weigh 30 pounds or more less. They're riding the super high volume boards too, so they even have more paddle power. They're just boogieing on these things.
It's true, there is a lot of paddle power, and you kind of see, for the most part, length of boards going between 9.2 to 9.6. So we'd be seeing surfers riding. Now for these events, for pro longboard events, the board has to be a minimum of 9 feet long, so they can be riding an actual 9.0. But typically somewhere between 9.2 and 9.6 is pretty common. Some of the women will be riding boards that are a little bit thinner and do have a little bit less weight to them. But that also depends on the conditions and on the spot that they're surfing at. So a lot of these surfers would opt to ride different equipment if they were surfing, say, at Malibu right now, instead of surfing at a beach break. As we've got a paddle here from Sally Cohen under 4th priority. Strong paddle, and she manages to sneak into this one. Nice whip around to start, tries to find the nose and kicks out. Now surfer in green with the paddle on the answer back. Sorry, surfer in blue now up and riding. And straight up to that nice 5 to 10 combination. She'll pedal back and keep that trim line for a clean finish. So a couple of scores. First of green, Sophia Archie, first of green, a 5.25. Second of white, Sally Cohen, a 3.10. And waiting now for first of blue to drop in. Surfer in red has first priority, green second priority, white third priority.
Well, and a call for that second heat, Luluhia Bloomfield, Megan Godinez, Sophia Cullihan, and Siv Gerard.
And priority change, first priority with green, second priority with white, third priority with blue, fourth priority with red.
Well, I was going to say, Shannon, yesterday there wasn't, and that happens a lot in those first rounds of all events, longboard, shortboard, any kind of board. The priority is not as much of a factor as it ratchets up, and now we're into the round of 16, and as we move on into the quarterfinals, a little more tactics coming into play. A little more cat and mouse, shadowing, using the advantage of priority.
And scores in for first of blue, Avalon, a 4.50. So current situation with 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Surfer in green is in the lead, blue in second, white in third, chasing a 1.14 to get the advancing spot. And red in fourth, chasing a 1.26.
Beautiful. Here we got Avalon. Nice, beautiful. So that's so close to. Ooh, that was a scary little fall when they get the outside rail and the inside rail comes up into the face area.
Looks like she'll be okay with the swim to the inside. And our surfer in green now up and riding, and she falls out early on that wave. So white now with first priority, red with second priority. And a score to come through for last of blue.
Well, that ride of blue, she was so close to getting all 10 toes over the nose, but her feet were just minorly staggered with only the 5 over. So what's the term for that? It's not cheating 5 because it's so close. It's any idea? I'm wondering.
I'm not sure. We'll
You
take a
see
look
it there,
here
yeah.
on the replay for those of you watching on the webcast.
Oh, perfect
So that's
position.
a nice tight 5.
There we go.
And then, yeah, just took that fall on the finish. So we'll see if the judges deem that to be complete or incomplete.
I like that. Tight 5. That made perfect sense, and that is exactly what it is.
So a cheater 5 is when they're really spread out, like almost actually crouching with their front foot forward and their back leg really far back. A normal hang 5 is any time where they're kind of in that standing position, even if there's space between their legs. And our surfer in white now up and riding. Quick tap to the 5 for Sally Cohen. Nice big section as well. So that was a higher degree of difficulty, and she maintained control on the finish. Red now up and riding for Rachel Tilley. Quick backhand 5 to 10 combo, and she pedals back quickly as well. makes the finish, and she's going to try and stick with this one for a moment and get that clean kick out. And now green with the answer back for Sophia Arki, who is sitting in the lead at the moment. Oh, gets to the nose ride, but falls on the finish.
I like it. That's the second coffin cutout, so to speak. Beautiful, and it's just so graceful. It's such a pleasure to watch. Even I was talking with the judges last night and talking about the difference between the men and the women, and there's just a beauty and a grace and a lightness to the women longboarding. The men are kind of caught in between. They can overpower the boards if they want, and just their stature doesn't look as graceful, although it is. The women, it just flows.
Yeah, it just makes sense. It's I think the height of longboarding is within women's longboarding. Men's longboarding is obviously incredible as well, but the display, the dance that we see from women on a longboard is really, I think, encompasses what it's all about.
I do too.
As we've got red with a paddle, and she doesn't get into that. She'll now go down to 4th priority, and surfer in white with 1st priority, blue with 2nd priority, green now with the paddle up and riding on 9 minutes.
Nice cheater. Again, she's picking these waves that are those rights that are kind of going, there's no shoulder for her. She did get the 5.25 on the opening wave that allowed a little more space, but these last 3 attempts, the wave just not cooperating for her. So she really needs to back that up, as it's the second high score of the heat, with Avalon having that 6.25.
So current situation, surfer in blue is in the lead. Your high scores a 4.5 and a 6.25 for your second wave. Surfer in red now in second with a 3.25 and a 3.70. Surfer in green sitting in third with a 5.25 and a 1.55. Green, you require a 1.70 to take second. Surfer in white, you are sitting in you're sitting in fourth. White in fourth with a 3.60 and a 3.10. White, you require a 3.36 to take the advancing position.
Well, if you're just joining us online, thanks for dropping in, tuning in. We are into the round of 16, the first heat of the day. Here with the women, we have Avalon Gall, Rachel Tilley, Sophia Arki, and Sally Cohen. And we are at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Beautiful conditions, a day of action here. Shannon and I went up to the Surfing for Hope Foundation event last night. It was really fun to be there and see all the different people from the French Hospital Medical Center and Dignity Health and all the different oncologists and the cancer patients. There was a beautiful montage video kind of capturing what Surfing for Hope does. Some incredible, heartfelt interviews with survivors of cancer, patients still with cancer, but using surfing in the ocean to, get past the trials and the traumas of fighting this deadly disease, whatever type of cancer they might have, or just having the kids camps that the kids can go and have a place to hang out and just have fun and be in the ocean and play in the sand. So it was a wonderful event, and so there were some nice awards handed out to different people involved in the organization. And so thanks to Surfing for Hope for all the things they do, and the foundation that is now going on, I think, 10 years or so.
Yeah, it's been 11 years since the Surfing for Hope events started running, and in that amount of time, they have raised over $500,000 to help local families recover from all types of cancer. If you'd like more information about Surfing for Hope, you can visit them online at surfingforhope.org. And amazing to hear the positive feedback from last night's fundraiser and benefit for the local communities around.
Yeah, and tomorrow, right now, we have the pro event happening today and yesterday, of which we're going to find our finalists later today. But tomorrow's the local event, which is where it all started. And I know you guys are taking off, but I'll be here commentating, and it's already full. So that's going to be a fun day of action with all the different level or categories, age groups, men and women. And I can't wait. It's going to be a fun community day, so to speak. And that's really the ethos of so much of this event. Do we have green? She does. Sophia Archie looking to get a wave to better the 5.25 or back up the 5.25.
Just the backup. So green is chasing a very small score. Now didn't find a proper nose right on that, but she did get a couple turns thrown in. So she's looking for just a 1.70 to improve. We're coming down to that 5-minute mark. Surfers in the lineup, 5 minutes remaining. White with priority is having a paddle now and doesn't get into it. And we've got scores to come through for blue, red, and green. Surfer in red now has first priority. Blue has second priority. White has third priority. And scores to come through. Just small scores for last of red and last of blue. But as we wait for last of green to roll through, it will give a situation change. And last of green for Sophia Archie, a 3.95. That takes you into second. Surfer in red, Rachel Tilley, down to third, chasing now a 5.50 to get the advancing position. Red, you have first priority. Surfer in white, Sally Cohen, you are chasing a 5.60 to move from fourth into second, and you are sitting in third priority for surfer in white.
Well, that was great for Sophia. Finally gets the wave after 3 attempts on waves that just didn't allow much. She gets the 3.95, jumps into second. And here she is again with the fourth priority, electing for this small. She can ride all the way to the nose, gets that quick 10, and glides out. I like it, a little casual switch stance, cross leg right there in the whitewash. They're trying to milk everything they can because there's only so much of a section on the outside. There's not much of a reform on the inside. So, going for fractional extra tenths of a point with some nice footwork coming straight in.
And a paddle now from white, Sally Cohen, chasing at the moment a 5.60. Quick tap to the nose, great footwork coming off of it, another hang 5, and she'll pedal back with that nice bottom turn to kick out. Scores to come through for last of green and last of white, red with first priority, blue with second priority, and last of green, a 5.00, stays in second for Sophia Archie, increases the requirement now for Rachel Tilley to a 6.55 and to Sally Cohen to a 6.65, with red now having a paddle and using priority. Red now up and riding. Quick steps up to a long 5 to 10 combination and a great bottom turn to kick out with. The paddle now out behind her with Sally Cohen. Doesn't get into it as Rachel Tilley continues to display some great footwork through the inside section.
Wow, that was a really well surfed wave. I mean, that shoulder gave her so much opportunity to get that tight 5 and then full 10. Beautiful surfing. She needs this, was a 6.65, and we shall see. This is one of the better waves of the heat.
And on the webcast, we're seeing the replay of Rachel Tilley with that long 5 to 10 combination. And surfer in white now up and riding in real time with blue out the back on a very long hang 5 for Avalon Gull. And again, just bites that outside rail and goes down on the finish. So 1 minute, 35 seconds on the clock, surfers. Now waiting for scores for last of blue, red, and white.
Well, the surfers finding their pace, and that's what the judges are looking for, that extended length of time to sit there perched on the nose in those different combinations.
Down to 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock. Surfer in green has first priority, red with second priority.
And on the webcast, we get this beautiful replay there again of blue. This is so nice. Avalon, the heat leader, just such a long extended 5, and then unfortunately pokes the nose.
And we do have a situation change. Last of red, Rachel Tilley, a 6.6 takes you into second. Surfer in green with priority, you're down into third. Now chasing a 5.06 for green. And surfer in white, we are waiting for your last score to drop through. Your requirement is a 6.70 now, but waiting for your last score to come through to see if that will change. And last of white, a 4.85. So surfer in white, you are still in fourth, chasing a 5.46 to get the advancing position. We have 20 seconds on the clock.
Well, it's really coming down to it now, right? With the 15 seconds, Sophia with the first priority, needing now the 5.06. It's under 10 seconds, and I'm going to count the heat out at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, a seesaw battle, and we're going to go to a quick commercial break for those at home. What an exciting last heat, a seesaw battle between all the surfers, and I mean, straight away, even though it's small and small, it is offering beautiful tempo for them on the wave. A sign of things to come. We do, like you said, the tide is just low now. Unfortunately, it's not too low of a tide, and we're going to have it pushing up all day.
And our surfer in green up and riding for Steve Jared. Gets that quick tap to the nose ride. Gets a second hang 5. And pedals back now as she goes to finish off on the inside. So she'll get that opening exchange.
Well, congratulations. That's right, to Avalon Gall and Rachel Tilley on into the quarterfinals coming up after this round in the men's round of 16. It's neat, Shannon, on the webcast with the drone angle. Sometimes they went out over the surfers are sitting there. It's so calm and clear right now. You can see the actual tail templates of all the boards. So yesterday we were talking about how they're riding different, different craft, and you can see round pins, narrower tails, those bill wide Takayama tails that some of them had.
A lot of the crew are riding Michael Takayamas this week, I've noticed. There's so many of them that have been in the lineup.
Well,
so we've got a quick kick in and out for our surfer in red.
Yeah, and they're so distinctive. They're easy to pick up since all of them have that white elongated triangle or diamond in the middle of the board.
And opening ride for our surfer in green, a 3.00 for opener of green. Red now with another quick kick in and out. And waiting for Sophia Collane and Megan Godinez to get their opening rides. No priority established between those two.
Split peak situation. It looked like green up and out and white goes down. That's the one thing when it's small like this with, the width of the board. It's hard to navigate that outside beachside rail, so to speak, and you've seen a few of them go over quickly. So those will be 2 throwaways there. And green up over by the pier. Quick cheater 5. Wow, and the thing bottomed out, and she almost pulled it off, but she goes down too. And this is, look at green on a big set wave, so fast to the nose for the first cheater 5. No time to waste as that set wave was bottoming out. She ran up so quick, tapped it, pedaled back.
And especially with the low tide that we're still, we're less than an hour off of the low tide. So it's still really shallow. A lot of those sections are going to be sucking out quite a lot. And it's going to be very impressive if anybody can get a good nose ride, pedal back, and actually make it out of one of those sections at the moment. As we see our surfer in red, Luluhia, up and riding. Quick footwork. Nice redirect through that middle third of the board as well. And that's an important part of just showing control and use of equipment as well, without needing to get all the way to the tail. So scores to come through now across the board, as all 4 surfers have had waves. Surfer in white has first priority, green has second priority, and blue has third priority. And waiting for scores to drop through.
Well, that was a really nicely picked wave by Luluhia. I mean, it slowed up that long right, gave her the ability to have green face, a small wall to execute a bunch of different types of moves. Well, it's Saturday morning, Shannon, and I wanted to thank Foggy Days Coffee for picking me up straight away, first thing at 7 a.m. this morning. Foggy Days, one of the local cafes sponsoring the event. So many, or all of these events are completely grassroots in that it's locally sponsored, from French Medical Hospital Center, Dignity Health, all the local restaurants and shops, there's the midship containers, the Wi-Fi company, the Vespara Hotel. So thanks. This is a replay for those at home. This is Luluhia, and this wave was beautiful. The cheater 5, tight 5, up to 10, walks all the way back, pedals back up midway to the nose again, and finished with a nice, clean little turn.
Scores in. So surfer in red, your last score, a 2.80 for last of red. Surfer in green, your last score, a 4.00 to build on the 3.00 you already have. So green is currently sitting in the lead. Red in second, looking for a 4.15 to take the win. Surfer in blue with a couple of small attempts. Blue, you're sitting in third, chasing a 2.41 to take second. And surfer in white, sitting in fourth, chasing a 2.11 to take second. White with first priority, green with second priority, and red with third priority.
Well, we just got a nice replay of green on that last wave. Here we go, blue up and live. Nice walk up to the nose, pedals back. That's Megan Godinez.
That'll be the best wave for Megan on the scoreboard so far. Few attempts at the start, just quick kickouts.
They're going so fast. Here's Luluhia with second priority. That wave fizzled out on her. Such a slow wave. Tries to get up to the nose and push it through. Priority changing so quick. Green with first priority, white with second priority. 12 minutes and 40 seconds left. Green in first, red in second. We have this score for Megan coming in that should shuffle things up because she needed a 2.41.
Beautiful fade takeoff from Sophia Kalane, finds the 5 to 10 combination as well. And just continues to trim through for the finish. This wave may have one more little pocket for her to find a quick nose ride. She tries to get there, but uses that middle third of the board. And waiting for her best score now to drop through, as well as last of blue, still waiting for Megan Godinez.
Well, the last wave for blue, a 4.30, so that put her up into second place now. So she did her work. Green with first priority, blue with second, red with third. Well, and Megan straight back into action, runs up the nose, cheater 5. This wave's going to offer some more opportunity. This beautiful little right-hand shoulder for her. pedals back, nice arcing cut back in a tight space, cuts out cleanly.
Red with the answer back as well, just behind for Luluhia. So scores coming through. Surfer in blue as she pops her way over this wave. Last of blue was a 4.30. Last of blue a 4.3. We're now waiting for your last wave to drop through.
There's like no screen here anymore.
Surfer in white, your last wave a 5.00. So Surfer in white is now up into second.
Okay.
Blue in third is chasing a 2.21 to gain second. And Surfer in red is down into fourth with a score to drop through, needing a 3.66 to take the advancing position.
I know.
And with 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, we'll go down to catch up now with Avalon Gull and Kelly.
Congratulations, Avalon.
Thank you.
How was it this morning? Nice and glassy.
Yeah, it was actually super fun, and it was way better than yesterday.
Did you get some rest last night?
Yes, we did. We played pool and then went to bed early, but it was really fun.
So getting the first tee out of the way in the morning, do you like going early?
I'm not a morning person at all, but it was actually kind of nice getting to like surf before my heat and stuff, and just with my friends that were in the water.
What is it like being here with all your friends? You guys all seem like there's great camaraderie.
Yeah, we've all been friends like since we were babies, and yeah, it's the best thing ever, like getting to travel the world with your friends.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations again, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, another great interview, a graceful winner, Avalon Gull. And you're just feeling this sort of aloha coming through. All the Hawaiians, you know, traveling with their friends. They're so in gratitude and happy, and what's not to be happy about?
Sophia Collane finding a great looking wave. She got a 5 on her last, so she's now looking for a score to get herself through to the next round, and this score will definitely help that equation.
Well, and in the middle of that, in the interview, we got the scores that we were waiting for Megan and for Luluhia, which both were great. Megan, you got a 6.0 on your last wave, and Luluhia, you got a 4.85. And so then you jumped up into first and second. Now we've just had another wave ridden by Sophia, which was a 7.25. So instantly the cards shuffled again. So the current standing: Sophia in first, Megan in second, Luluhia, you're in third with second priority, needing a 5.46, and Sive, you're in fourth, needing a 6.30.
All right, great bit of action. Changing it up in the last few minutes. Surfer in blue has first priority, red second priority, and green third priority. And a couple of really solid scores coming through there for last of Surfer in blue, a 6.00, and last of white, a 7.25.
Yeah, well, Sophia, on those two waves, she locked into the first long right, got the 5, and then the second one. So she has her eye on the prize on that right that offers up green a face all the way to the finish and the cutout.
Green now up and riding. Finds that long 5, gets that 10, pedals off, and she'll kick out. Yeah, that last wave of our surfer in white, Sophia Collane. Beautiful wave selection. Now red, having a look at this one, and trying to find that trim line. Gets a little bit caught behind, so that will not be the score that she's chasing. And white now, paddling and up and riding again, locked into another 5 to 10 combo, and she gets stuck on the nose for that one. That
was great. That's where you really see the lift that happens mid-face of the wave when they're up on the nose, where all the, that current's pushing up the face, so the rail line pushes up, and she almost had it there. Still a beautiful moment, that hang 10 with the hands in perfect position, and that's what's going on the webcast live.
Surfer in blue, Megan Godinez with another opportunity. So scores to come in for all 4 surfers. Last of white and red already through that do not factor into their score lines. And now waiting for last of green and last of blue. Green with the look quickly and decides not to go. Scores through for last of green, a 4.80, last of green a 4.8. You are now in third. You've jumped from fourth to third, and you're chasing a 5.51. Scores dropping through now for last of blue.
And this could just put a bit more pressure because it does a 5.10, Megan, on your last wave ridden, so that puts more pressure on green needing a 6.30 and red needing a 6.25. Green wasting no time, straight into it, and you can tell by the kick out that's not the wave she was looking for. So now first priority with Luluhia, 5.5 minutes left. Luluhia, you need a 6.25 to get into second place. Sophia in first, Megan in second. And we do have the priority light box to the left of the judges, so the surfers can always look in, and it's rotating as quick as we're saying it too. So we're down to the 5-minute mark.
5 minutes on the clock as red gets another wave. Red's chasing a 6.25 to take the advancing position, and green is chasing a 6.30 to take the advancing position. Surfer in blue is chasing a 6.26 to go from second into first. And our surfer in white has first priority. 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And we do have a priority change. Blue now to first priority, green to second priority, red to third priority, white to fourth priority on that last paddle.
So far this morning, Shannon, all the surfers electing to pretty much sit on this one peak that we're seeing a couple 60 yards south of the pier. That's been the wave of opportunity. We know that yesterday we had surfers up right tucked up under the pier. Sometimes we could barely see them taking off. They were kind of hidden by the pilings, and then all the way down to the south. So
that's right. On the higher tide, it really seems like that little pier section comes alive, and the real south podium section comes alive, or like the south bank. Where right now, right in the middle on low tide, it's working out well.
Yeah, no shortage of waves. Everybody getting opportunity, and you got to say there were some missed opportunities so far because waves that could have been ridden out, they fell on. So even the scores don't reflect the actual opportunity that's happening out there.
Blue with some quick footwork and falls out of that nose ride. Down to 3 minutes on the clock, and surfer in red uses priority on this wave. She'll have to kick out. And it does look challenging for some of those waves on wave selection, because you want to take off on a wave that has a little bit more size, a little bit more power to it in order to increase that commitment, that risk, and to try and get that score into the 5 to 6 point range, maybe on something a little bigger. But so many of those waves are closing out, as we see red now up and riding again. Nice wave, nice 5 to 10 combo. Holds the hang 10 for a while as well. Pedals off of the nose and gets that clean finish.
Well,
she's chasing a 6.25.
So maybe she would potentially lessen the requirement by getting the 2.85 out of her score line. It's a quick paddle out. She could maybe luck into one of those long rights that we saw Sophia get 3 of.
Yeah, she'll definitely chip away at the requirement. Down to 2 minutes on the clock, surfers, 2 minutes remaining. And green now up and riding. Currently chasing a 6.30, goes for that soul arch hang 10 to start with a kick out. And blue now up and riding. Looking to improve on a 5.1 as her backup score. She's feeling a little bit rushed at the moment for Godinez.
Wow, Shannon. So we're waiting with anticipation on the score for Luluhia. She needed a 6.25. 2 early judges coming in with something Not quite that, but it's going to lessen that requirement with 1.5 minutes. So she's going to need a much smaller score with 1 minute and 25 seconds waiting on one more judge.
And that was, again, better wave selection. The wave held open a little bit longer, but she also found a hang 10 that she was able to get some hang time on, literally. Just planted both feet there and actually got to cover a bit of ground. So the judges are going to reward that well. As we're waiting for those scores to come through, 60 seconds on the clock, and last of red, a 6.00. Red, you've moved into third. You're now chasing a 5.10 to get the advancing position. And scores in for the rest of the field, nothing that has factored in. Last of green was a 3.00. You are down into fourth. Surfer in green chasing a 6.30. And we've got 40 seconds on the clock.
Will someone break away? Will there be a shuffle right now? So here we go. Lulu Hia knows she needs a 5.10 with 28 seconds left. Pedals up to the nose. Rides out with the cheater 5. Up in the lip. 20 seconds. She took off looking for a 5.10. The heat will wind out. There might be another ride, Shannon, as we're down to 8 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, Megan, she was in second. And scores coming in for Lulu Hia. We'll see if that was the 5.10. That would be the only shift in the heat.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Nika Miller, that's right, and in the white, Haley Odo, and in the green, Malia Iligan. Every once in a while we get thrown a curveball, Shannon, in the pronunciation, but then we get told how to do it, and so we do our best. We apologize.
White up and riding with Haley Otto. And a quick kick out, beautiful footwork, gets that nose ride complete. And looks to put herself back into the lineup.
So here in Southern California, Sano is the hotbed, right? That's where, I mean, other than Malibu, but it's so crowded. So is San Onofre is crowded too, but that's the hotbed for a lot of the longboard action. Cardiff Reef is a spot down more where I live, or that whole area through Cardiff now. I mean, even Swami's used to not be, but now Swami's through Cardiff.
Yeah, there's a lot of great longboard waves in Southern California. A lot of spots where these surfers spend tons of time. As we take a look on the live feed at last and opener of Haley Otto. Surfer in white, your first wave, a 3.50. And now waiting for the rest of the surfers to get their opening rides as we see a little line starting to pull through here. And our surfer in green having a paddle, Malia. Doesn't get into it. But yeah, there's some great waves. Obviously Malibu, like you said. San Onofre, probably the most surfed, I would say. There's just a lot of opportunity there. There's a couple different breaks all in the same zone between Old Man's, The Point, Four Doors. and so it provides a little bit more space and opportunity when there's a lot of people in the water. Cardiff, like you said, of course, very popular. Swamis as well, and then even Doheny up in that St.
I was
Clemente
going to
area.
say Doheny, yes.
Some great longboard waves.
I see a lot of, and then even between Cardiff and Swami's pipes, that whole zone, I see tons of people running across the street, lots of women running across the street, all day, every day. Longboards, fun boards, all boards. It's great. And then I'm wondering about Hawaii. I mean, there must be so many other places. We talk about the Waikiki area, but there must be just so many. I mean, Makaha, obviously, the known spots, but there must be so many others.
Red now up and riding. Khalees, the princess of Waikiki.
That's right. That was my beginning thought process. That they must have their other spots up and, on all sides of the islands.
And White up and riding. Quick tap to the nose for Haley Otto, and she'll kick out quickly as well. North Shore has a couple spots. Not all great, but Chun's works. There's some good longboarding waves at Chun's. And at Lonnie's, Lani Akea as well. Can be pretty fun on a longboard.
I love surfing Jocko's, so I surf Jocko's a lot and I see Chun's happening.
Yeah, Chun's is definitely the most popular longboarding spot there. Pupukea can be really fun too when it's not huge.
But if you got Waikiki, that's just like the pearl, the bounty. Oh, look at this beautiful wave for Haley. A set wave. She pedals up to the nose, gets that cheater 5 for the first section, but has to cut out. So right now, Haley out in the lead with the 3.5 and a 1. This wave coming in, it might be just a bit better than her 1-point ride.
Surfer in blue now with the paddle for Nika Miller. Nice footwork to start. Quick tap to the nose as well. Beautiful positioning of her arms and beautiful style coming through. Red now, been riding on her backhand. Gets a 10 and negotiates a challenging section on the finish as well. Surfer in green has first priority. White has second priority.
I like how when they cross step and kind of pause, they're looking in at the section wondering, is it going to happen? And they're just poised to run back or forwards on the board with that sort of cross step position. In that case, Kaylee, she just elected to cut out, but it's sort of like a reset moment. They're like a cat ready to spring.
Scores through for last of red, a 4.5. Last of red, a 4.5. First of blue, a 3.15. And our surfer in green now with priority as we take a look on the live feed for the replay for first of blue, Nika Miller. Great footwork, great style. You can see the positioning of her arms as well, just relaxed.
So soft. I love it.
Down to 14 minutes on the clock. We are currently in heat number 3 for the round of 16. There are 4 heats in this, so one more for the women. We'll have Mason Trimmer, Hallie Rohr, Tiki Willis, and Maria Fernanda Reyes in the water. And then after that, we'll be rolling through into the men's round of 16.
Nike stroking, but she can't get it. So she had fourth priority, and that's not going to change anything. Priority is with green, then white, then red. Are we still waiting on a score to come in for white? I think so, but I think it's a small score. Still waiting on that score for your third ride, Haley. So apologize about that. It's coming in. It's a 2.40 there. Haley, your third wave, a 2.40. So current situation, Khalees in first, Haley in second, Nike in third, Malia, you're in fourth. Green, you have first priority, and you need you're looking for a 5.90. Blue, you're in third, you need a 2.76. 12 minutes and 15 seconds left. So still waiting for Malia to get her first ride in the heat, which is strange because we've seen so many surfers riding waves. So she's maybe just got her eye on the prize of a certain wave, a certain look. Well, I guess in between, we'll throw it down to Sophia and Kelly for an interview with our winner.
Yes, congratulations, Sophia.
Thank you so much.
So what's your mindset finals day compared to yesterday? Any different for you?
Not really, just here to have fun, and I guess, yeah, just here to have fun, I guess.
Well, it's really fun to watch you out there. Do you have a favorite maneuver or anything you're really trying to do when you're out there competing?
Probably just flow and style and a hang 10 in there. Yeah.
What did you get up to last night?
I went to dinner with my mom and my brother and then called it an early night.
Did you get rest or did you have little nerves?
I got some rest, and then I woke up early, surfed before the contest, and then got ready for my heat.
Yeah, well, congratulations again, and we'll see you later.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
All right, well, thank you. Congratulations, Sophia. Moving on into the quarterfinals coming up. And we've had a few waves ridden in between that interview, which we will have to catch everyone up with. A beautiful set wave for Haley Otto. Twice runs to the nose, pedals back quickly, and does well to not lose the ride, bury the nose when that thing bottomed out after that last cheater 5. So we have scores that are going to be dropping in for all 4 surfers with 10.5 minutes left and priority to be reset. So hold tight, ladies, because there's going to be probably a bit of a shuffle going on with all those waves ridden. We see Nike Miller scratching back out quickly. So priority is green, blue, red. And again, we're waiting on all scores to drop in. So live with green. Nice arcing cutback. You see that wave with the tide settling in on top of the other wave in front of it. It looks like blue's wave is locked in. Her last, a 6.0, Nike. You got a 6.0 on your last ride, which pushed you up into first for the moment, and then we're still waiting on scores for the other 3 surfers. So Malia got her first wave. Khalees, your last wave, a 5.50. So then that jumped you into the lead now. So you have a, Khalees, you have a 4.5 and a 5.50. Nike, you have a 3.5 or 3.15 and a 6.0. Haley, a 3.5 and a 2.40. But Khalees is going to waste no time over there by the pier. That wave fizzles out on her. And for those of you at home, we had a nice replay there of Nike Miller in the blue. That was a 6-point ride that she got. And this is the replay also of Khalees's 5.50. So just impeccable footwork up and down the board. Okay, and Malia had 2 waves quickly. So Malia, now you have a 4.0 on your first ride and a 3.65 on your second ride. Haley, your last wave, a 4.90. So now all scores are in. The heat is settled. There's 8 minutes left. Standings are Khalees in first, Nike in second, Haley in third. Haley, you need a 4.26, and Malia, you are in fourth. You need a 5.16. Priority is blue, white, green. So Nike wastes no time utilizing that priority, pedaling, stepping so nicely up to the nose. 2 quick cheater 5s, rides out, and she does another little drop step turn to continue gliding in through the whitewash to do a few more dance moves to the sand. So now she wants to build on getting rid of the 3.15 in her score line on that last wave. So priority now hands over to White. Haley needing a 4.26 at the moment. We'll see after Nike's last ride. Okay, that's Nika. Jeez, I keep saying Neek. Now I don't even say it anymore. It's just Nika.
Nika Miller. She's
Yes.
currently sitting in second. And Malia with some extremely fast footwork through to the inside section. So Malia is chasing a 5.16 to get that advancing position over Nika. We do have scores, though, to come through for last of Blue. And that may increase the requirement on the rest of the field. Surfer in White has first priority. Red second priority, Blue third priority with 6 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock.
We are rolling right along here at this beautiful event, the World Surf League Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, QS 1000 Regional Qualifier event.
And this is a qualifier for both North America and for the Hawaii region. So surfers representing both areas will be getting points towards next year's campaign to make it onto the Longboard World Tour.
That is a bit stunning that there isn't one in Hawaii at any of the spots we were talking about, but it's a logistical deal.
Great looking wave from Haley Otto. Beautiful footwork, found a perfect long stretched out hang 10 on a critical section, goes in for a good finish. And
Well, we don't want to foreshadow scores, but that was a beautiful wave, and it offered so much opportunity. It's what you would want to dream of sitting in fourth, knowing you need a 4.26. We saw in the heat before with Sophia Culhane getting those long rights also, and where the scores kind of went on those.
And we're still waiting for the score for last of Blue. Still waiting for last of Blue. Looking to improve on a 3.15, and there it is, a 6.10 for Blue.
And
so Surfer and Blue, you're sitting in second, and a big scores drop through for Haley Otto.
Yeah, the judges took no time to lock that in. A 7.60, Haley, on your last right. So, like Shannon said, the quick shuffle, the scores in quickly. Haley in first, Nika in second. Well, I got to give it up for the viewers at home. The drone work being done is so fun to watch, the graceful footstep and the dynamic work that all the women are doing on their boards.
And we're down to 4 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Surfer in White in first, Blue in second. Blue chasing a 6.41 to take first. Red is in third. Red has first priority and is chasing a 6.60 to take second. And Green is in fourth, chasing a 7.25 to gain the advancing position. Priority, red, blue, green, white, with 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock.
Well, Kelly's has been in this position many times before, obviously, but she's got the best situation in that it could be, you know, in third with first priority. And here we go, Khalees Keleopa, like you said, the queen of Waikiki. So that's a short ride for her. That won't be the 6.60 that she was looking for. So now priority goes to Nika, second priority with Malia. So Malia with second priority needs a 7.25. Khalees got a 3.05 on the last wave. That doesn't change anything in the score line with just under 3 minutes left.
And in this heat specifically, 3 of our 4 surfers spend a whole lot of time surfing in Waikiki. They're all living on Oahu. And that is Haley Otto, Nika Miller, and Khalees Kaleopa'a.
The gang's all together out in the heat.
Gang's all together up against Malia Illigan, who is chasing a 7.25 to get that second place position. Surfer with blue now has first priority. Blue first priority. And for those of you watching on the webcast, taking a look now at last of Haley Otto, that 7.60 with that stretched out 5 to 10 combination. And taking a look at live action with Malia. Goes down on the inside section.
Well, you just see the difference in that replay. Obviously, the wave is going to allow the judges the freedom to give the big score, where Haley got the longest extended combination of cheater 5 to full 10. I mean, that drone angle, you can see the entire length of the board, and she held it there for many seconds.
Down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. White now up and riding. Quick in and out. And will fall out of second priority. So surfer in blue with first priority, red with second priority.
So will we see priority come into play between Nika and Khalees right here? They're close together with a minute left. As you said, 2 friends that surf Waikiki a lot together, live in the same, well, on the same island.
And surfer in blue has first priority. And she's gonna let red have a look at this. Now on her forehand for Khalees, chasing a 6.60. First hang 5, great rail work to cut back into the section. Quick tap again to the nose. And carrying that great trim line all the way through to the inside.
Wow.
Still more on offer on this wave as well.
With 30 seconds or less, I would say that was dangerous. I'm wondering why Nika allowed her to go on that wave. I mean, we know she's that dangerous in any situation on a wave with 10 seconds effectively left. I'll count it out, but it looks like blue will get a wave. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, we're going to finish. We're going to go to a quick commercial break for those at home, and we will recap what happened at the end of the heat when we come back.
Into the next event for them.
Yes, and it looks like we are going to count the next heat in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So an exciting finish there to heat 3, round of 16. And, you know, we were talking about it with Caitlin Mickelson yesterday, kind of an upset, so to speak. You might have to say that was also right there.
Yeah, that was big for our surfer in the red jersey, Khalees, to go out. She's got a big event ahead of her, though, in the next couple of days with an opportunity to win a world title at Malibu. So we'll see her back in the jersey in just a few days' time. As we see Mason Tremor now up and riding on her opening ride. surfer in red, getting some work done early. Out in the water against surfer in blue, Hallie Rohr. Green, Maria Fernanda Reyes. And white, Tiki Willis. So in this heat, we've got 3 surfers out of the Hawaii or U.S. region in Mason, Hallie, and Tiki. Their results will count towards qualification for next year. And our surfer in white now up and riding for Tiki with a quick nose ride to start. And then our surfer in green, Maria Reyes of Peru, is just able to have a fun contest and try and find a win here in California. But her points will not be rolling towards her campaign. She'll get those from the South American region.
Yeah, so I wonder if she was just, coming up for the end of summer, fall, such a nice place in California. Said, yeah, I'll spend some time up in SoCal for a while and then head back down to Peru. A nice place, so many waves. I mean, the whole north coast is lefts, the south coast is rights. So, if you look at Peru on a map, from Lima one way it's lefts and sand dunes, and from Lima north or south it's rocks and right points. So all kinds of surf there.
She's got the opportunity this week to get that warm-up in, that time in the Jersey heading into Malibu. She's one of the surfers in the draw for the World Longboard Championships. As we take a look now at red, up and riding again. So waiting for those first scores to roll through across. And a great backhand nose ride to start for Mason. Nice trim back as well, and she'll kick out. So out of that first exchange, first of white, a 2.50. First of white, a 2.5. Now waiting for scores of red and green to drop through. Just a quick kick in and out of a 0.95 for opener of Hallie Rohr. Surfer in blue has first priority, as white is now up and riding again. Coming in from behind the section, making it look easy.
Making it look and carrying so much speed. You almost saw where the board was rocketing forward and she's arcing back. Very fun to watch. Mason Schrimmer with the 5.25 to open her account. Now, Maria, we will lock in that score and the others to come. It looks like we got another beach interview coming up here shortly with Haley Otto, going with the little suit. Well, Kelly, take it away.
Congratulations, Haley.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Still in that spring suit, so you're paddling, working out there. Okay, what were you looking for?
I was mostly looking for the rights. I was watching the previous heats and I noticed the rights were working, which I personally favor more rights, so worked out in my favor, luckily.
And we were admiring your board when you were walking up. Talk about your quiver that you brought with you.
So I only brought one board with me, my go-to Michael Takayama Thumbtail, my flower board. Yeah.
How long is it?
This one is a 9.2.
Congratulations again. What are you gonna do now?
Just keep surfing and catching fun waves and hope for the best. Thank you. Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
See you later.
Thank you.
Back to our live coverage.
Well, thank you, Haley. Congratulations. Moving on into the quarterfinals. You got to get the high moms in there, everybody. Don't forget the family and friends at home. Auntie, uncle, Titi, whoever. We got a lot of waves, Shannon, written in that during that interview.
Yeah, we got some great scores that are coming through. I'm just going to wait for all the women to be out at backline again to make sure they can hear the situation updates. We're down to 15 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And surfer in red, Mason, your opening ride was a 5.25. You've now improved that with a 6.35 for your last wave. So surfer in red currently in first with a 5.25 and a 6.35. Surfer in white, Tiki Willis, your second wave was a 5.25. So you're sitting in second to improve on your 2.5, which is still in your score line. Opener of green, Maria, a 6.25 for first of green. Second of green was a 4.00. So with that second of green, she's now moved into second. White down into third. White, you're chasing a 5.01. And surfer in blue, you're sitting on a 0.95 with a score to drop. We do not have the last score of blue yet. Chasing currently a 9.30 as green, Maria Reyes, is up and riding and kicks out after a great opening section.
Absolutely. That was We had some really nice replays, and here we are live. So that was a quick up and out for Tiki Willis.
And scores in for Last of Blue. Hallie, a 5.10 for Last of Blue. You are now chasing just a 5.16 to get the advancing position. And Surfer in White is chasing a 5.01 to get the advancing position. Red with first priority, blue second priority, white third priority.
They were giving us shout outs at the event last night, Shannon, saying it's so nice to have professional commentators at the Surfing for Hope events. And I looked around, I'm like, I am? No.
Oh, that's so nice. It's so fun to be here, to be able to call the action for longboarding, my favorite sport in the world, and to be able to work alongside you, Jeff. It's always
love
fun.
it. I know. We got to hang out in El Salvador, break the ice, and yeah, I was so excited when they said that you were going to come work with me for this.
Yeah, it's a fun week of events back-to-back with Malibu, and to be able to catch up with some of the crew before we head down the coast.
Well, and quite a shuffle. I mean, you've had to, you've been involved in so many events. It's primarily shortboard, everything other than the U.S. Open event. And now to have kind of bookends of this event, this qualifier, and then straight into the World Championship event for Malibu, like a hog, and you know what? Ready. All your buddies and your favorite sport.
Yeah, it's amazing to be able to be in the area, to be part of it all. We're down to 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We're currently in heat number 4 for the round of 16, and we've got our men's round of 16 that will be paddling out next. And this is finals day, so we'll be crowning our champions somewhere between maybe 2 and 3 p.m. this afternoon, depending on how our day folds out. And red now up and riding, heat leader Mason Schremer on a big section. You can see some of those sets becoming a little bit more consistent, it seems like.
We can see the sets becoming more consistent, and what's blowing me away there, Mason Schremer, that I would dream of turning a longboard she's so loose. The board just goes over to rail so easy for some reason. I don't know if it's her technique, the shape of the board, but especially when you get that drone angle that they're giving us, you see it happening so fluidly, seamlessly, and like effortlessly.
Yeah, Mason Schremer from Hawaii. She is currently living in Noosa in Australia and surfs for Thomas Surfboards. And those Aussie-style logs tend to have kind of wider hips in the back third of the board, and that can make them really loose. So the tails for her will be a little bit different than what we're seeing on so many of the surfers riding a Michael Takayama, or those really wide back tails. Mason's boards will be a little bit different than that, and she's making good use of that today.
Yeah.
Last of red, just a 4.5, does not factor into your top 2. So red, you're still sitting with that 5.25 and that 6.35 as your high marks.
So did she go to the Noosa Surf Festivals and then say, why do I want to leave? No, I'm gonna set up my flag here and hang out. This is a good place to live.
Yeah, that probably is how she got introduced to Noosa Fest for the first time. And that so many of the surfers in this draw have been there, have surfed in those events, and gotten to experience that part of longboard culture. And yeah, down to 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Ocean's gone a little bit quiet, and now you can see with that tide starting to push through that peak off the pier is starting to open up a little bit more.
Yes, it is. And how exciting, we have the men's coming up right after this, and these women heats they're so good, so fun to watch. And guess what? After the quarterfinals, we get to actually take a breath maybe, because it does go to the head-to-head format. So semis and finals will be mano-y-mano, so to speak.
That'll be great as we get through towards the end of the day. And our surfer in green, Maria, your last wave, a 4.9. It did increase your second place position. Now requirements. On blue in third is a 6.06, and on white in fourth is a 5.91. Surfer in white has first priority, green second priority, blue third priority, and red fourth priority.
All right, here we go. Surfer with priority, Tiki. Beautiful arching body posture on that cheater 5, and a nice floater put the board into the critical position of the wave, and again, gracefully cross-stepping back and forth through onto the shore. And behind her in the blue, I love that. The fade takeoff sets up that cheater 5, dancing back and forth on the board. Oh, and a little late to the section there for her.
Yeah, that was a fast section for Hallie to charge into. Maria now up and riding in the green. So down to 8 minutes on the clock. Scores to come through for green, blue, and white. As we take a look on the live webcast at the replay for that 5.25 from Tiki Willis. So scores in for last of blue, Hallie, a 3.75 for last of blue, has you still sitting in third position. Scores coming through now for last of green and last of white. Red now up and riding, uses priority on this beautiful ride off the pier. Great opening nose ride for Mason and a great turn to finish out. Surfer in blue now has first priority, white second priority, and green third priority. Scores starting to trickle through from that previous exchange. And the second to last of white, Tiki Willis, a 6.75, has taken you into the lead as we wait for last of red to drop through. Blue now up and riding for Hallie Rohr, uses priority. And red now up on her backhand with a huge score that's just dropped through for the previous wave. So last of red, Mason Schremer, an 8-point ride. Last of red, an 8, and now another score to come through. Surfer in red has jumped into the lead again, white into second. Surfer in white, you have first priority. You're chasing a 7.61 to take the lead. And your last score is coming through but won't factor into your top two. Surfer in green with another score to drop. And waiting for a score for blue and red as well. Down to 5 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Surfer in white has first priority with 5 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Surfer in green, your last wave of 3.7 does not factor in. So green, you are sitting in third, chasing a 5.76 to get the advancing position. Now waiting for last of blue. Last of white is in, just a 3.3, does not factor into your top two. And all scores in. Surfer in red with a 4.5 for your last wave. Surfer in blue with a 4.20, now up and riding again. And white uses priority on this wave. Nice 10 to start. Gets caught up on the walk back off the nose. Surfer in red with first priority, green with second priority, as we are under 5 minutes on the clock. 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Surfers in the next heat can take the lineup. Red now up and riding. Scores to come through now for last of red. Current situation, surfer in red is in the lead with an 8 and a 6.35. White is in second, chasing a 7.61 to take the win. Green is in third. Green, you're chasing a 5.76 to take second. And blue is in fourth. Blue, you're chasing a 6.90 to take second. Down to 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We'll have scores to come through from last of white and last of green. Still waiting for the last of red to come through. Surfer in red, you're sitting with priority, and we're still waiting for your last score. And on the webcast, taking a look at the replay for last of green for Maria. And scores in, last of red, Mason Tremor, a 7.40. You have increased your lead. Requirement now on Tiki Willis, an 8.65 to take first. Scores to come through now for white and green. Red up and riding again with 2 minutes on the clock. And surfer in green has first priority, blue second priority. And you got scores to drop for red, white, and green. At the moment, red in first, white in second, green in third, blue in fourth. Last of white comes through as a 5.15. Last of white, a 5.15. That does not meet your requirement to take the lead. So you're still sitting in second. Now waiting for last of green. Green, you're chasing a 5.76 to move from third into second. Down to 1 minute on the clock. And green has first priority. Still waiting for scores for last of green and last of red. Green up and riding again. .30 seconds on the clock. And the previous wave of green, a 4.80. It is not enough to meet the requirement, so green remains in third. Blue in fourth with priority, chasing a 6.90 as we're down to 20 seconds on the clock. Surfer in white now with first priority. And on the countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Shortly, 10 seconds, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just like that, into the round of 16. Jeff Baldwin and Shannon Hughes here, calling all the beautiful, fun action. And straight away, Connie Alla Stewart, speed line on the nose, disappeared into the pier somewhere. And down to the south, Brendan White. A short section, but gets up all 10 toes onto the tip of the nose quickly. Again, 20-minute heats for these round of 16 heats that we just saw the women conclude. Now the men are into it, and the top two advancing into the quarterfinals. And on into, hopefully, the finals for each of them individually. 1,000 points earned for the winner of the event in this qualifying regional qualifier for the U.S., North Americas, and Hawaii, Tahiti region. So Connie had the opening left that he disappeared on me into the pier somewhere. He was up on the nose, went into the shadows of the pilings. Now it's Tosh Tudor. A nice faded get up, slow, so balanced and poised, cheater 5 or a tight 5, and pedals back on his opening ride. I got to see Tosh this morning. He was all bubbly and happy and ready for the event, talking about how much fun the waves were yesterday and how much fun they looked to be today also. So coming into it with the right mindset. Second wave for Brendan. 10, nice soul arch there. And again, similar to the first wave, short first section. And Connie. The goofy foot from Hawaii on his second wave, a right-hander. So, Connie, your first wave was a 4. There must have been a quick up and down because I see a 1 in his score line. So waiting on the third wave there and waiting for Tosh's first wave. Now Tosh. It's a peak. They're coming at each other, but blue had the priority, so Tosh was wise to grab rail and tuck through the lip of that wave. Now white with first priority. He's just getting back out in the lineup. No priority. Sorry, Connie, red has first priority. So look at this. Oh, nice extended nose ride. So Brendan taking advantage of those lefts to the south end of the contest area. And after this ride, we got some scores to talk about. Dane getting his feet in the wax on his second wave. So the judges have a backlog of scores to drop for all the surfers in these condensed 20-minute heats. Priority still with red. So Brendan, your opening wave was a 2.5, your second wave a 6.25, and we still have more scores to come in. Connie, your third wave was another 4, so you have an opening 4-point ride, and then your third wave a 4-point ride. Still waiting on Tosh's waves. And here we go again. Not a wave unridden. So Tosh a bit behind on that section there. Dane, your second wave a 6.10, and your opening wave a 1.6. Tosh, your first wave, a 3.25, and then now second wave, a 1.3, and the last wave, probably a 1.10. So now that everybody has a bunch of waves on the board, Brendan has a third wave coming in that looks like it's going to be really nice, a 6.50, Brendan. So Green in the lead with a 6.25 and a 6.50. Kaniala in second with the 2.4s and now riding again. The fro is flowing. For just under 15 minutes. Situation, Brandon in first, Connie in second, Dane in third, and Tosh in fourth. Tosh, you're looking for a 4.75. And here we go, Tosh on his backhand. Nice, cheater 5 to full 10, pedals back, fluid into the oncoming section. So that's what he was looking for. And Brendan just keeps locking into these lefts, but he goes down, pokes the nose, and with all this action, we've got to throw it down to our last heat winner, Mason Schrimmer with Kelly.
Congratulations on your heat win.
Thank you.
We're talking about your 8 that you got. Tell us about that wave.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be an 8, but I'm pretty happy it was when the score came through. I was just trying to take it wave by wave and be a bit more calm than I usually am, so I think it worked.
How do you calm yourself down out there?
I kind of just try to take it, like, be in the moment, because sometimes I feel like maybe I think too far ahead or like I need to get this score, but I feel like if I'm just not thinking about the requirements, I surf a lot better, it seems like.
And do you have any pre or post snack that's your go-to? I'm just curious. Do you eat before?
If it's in the morning, I don't usually eat before just because it just don't feel great. But pretty much anything, like after the heat, like I saw Tony had a pretty good looking burrito, so I might go get a burrito, but we'll see.
There's a lot of burritos around here. You can probably score one.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, congratulations to you, and we'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, well, congratulations to Mason Schrimmer into the quarterfinals. Thank you, Kelly. And more scores dropped in. Tosh, your previous wave, a 5.80 got you up into second place. Now we still have a bunch of scores to come in for everybody because during the interview that was happening for the viewers online and here live, everyone was riding, so we will wait for those to settle in. I do see that Connie got a 5.20 on his last left. So priority is with white. Second priority with red, and one more score to drop in for Brendan. And once that happens, we'll know how this heat sits with 12.5 minutes left. Can you believe it? There's a break in the action for the first time in 8 minutes. We've had nearly 20 waves or so ridden between 4 surfers. It's at a frenetic pace. Another really nice score, looking like it's about to drop in for Brendan to push his lead, and he's up again. So Brendan locked into these medium-sized lefts, another cheater 5, and he will just flow through onto the finishing bit of that wave. His last, a 6.20. So now he'll have this score to come in. Tosh Tudor with priority in third. Currently needs a 3.80 to get into second. Connie, your last wave, a 5.2. And you also have a 4.40. You're in second place. Dane, you have the 6.10 as your high score and a 1.60. And here we see Dane over. He's up and out quickly. So priority with white, then red, with 11 minutes left. And Tosh in the white needs a 3.80 to scoop that spot from Connie. It's going to be a seesaw battle down to the last second in this heat and all these heats. So another quick ride for Dane. So he completed that ride, had a short section to get up onto the nose, and it was kind of unique. It was like a cheater 5, crouched 10. You know, you could tell it was a small wave, so he was just dealing with the force of the rail in the lip of the, or in the face of the wave, trying to get down and complete the ride, which he did. So he'll better the 1.6. He does. He gets a 3.05, goes into third. Tosh still with priority, needing the same score, a 3.80. Second priority with red. We're just flying along, Shannon.
Halfway through this heat, and there has been so many waves ridden.
Yeah, don't blink, you'll miss something.
21 waves so far. Nice little pulse in the action. Great conditions here for finals day for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. Pismo Beach is definitely providing. It's a little bit, even though it's so overcast today, it feels a little warmer than yesterday did. I'm sure through the afternoon we'll have a little bit of that sea breeze pick up, and it'll feel that chill from the cold ocean water.
I was cold all night, even after my jacuzzi when I went to the function, the Surfing for Hope Foundation gala last night, and then even at home back at the hotel, I was cold.
You gotta put that heater on.
I was like, what happened? I'm used to the 85-degree summer we've had.
It's been a very good summer. Now heading into autumn with 8 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. And surfer in white has first priority, red second priority, blue third priority, and green fourth priority. For those of you looking online, taking a look at our live stream, we're now looking at Brendan White's last wave, our surfer in green. Nice soul arch hang 5 right in the pocket. Couple different angles of it.
Yeah, such a nice one. Extended time on the nose, 2 different waves, and he's been locked in on those lefts. A quick up and out for Dane.
Red now up and riding for Connie. Goes for the big float to finish after that opening tap to the nose.
He has that unique ability, and I was talking about it yesterday. In that quick pump, he really gets a lot of speed off that mid-face pump into the lip, almost like a shortboard.
Blue with a quick in and out as well. Yeah, Connie's equipment really facilitates that as well. She's riding a Kai Salas Longboard Co. board. I'm not sure if he's on the Mango Jam or the Guava Jam. It might be the Guava Jam. Kai is in the draw on the men's side as well, and he's a great shaper.
Would have to be the Guava Jam because, you know, Guava Jelly, Bob Marley song. Come on.
Yeah, he's got a couple models. Mango Jam, the Guava Jam, the Waikiki model. So Connie riding one of his boards. Khalees as well rides his boards. And we're taking a look now on the webcast at the last of Connie.
Well, so Khalees bows out in that previous heat. So we were talking about a little bit of an upset, but, you know, maybe she was using this just as a warm-up, and here we go, Tosh Tudor. Beautiful cheater, or tight 5 to 10, pedals back. I love that. Nice narrow stance, knock-kneed. And all the longboard, you know, they just stay so centered over the stringer, giving that ability to just go from rail to rail so easily and not commit one way too hard or the other. Use the belly of the board, whatever the V or the concave rocker combo. So Tosh Tudor now looking to get the 3.25 out of his scoreline. He took off because things had elevated, need a 4.40 to get into second. And a nice complete wave for Tosh. And he does. Tosh straight into second. His last ride, a 6.0. So now with 6 minutes left, Shannon, Connie in third and Dane in fourth. First priority with our heat leader in green. Connie, you're now looking for a 6.60 to take second position. And Dane, you need a 5.70. So we see Tosh Tudor jamming off over towards the pier to get away from everyone. Busy himself, get himself on his backhand, give the judges another look. So yesterday we saw those rights really offering so much speed. Today it kind of pushed against the surfers a little bit. Oh.
Connie on a very long hang 10 on his backhand, looking for a 6.60 right now to take the advancing position. Currently sitting in third, heading into that wave. And we're down to 5 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. 5 minutes on the clock. So surfers in the next heat, you're welcome to take the lineup. Just stay well clear of the surfers in the water. If you paddle out under the pier, then please stay under the pier until the buzzer has sounded. With Tosh having another look here. So Tosh has jumped up into second with his last wave.
Well,
so situation, we're waiting for a score to come through now for Connie Stewart in third, chasing a 6.60. Tosh dropped in a 6.00 for your previous wave of white. That took white up into second behind green in the lead. Requirement on blue right now is a 5.70 with scores to come through for last of white and last of red.
Well, early indications that Connie's going to get a definitely a substantial score and most likely jump up into second. Tosh has a score to drop into on that last right of his. A 7.0 is what Connie gets on the last left, that beautiful 10 with the hands so poised, just, you know, whatever, drooped at his hips. So now Tosh in third, needing a 6.21, but we're waiting still on his last wave's score. And it doesn't look like it's going to better the 5.8 he had. So same situation, Tosh in third, needing a 6.21. Dane in fourth needs the 6.11. 3.5 minutes, surfers. Green with first priority, red with second.
Blue up now, chasing a 6.11, and red using his second priority over Tosh in third priority. Goes for a hang 10 to hang heels combo. And little foam climb to finish for Connie. He'll kick out quickly. Dane, on the other hand, taking it all the way to the sand, is chasing a 6.11. We'll see if Connie is able to increase on his 5.2 with that last wave.
Oh, so there was a prudent use of priority, and Tosh doing a good job, you know, being aware of who had higher priority in that situation. That is something that's really important in the competitive arena. No need to get triangles or interferences for no point. So still waiting on that score for Connie. Like you said, he went for the 5 and then the heels over the nose.
Score starting to come through now for last of red, and it's looking positive to improve on that 5.20. 2 minutes on the clock, surfers, 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so this will come in higher than his 5.2. That's going to increase Tosh's requirement by a fraction. But we'll let you know exactly what that is. With 1 minute and 45 seconds left, priority is green, white, red. Dane, your last wave was a 4.35, but you're still looking for a 6.11. Thank you.
Down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. And scores are in. Last of Conniella, last of red, a 6.05 does improve that second place position. So surfer in white now chasing a 7.05. Surfer in blue chasing a 6.96 to get the advancing positions. White currently in third, blue in fourth. Surfer in green has first priority. White second priority, red third priority, and blue fourth priority with 50 seconds on the clock.
Well, you see the chase is on, so yesterday priority really wasn't a factor where we didn't see anyone really hunting it. Oh, nice. So Dane getting a lot of good work done on that small right with 35 seconds left. Priority still the same, green, white, red. 30 seconds.
Green uses priority and takes off on the left. Nose ride to hang heels combo again. Seems to be a popular choice of maneuver this week.
It is, and here we go. Will something manifest out the back? We've got 7 seconds. Connie is up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're waiting to know if that was a scoreable ride, but that wasn't going to be the score for Tosh anyway. So in the dying minute, he was just in the wrong.
Slow Cal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in Slow County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. Slow Cal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Sing a song for tomorrow.
Four, 3, 2, 1. So all 4 surfers out there in the lineup and already on the board. Kevin Duwald, beautiful arching 10. Nice control on the lip, little soul arch bottom turn. And getting a couple cheater 5s in the whitewash at the end. That was our surfer in red, and you might have been watching Richie Cravey's wave. Or, no, that was white, excuse me. Tony.
So Tony Silvani got a quick opening ride. Richie Cravey is out in the lineup wearing blue, and Stephen McLean wearing green. And a little bit more spread out in the lineup. Again, we've got that little right off the pier starting to come alive. We've still got that bank a little farther south that's been providing some great lefts. All 4 surfers in this heat have put on great performances so far to make it to this end of competition. And surfer in blue having a paddle now, Richie on his opener on the left. Goofy foot going on his forehand. 6 of hang heels on that one for quite a while.
And then the momentum, I think, surprised him. He ran all the way to the tail of the board and the board wheelied.
And you know what? There was some good scores thrown down for hang heels in the last heat. Connie got into the 6s and Brendan got into the 7s, so it's paying off today. We can see Kevin there with a nice nose ride and little finish off the lip. Staying low and looking for that reform on the inside as well. Goes for that soul arch.
Masterful nose riding there by Kevin on his first wave and on his second wave. Still waiting on both scores.
Steven now up and riding on his first wave. He falls out. And White up and riding behind. Tony found priority, gets a quick tap to the nose, and he's going to kick out, wanting to put himself into a higher priority rotation as everyone's paddling back out there.
Yeah, making quick work, and you thought that maybe he had the eye looking down the line, thinking he could get around that section into the open face on the right. It didn't work out. Tony, your first wave, a 5.0. Second wave just now, a 2.50, so quick for the judges to lock that in. Still waiting on both scores for Kevin, the opening ride and the secondary ride. And blue, Richie, your first wave, a 4.25. First wave of Kevin, a 6.50, but still have the backup wave, which could be somewhere mid-range. We'll see. So averaging a wave every 20 seconds here up in the booth. We're jamming, Shannon and I.
Lots of action, which is what we love to see here on finals day.
And hey, if you're just joining us online, or thanks for jumping in, tuning in. We're here at the Pismo Beach Pier in Central California, and we are into the round of 16, heat number 2 at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. And right now you are watching our surfer in blue, Richie Cravey, on that right. You know, sometimes I forget who's regular foot or goofy foot because they can take off either way and turn either way, and halfway through the wave they're going switch in regular. I forget which way they took off sometimes, to be honest.
Yeah, I do the same. Red now with the paddle. He's currently sitting in the lead and finds that 5, turns around as well, and gets back to another hang 5.
It never surprises me because we're seeing cheater 5s, tight 5s, 10s, heels over the nose, all the different cross-stepping, and every once in a while there's something, again, completely unique where he went heels over the nose, almost like a backwards cheater 5, which for me was the first of this event that I've seen of that. And so
yeah,
it's just so fun. And a lot of it, I think, just happens out of instinct of the moment. You know, they're not thinking ahead of it. They're right in the now. And that was just what worked out for him balancing and carrying speed, and it looked really cool.
Well, scores in for the previous wave of red, a 6.5. So surfer in red, you're currently sitting with 2 6.5s. You do have another score to drop in from your last wave. Surfer in white sitting with a 5 and a 2.5 in second. Red is in the lead. Blue in third with a 4.25 and a 3.25 for surfer in blue. Blue, you're chasing a 3.26 to take the advancing position. And surfer in green is sitting in fourth with just that single score of a 1-point ride. Currently chasing a 6.5 to get yourself into an advancing position. And last of red, just a 3.25 doesn't factor into your top 2. So situation remains the same with red in the lead. And priority, surfer in green has first priority, white second priority, blue third priority, and red fourth priority.
Both those waves of Kevin's were like mirrors of one another. They were identical size rights. He got the same sequence, length of nose ride. They were just almost exactly the same wave, and it's funny, then mirrored in the score, 6.50s. So green utilizing that priority, Stephen McLean. Cheater 5 in a tight section and gets the board up into the lip and down and out. Will the wave reform on the inside? A little bit, possibly. As we've seen all day, they're utilizing, as the tide comes up, these waves reform and they can show a bit more flair all the way through, completing the ride. Judges love it when any wave is complete, but then completed with style and flow, and even down to the kick out, a nice fluid kick out. They don't score them, but it just shows the judges a bit of suave and confidence. 13 minutes left. Priority is with white, then blue. And here we go. Richie Cravey. Ooh. Nice cheater 5. Nice 10 with the arch in the pocket. And again, taps the nose. Flowing cutback. He's got that square nose model. Is that what I'm seeing? Like a chop nose, like really blunt?
Yeah, it does look like that.
Or is that just the way the stringers? It almost made, the stringers in the front of his board made it look like it was a square nose, old Herbie Fletcher style.
Yeah, it looks like he's got 2 stringers in that board. And in the last heat, we saw a great result from Brendan White, finding a few really fun waves in the lineup this morning in Pismo with Kelly Now.
Congratulations, Brendan, on that heat win.
Thanks so much.
It was competitive out there.
Yeah, definitely. It was that small. Everyone's paddling around trying to get something.
So what were you thinking about?
Just trying to get that runner left, and luckily Tosh didn't go there in the first part of the heat, so I got lucky that way.
Okay. And you have a couple of little Groms. Are you teaching them to surf?
Yep. Kira's 4 years old, and she can already kind of stand up and go down the line, catch waves by herself. And then my oldest, Adeline, surfs all the time, so they're both super into it. It's awesome.
Who taught you?
My dad, when I was like, 4 or 5 years old. So same thing, surfing Sano. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you later.
Thanks so much.
Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Kelly, and we love it, Brendan. The heritage of Sano and the generational surfing. I've talked about it for so many years up here when I'm doing the things on the mic for the contest. Talk about generational. You just had Tosh Tudor, his dad, obviously multiple-time world champion and icon in the sport. Legend to so many of these surfers, and then they in their own right teaching their kids as they've grown up. So it just continues to extend. Right here we have our surfer in white, Tony Silvani, on a nice right. Ooh, beautiful drop knee carve, quick back to the nose. Utilizing every ounce of that board, every inch of the board. So Tony took off on that wave, looking for a 4.76 to get into advancing position. So Steve McLean had second priority, paddled for that wave, and priority changed. Now first priority red, second with blue, since green paddled for that wave and didn't go. Waiting on the score for white. So thanks again for Surfing for Hope. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, French Hospital Medical Center, who fortunately I've had the opportunity to thank many times since 2017, being a part of all these WSL events. It's great to be here for the Longboard, the inaugural Longboard WSL event in North America. And since the inception with Andy McKay, the contest director of Surfing for Hope Foundation, these have all been locally generated sponsored events. So typically you have a lot of the surf industry brands partnering up, but for these, it's all the locals, and we love it. Right here, Stephen McLean. Oh, wow. That was amazing. Short little wave, but went for the cheater 5 and somehow just slid his foot up for the quick 10. 9.5 minutes left, surfers. Priority still white, or red first priority, white second priority. We do have the priority monitor up on the judging tower also for a quick look over your shoulder. So viewers at home, this is a beautiful ride. Our surfer in blue, Richie Cravey. It's not hard to watch someone hang 10 and soul arts like that right in the pocket. So we see green. Stephen McLean spins around. He saw something in this right. Cheater 5, tight 5, but pokes the nose. Most surfers electing no leash due to the size of the wave, and a split peak here. White, he's down and out. But red continues on down the line. So Kevin Duwald looking to extend his second place position if possible. Richie Cravey, your last wave, a 7.50. You are in the lead, so now you have a 5.5 and a 7.5 as you exit that wave right on the shore here by the pier. So we'll give you the score of that last wave you just rode, but currently you're going to paddle out in the lead with a 5.5 and a 7.5. Priority is with white, then green. All right, and Kevin, your last wave, a 7.10. So your right now took you into the lead. So red in first, blue in second, and white with priority. He's in third, up right now, riding quick floater, carries the speed across this section. Will he find more green face? He does. The locomotion of a longboard will not stop. So he took off on that wave looking for a 7.21 due to the two waves that Kevin and Richie got prior to that. So now that you guys are out the back, Kevin, your last wave, a 7.10. You are in the lead. Richie, your last wave, or the wave before, a 7.5. Your last wave, Richie, was a 5.25, so it doesn't go into your score line. We love all these replays for the viewers at home. Right now, out the back on a set wave, green. Oh, this wave gonna run off on him. So nowhere for Stephen McLean to find open face. And now Richie Cravey, who keeps finding those lefts towards the pier. This one won't be, I love that parallel stance. Kind of a pause in the action. So he's going to just ride the wave through for fun anyway, but he knows he's got the 7.5 and the 5.5. So that's really what he's looking to better is the 5.5 to put more pressure on the third and fourth place surfers. 6 minutes remaining. And if you're just jumping down and joining us on the pier here live, thanks for coming on your Saturday morning to enjoy some beautiful longboard actions. We are straight into, this is heat number 2 of the round of 16 of the men's. We just completed the round of 16 of the women, so the quarterfinals are set. And that is what's happening right now. Looking to do the same for the men's. Oh, nice redirect. The classic, well, I'd have to say the classic Huntington move, flying fast on the left and into the oncoming right for a redirect. And we just can't get enough of these guys running up onto the nose. And thank you to our drone production, our drone operators doing a wonderful job for the webcast at home. Really getting tight angles of the footwork that all these surfers are gracing us with. We are down to under 5 minutes. So a couple scores to come in, waiting on White and Green's last scores. But we don't get a second to breathe because these guys just want to keep surfing. Our second place surfer, Richie, toes on the nose. I love those cross step cutbacks. But it's not about what I love, it's what the judges see in the wave, but they are pleasing to the eye. Okay, so lots of scores to come in. Four-minute surfers, priority is with red, second priority with white. More green, more blue. This right there, Stephen McLean looking for that 8.20, still waiting on his last score to lock in, and now he'll have this wave also. Possibly going to lower the requirement, wave by wave, 3.5 minutes left. Richie Cravey had another wave, but it's going to come in that mid-range 4 or low 4 area. Kevin Duval out in the lead since a few minutes into the heat. We see him possibly motioning for a wave to use his priority. He doesn't go, so holds on to the priority. And now Tony Silvani up again, 10-5. I like the swing weight. Nice carve in the pocket. Straight back, dancing to the nose. So Tony looking for a 7.21, which is a pretty special wave. It's going to take getting up on a long section, Shannon, and just really extending the time and length of the nose ride from what I've seen. You know, at least covering maybe 15 yards, maybe, if it were a measurement of hang time, of just fluid grace right there.
Yeah, it's really going to take a solid outside critical section, either on a set wave with a good locked-in 5 or 10 and a finish, or something that's really long, like you said, but also critical and in the pocket, even if it's on a smaller size wave. We're down to 2 minutes on the clock. Surfers in the water, 2 minutes on the clock, waiting for a score for last of Tony Silvani to drop through. And surfer in red with first priority, blue second priority, and green third priority.
And just like that, we're down to under 2 minutes, surfers. So current situation is the same as it's been. Kevin Duwald in first with first priority. Richie Cravey in second with second priority. Tony Silvani in third, needs a 7.21, and Stephen McLean needs a 7.55. Amazing. There, everyone was paddling for wave, Shannon, but our heat leader got that one. A steezy nose ride in the beginning. It looks like he's saluting the horizon. Don't know what he was doing there. But will this better the 6.5 in his score line? He's going to maybe ride in with under 1 minute to go.
And score still coming through for last of white. It's so close. And blue now trimming through to the inside, but last of white, a 7.00, just misses the requirement. Tony Silvani, you are now chasing a 6.01 to take the advancing position. You are in third. Your last wave was a 7, just below the requirement. And green has first priority, white in second priority with 30 seconds to go. Surfer in green is chasing a 7.55. Down to 20 seconds on the clock.
I love it, Shannon. You see him sprinting over towards the pier, priority with green, so he keeps white off the wave. Will Tony with 10 seconds left. Now we have Steven up and riding, and I'm going to count the heat out at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the opportunity doesn't present itself there for Tony at the end.
And he got so close on that final exchange, but was just shy of the requirement.
Well, a quick commercial break for the viewers at home, and we'll come back and recap and go into Heat 3. Thanks for joining us. And, yeah, this heat concludes with Kevin Duwald and Richie Cravey moving through into the quarterfinals, and I will count this next heat in.
One surfer out of the region qualify for next year's World Tour. If they're not already qualified out of this year's rankings, we will be taking the top 8 men and women out of the rankings after Malibu finishes next week for next year's World Tour, and then filling in the rest of the tour with the top seeds out of all the different regions. As we're down to 18 minutes on the clock, and for those looking at the live webcast, we can see the replay for opener of Cole Robbins.
Yeah, he did well to utilize that short section, a steep section on a taller wave. But boy, slim pickings, not a lot of spots in the world of longboarding on the championship level, and like you said, one qualifying out of the North American Hawaii Tahiti region. One.
So it'll be one for North America and then one for Hawaii. So they'll both kind of get separate rankings out of this single event.
Okay.
But still it's a very small field.
One.
Yeah.
Not 6, not 5, nothing. One.
It's just one.
Yeah, and we see it on the championship tour as it is right now. There's the 32 men, and then there's at the moment 12 women, and it was cut down to 22 and 12. So there's just not a lot of slots.
And taking a look at the webcast, we're seeing the replay for opener of Jack, just a 3.10. And we do have a score in for first of Cole Robbins, a 4.75 for first of Red. Blue now up and riding. Kaimana on his opening ride, on his forehand. And just jams it out on the finish. Kai Salas also with a score to drop through for his opener, and green and white now flying down the line. Makes it past that opening section, finds the nose.
Yeah.
And banks it off the foam to finish.
That was a bigger left, so that was definitely one of the bigger lefts that rifled off from that sandbar. There's a bit of a red tide. You saw it in the foam right there, and he was boogieing on that wave, so we'll see where this drops in for Jack von Wagner. And now green, Kai Salas making quick work down the beach. I can't tell from this angle if he had all 10 toes over or tight 5, but beautiful soul arch nonetheless. And just like the heats previous, Shannon, the action will not stop.
And we've got a score to come through for the previous wave of Kai Salas, as well as now this last one. So we're waiting to give him 2 scores on the board. Score to come through now for white and for blue as well. Surfer in red has first priority. White has second priority. And scores in for first of blue, Kaimana, a 5.75 for first of blue, a 5.75. Still waiting for the first scoring ride of Kai Salas to drop through, as well as his second.
Well, the judges love it when they run up, get all 10 toes on the nose, even if it's not for, I mean, super long, and in this case it's 5.75, but he just dropped his hands like butter down by his hips and stood there like so nonchalant, which just kind of translate as perfect balance with no effort.
Yeah, it does showcase that control and that relaxed nature. Their board's in the right position. They've done everything they needed to up until that moment of positioning it in the right part of the wave.
Yeah,
to then be able to actually just relax for a moment.
Yeah, no hands used for balance. You're already there, and so that we saw in Kayla Stewart's waves too, where he just put his hands at the side, get some great scores. So here we are, just under 15 minutes. Priority is with red, then white, then green. Jack von Wagner in the lead. Cole Robbins in second, waiting on that score. They'll find that last wave for Kai Salas, and that maybe could change things as he only needs a 1.25 to get into second.
So the first scoring ride of Kai Salas comes through as a 5.00. Green, you have a 5.00. We're now waiting for your second score to come through. And then, like you were saying, we'll have a good idea of where the situation is sitting, but he's not going to wait for that score. Having a paddle now, has a look down the line. It looks like he's, favoring those rights. Has a look to see that it's going to just close down, and he's sitting under fourth priority anyways. But last of green has dropped through. Kai Salas, a 7.25 for last of green, takes him into the lead. Surfer in white down into second. Red into third, and blue into fourth.
Well, what a beauty of a ride. Another 7.25. So, again, all morning long, Shannon, for the women and now the men, we've had scores in the 8s, in the 7s, in the high 6s. So, great opportunity, and it leads me back to, although Tosh Tudor bowed out, he showed up excited going, what? Everyone was saying that the waves are never good. He goes, the waves are so much fun. And he actually said, more fun, better than the Huntington. So, Yeah,
some really good conditions. It's nice that it with the way the sandbar is here, the sand is here, that it connects from the outside all the way to the inside. You still get that shut down on, some of the waves, and thankfully we haven't had too big of that swell pickup. We were thinking it was going to be a lot bigger, actually, looking at the forecast last week. But those waves have a nice reform section where Huntington doesn't have that. There's that big shallow bank out the back and then that huge gutter, and so it's really difficult to connect through and to find any little running wave on the inside because it just has that big shore break.
Yeah, and you wonder if that's due to, because this is a much shorter length of pier. Huntington's Pier goes out much, much further. A completely different beach setup. Here we have the nice sweeping Long Beach to the south, but the beach to the north arcs out. And yeah, well, we love it, and it's great to be here now since 2017 for each and every event, and to be sitting here with you, Shannon, doing the Longboard event, the first of its nature, and hopefully this will happen again next year and on into the future.
And we've got a paddle now for our surfer in blue. Kai Mana now up and riding on his backhand with a 5.75 that he opened with. Now up and riding on his second wave. Nice 5-10, 5-10 combo. And gets a little turn out the section. He's going to stick with this to see if he can get any more nose rides through into the shallows, and gets one quick tap there. Nice quick footwork and a score to come through now for surfer in blue. And in that last heat, we saw the South Jersey surfer in Kevin DeVald take out a big win. He's with Kelly.
Yes, I'm down here with Kevin. He's schooling me on how you doing.
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
So we were talking a bit about your boards because you shape your own boards. Tell us about them.
Yeah, I struggled for a long time because I worked with a bunch of different shapers. Stuart makes incredible boards, and a bunch of local shapers, 816, and now I'm working with Kona in New Jersey. They've been a great company to me. I mean, they've really just kind of given me free reins, and it's always been very difficult to find a good shaper or somebody you can connect with, because it's, you really have to have a bond with your shaper. So the past 4 years, I found I was like, you know what, I can just start doing my own thing. And I'm riding one of the first boards I ever shaped. I just picked it up like a month ago, and I haven't ridden it for a while, and it's working great. But it's not the normal board that, has, you normally have your traditional scoop, your single scoop through the nose. This is bowled, so it's like a boat. So that's a very old style with the board, but it's working, so I'm having fun.
The magic board for these conditions.
Sometimes you just hop on a board, you pick up, you haven't ridden in a while, and then you just feel great, So it's all about keeping it loose, Keep it light, keep it loose, we all go through enough in life, so, keep going.
Well, it's incredible to watch the agility that you guys have out there on your board. So congratulations, and we'll see you later today.
Thank you. How you doing?
Back to you guys.
Playing up the Joyzy. Well, we love it. We love it that so many of the guys shaping their own boards, and yeah, that's definitely an interesting concept. The bowl nose. I remember I gave Joel Tudor an old Bing that had a big bowl nose. I'm like, I'm never going to ride this. He actually I put it in his rafters because it was a pretty historic board. So who knows, but we've had some waves ridden in the meantime. Shannon, Kai Salas out in the lead on the 5 in the 7.25. Kai Mana in second because he got the backup 4.9. Jack Von Wagner in third, needs a 4.8. He has a 4.75 and a 5.85. And Cole Robbins with priority in fourth, really holding on just to the one score, the 4.75. He needs a 5.90.
So Cole being the only surfer not to find a wave in that 5-point ride, that 5-point line at the moment, being the requirement that he's chasing. We're down to 9 minutes on the clock. And red with first priority, green in second priority, blue in third priority, and white in fourth priority.
Well, and coming up in the next heat, in case they haven't checked in, but for the fans at home and everybody watching, Vidar Gonda, Troy Motherhead, Chase Leiter, and Kevin Scrivana, another stacked round of 16 heat.
Cole Robbins getting another opportunity there off the right from the pier. And priority now changes to green, white, blue for priority order, green, white, blue. And speaking about great shapers, there's one in the water right now, and Kai Salas for the Kai Salas Longboard Co. We've got a couple of surfers that have been riding his boards throughout the week, like Coniella Stewart, who just took out a heat win a few before and advanced through. He's now up and riding Kai Salas, as well as our surfer in blue, Kaimana Takayama. Nice little split peak action between those two. And tracking here with our surfer in blue. Nice bit of footwork, and Green down the way, just continuing through to finish. And he's really decided to stick for Kai Salas to that south bank.
Well, yeah, it's working. I was going to say, back to the guys shaping their own boards, or the girls too shaping their own boards. There's not a lot of room for error. It's expensive making longboards. The blanks to, finishing them, there's a lot of resin, a lot of cloth. They're expensive craft.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into them. As we take a look on the live feed for the replay of Kai Salas, got some work done out the back, and then just continued with that smooth trajectory through to the inside. Stood tall at the finish too. He wants to get a bigger score and solidify himself in that leading position. Red with another score to drop through now after he's finishing off on the inside, and our surfer in white being the only one out the back. Jack has priority. Scores to come through now for green, blue, and red as we take a look on the web feed at the last of red for Cole Robbins. And we can see some positioning now out of backline as Kai Mana's made it out the back again. Kai Salas with second priority, and Kai Mana Takayama with third priority.
Yeah, the list of shapers, and it's cool they all share information too. I know Joel Tudor shapes boards. Ryan Birch, who's gone on into sort of, this cosmic range of super shaper, makes amazing boards. I would love to see him in these events. I know he doesn't do it anymore, but I get to see him when he's just playing around with his equipment at Cardiff, and it's a wonder to behold watching him ride a longboard. It's truly beautiful. And he's always inspired because he's always getting new ideas and putting it into his craft and then seeing how it applies once he's riding it.
Yeah, it's amazing when you've got talented surfers that turn into shapers.
Yeah.
They're able to test out their own craft and can really understand the feedback from the surfers that are riding theirs. As we're down to 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Jack now up and riding, screaming down the line on the nose again. And he's looking for a 6.16 to take himself into an advancing position. Blue now up and riding in Takayama. Nice stand tall. Hang 10 goes for the soul arch as well. And great control coming off of it. Just digs that rail in for a sharper turn to finish. And we've got scores coming through for blue, white, and red. Surfer in green, you have first priority. Green, you have first priority. And last of green, Kai Salas, a 6.85. You're currently in first with a 7.25 and a 6.85. Surfer in blue with a score to drop through. Your high score at the moment is a 6.25. Your backup is a 5.75 that you're looking to improve on. Surfer in white with a better looking score to drop through. Looking to improve on a 5.85 for Jack in white. And looking for a 6.16 to get the advancing position. Last of white comes through as a 5.95 for last of white. So it doesn't meet the requirement, but now your requirement is down to a 6.06. And we're still waiting for that last of blue to drop through to see if it will change the situation for surfer in red, Cole Robbins. At the moment, Cole, you are sitting in fourth, chasing a 6.90.
Well, look at the score line. And as the tide's coming up, although, it's tight heat, but everyone having 7s and 6s and high 5s or mid 5s, Cole with the 5.10. So the quality is there for these guys.
So situation remains the same with last of blue, a 5.05 does not factor into your top two. So surfer in white chasing a 6.06 to advance. Surfer in red chasing a 6.90 to advance. Priority with green, second priority red, third priority white, fourth priority blue. We have 3 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock.
Well, Shannon, it is Saturday, and I know since it is the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic and the Surfing for Hope Foundation, all tied into what's going on with Dignity Health and everything. We do have the Cancer Health Fair sponsored event that's on the pier, on the north side of the pier, but on the pier itself. And there's a whole list of different companies that have come in supporting the event, and I was going to go through some of them, so thank you. There's very few breaks in our action, but ADC Therapeutic, AstraZeneca, Avo Oncology, Bayer Oncology.
Time call, 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
I know. It's hard to get them all in with 4 surfers riding 70 waves, but we will have a little more time once we're in the semifinals and the finals. Here we go.
Green now up and riding with Kai Salas. And a big off the top following up the nose ride.
But yeah, we hope, you know, for anyone here, thanks for coming down. Kai Salas is finishing this another beautiful wave as he is our heat leader, but the Cancer Health Fair is happening. Lots of information being exchanged. We're happy to have them come down and be a part of this. So there's Boston Gene, Bristol Myers Squibb. There's the cancer support community, which is an extension and a very important part of working together with cancer patients. Irish Life Sciences.
Time call, 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. Surfer in blue has 3rd priority, white has 2nd priority, and red has 1st priority. White now up and riding. As we're down to 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. And he's looking for a big hit off the tail. Chasing a 6.06 for surfer in white. And surfer in red chasing a 6.90. Blue now with 2nd priority.
So blue takes off high line towards the pier, but has to get out. That wave was going to not really offer much. Competitors in the next heat, just make sure you stay, just a little bit, just right out of the way. I know you know that. So we'll get into more of that, Shannon, the Cancer Health Fair. There's like 20 sponsors, so between all the surfers, we're trying to drop them in, and thank you very much. It's a super big, important step in the direction of this surf event happening here, and for it to be happening here again and again in years to come. And like I had been telling you, it's a lot of local support through the French Medical Center and then Dignity Health, so massive hospital and infrastructure. We are down to 10 seconds, so I have to count this heat out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And with no...
I'll sing a song for tomorrow.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Nice locked in hang 5, smaller size wave, great cut back to redirect again, tap to the nose, and holds it on that last nose ride. Finding one more section here as well, getting so much work done as he comes through into an ankle high wave.
If that, it's funny, huh? Ankle, toe, it's hard to tell, but welcome back to the viewers online. Shannon Hughes and Jeff Baldwin here. We are into heat number 4, the round of 16. And right now, for your viewing pleasure, you're watching Kevin Scavarna on his backhand. Positioned in the middle of the board. Some nice work there to come through to the inside. So that's his opening wave for our surfer in green. Scores in. We're almost in for the first 2 waves for David or Veed and Chase.
Scores to come through for all 4 surfers On a quick exchange, surfer in red now has first priority. And scores in for first of blue. Troy, a 4.75 for your opening ride, a 4.75 for first of blue. It'll be small scores for first of red and first of white. Red having a paddle again. Now up and running on his second ride. Quick step straight up to a hang 5. Finds a second stretched out 5. And goes straight up into the lip for that finishing re-entry, while white is perched on the nose behind chase leader. Nice cut back as well, engagement of the rail. Nice switch stance to finish. And he'll kick out. Can see V just hightailing it to the pier to get that easy paddle out.
He's got his extra special super warm rubber spring suit that he's like, I don't need a full suit. This one keeps me fine. I remember yesterday, he's one of the few wearing short legs.
That's right. The water's pretty cold here. I wouldn't be doing that. So surfer in blue has first priority, green second priority. And scores coming through. First of green, Kevin Skavarna, a 4.65 for first of green. And surfer in red.
I just got a, hey, non-competitors to the south, can you guys move further south? The two guys, or I think it's guys, hard to tell, but just the two surfers right on the black flag. Can you move further south? That's what the head judge is asking me to ask you, please. Thank you. Because we do have that right into play over there for sure. We've seen lots of scoring waves over there, and the surfers can get there quickly.
Yeah, actually in the last heat, Kai Salas, who took out the win, was surfing that right bank.
Yes.
So scores in for last of red, Veed Argonda, a 6.25 for your last wave, comes through as the highest of the heat so far. Surfer in white, Chase Leader, with a 5.75 for your last wave. That's the second highest of the heat. And Troy Mothershead, you have backed up your 4.75 with a 3.65 for your last wave. So 15 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. And our surfer in red currently sitting in the lead, blue in second, white in third, and green in fourth. Surfer in green has first priority, white in second priority, red in third priority, and blue in fourth priority.
Can you believe we have a little bit of a break? But this event is hosted by Surfing for Hope Foundation. Surfing for Hope is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and of course, we have a surfer up. But that's why we're here. A beautiful ride by Chase Leader, but that one ends quickly.
And we've got a split peak between green and blue. Blue perched on the nose, Troy Mothershead, for so long.
Well, good thing we moved the free surfers, because right on cue, he surfs straight into where they were.
And Kevin Skavarna finishing off now on the inside section, maintaining a lot of flow and grace as well as a great kick out. And we've got scores to come through across the board, but in that last heat, it was Kai Salas that took away the win, and he's with Kelly now.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so you shape your own boards. You have a board company. Tell us about the board you're riding today.
The one I'm riding today is just like a flatter kind of nose rider with a wider tail. You know, you got to give credit to Michael Takayama. He kind of inspired the new generation of longboards. Like a lot of guys are riding wider tails, and you know, Michael kind of inspired that. So, yeah, props to Michael. And then, you know, it kind of suits these kind of small running waves.
Not quite your home wave. And you are here with a lot of fellow Hawaiians. What is it like surfing in the cold water together?
It's not too bad. You know, nowadays we got good suits, and if you got the right suit, I'm wearing a full 3.2, and I'm like perfect. Yeah, I wore a short arm the other day, and I was getting white water up my sleeves, and I was freezing. So, yeah, this is good. It's not bad.
Anything you'd like to say? Hi to anyone?
Just hi to everyone back home, and I'm stoked to be here. The waves are fun, and stoked to advance. Yeah.
Congratulations, and we'll see you later.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Great to hear from Kai, walking away with a heat total of a 14.10, picked off some great looking rights on that south bank. And we've got some scores trickling through from the last exchange. Surfer in green, your second wave was a 5.35 for second of green. You're currently sitting in second place. And surfer in blue, Troy Mothershead, a 7.00 for your previous ride. We do have one more to come through. And for those checking out the webcast, that's what we've just seen is that last of Troy Mothershead. So surfer in blue, you are in the lead with a 7 and a 4.75. Surfer in green, you are in second with a 5.35 to improve on your 4.65. And our surfer in red down into third place now, sitting with first priority. Feed, you require a 3.75 to go from third into second. And surfer in white requires a 4.25 as he's now up and riding on the split peak with Kevin Skavarna and Chase Leader. Kevin off on the right and Chase off on the left. Great surfing from both competitors on this split peak, and Chase continuing through to the inside. Kevin with a really dynamic nose ride to start, clean and in the pocket. So scores to come through. Down to 11 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Red now up and riding straight onto Cheater 5 to start. Little check back at the face of the wave midway through, and he'll kick out. Blue now up and riding again. Hand stall, drags it for a great extended nose ride.
That was cool, the little hand stall drag.
And he'll kick out. So putting on a clean performance for Mothershead, currently sitting in the lead.
Well, and he's sitting in the lead, utilizing the right down the beach again, like Kai Solis did, and right as soon as we move those free surfers, a 7, a 6.15, and we'll see where this wave goes.
Down to 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Taking a look on the live replay of last for David Arganda.
I like that. I love that a little flair, a little style. He dropped down in the fade back, the hands back. Cheater 5, a couple varieties of Cheater 5. 10.5 minutes, surfers here in heat number 4, round of 16. Top 2 surfers moving on into the quarterfinals. And boy, the viewing pleasure for those at home watching the webcast, the drone and the camera work is really nice. Perfect conditions, sheet glass, and like we were talking about earlier, Shannon, that the swell didn't get too big, so it's just making it so easy and fun for the guys and the girls to get so many opportunities without long paddle outs, without crashing, bombing, walled waves. So rights and lefts on offer for everybody, and the tide moving up all afternoon through into the semis and finals, or right around there.
Getting better and better. Now scores are through. 10 minutes on the clock. Last of red, a 3.65 factors into your top 2. Last of blue, a 5.25 does not jump into your top 2 scores. Previous of that, a 6.15 is in your top 2. And a big score in for last of green, an 8.00 for last of green. Takes surfer in green, Kevin Skavarna, into first. Blue into second for Troy Mothershead with a 7 and a 6.15. Surfer in white has dropped in a 5.65 for his last wave of Chase Leader. Surfer in white, you're now chasing a 7.4 to take second. And surfer in red, you are chasing a 6.91 to go from third into second. Blue now up and riding again.
I can't sits in third place, needs a 7.50. And then Kevin and Troy are out in the lead, and we'll give David his score. Everything's back up and running, Shannon. Perfect.
We are good to go. Down to 5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Coming up in our next heat, we will be into the round of 8 on the women's side.
The round of 8, that's right.
2 heats of 4 surfers. Top 2 will be advancing into head-to-head competition for the semifinals. And we've got 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers in the next heat, you are welcome to paddle out. Surfer in white has first priority, blue second priority, green third priority. And red already paddling out before he even gets that 4th priority to his name, staying super busy. Nice hang 5 from David Argonda.
So
we do have a score that's come through for his last wave. Surfer in red, your last wave was a 5.2. That means your requirement is a 7.01 still to take the advancing position, but you are into 3rd now over 4th.
Such an extended cheater 5 there. He held that a long time, and it was kind of nice to watch because instead of trying to busy and fit a bunch, he just stuck in it and rode with it. So that'll be interesting to see where it goes in the score line.
And scores are in for last of red. A 4.45 does not factor into his top 2. White kicks out quickly as blue is trying to get that lead back again, chasing a 6.36 for Troy. If he can get that, he'll take the win away from Kevin Skavarna. And red now up and running again on the right. All right, finds that 5 to 10, gets a second 10. Now pedals back off the nose.
Well, he got the memo. He's like, okay, cheater 5 all the way, 4.25. I'm going to mix cheater 5, 10, cheater 5, 10. Let's see what this combo gets us.
3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Scores to come through for our bottom 3 surfers.
Well, I love that part of the, the surfers have to be adapting to what the judges are offering. They're doing the surfing. They get their score, they encode it, and they say, okay, well, that's what the judges are looking for. I will do my best to give them that. Look at this peak down the beach for blue. Troy Mothershead, who's been going right consistently, gets this left. Beautiful cross-step work. Cheater 5, holds it for a while, redirects off the foam. And he's going to stick with it through to the inside, and he fades out of that one.
Scores through last of blue. Your previous wave, a 5.7, does not factor into your top 2. So blue, you are still chasing a 6.36 to take first with another score to drop. Just small scores to come through for green and for white that will not factor in. And waiting for last of red. And there it is, last of red, a 5.75. Veed, you still are chasing a 7.01 to get the advancing position. We have 2 minutes on the clock. Surfer in red with second priority, white with first priority. Green now up and riding, our heat leader, Kevin Skavarna. Locks into a hang 10 for a long time on that one.
Wow, didn't he just hold that so nice? I liked his hand position too. He had something else going on there. Minute and 40 seconds left in this final heat of the round of 16. Will Kevin and Troy hold on into the quarterfinals? Viewing at home, here's the replay of this long extended toes on the nose, 10 over the tip. The camera work, so nice.
Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. And scores are in. Last of blue, a 5.30 does not factor into your top 2 scores. And last of green, a 4.05 does not factor into your top 2 scores. So situation remains the same. Blue with the paddle in third priority now with under a minute to go.
He's got a motor on his board there. Again, there we go. Hang heels. At least 8 cross steps back to the middle of the board. And he is like cruising. He's got 38 seconds left in this heat. And away we go into the next round. 30 seconds over here in the corner by the pier. Red, Veed looking for the 7.01. That wave not giving too much opportunity, but he does everything he can with 18 seconds left. There's going to be some waves ridden right into the dying second and the horn. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so scores to come through for all 4 surfers. And requirements on red in third is going to be a 7.01. Requirement on white in fourth is going to be a 7.50.
And all the tabulations are in, and we are back live, Shannon Hughes and Jeff Baldwin bringing it to you live here on the webcast and here on the beach. We are clicking over to 25-minute heats now into this round of 8. But I'm waiting to count it in, ladies, so hold your position. Yeah, hold your position. And then I will count in, and the horn will blow. I will count it down now. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now the heat is on, Shannon, and we're into 25-minute heats. Moving on through the rest of the day, so 5 minutes extra for these surfers, and still 4 bodies in the lineup. Once we get to the semifinals and finals, it is head-to-head matchups. This is White Sophia McCulhane opening up with a quick ride, and it looked like that was a split peak. So, oh, look at this beauty, Avalon Gall. Nice cheater 5. Sublime footwork through to the inside, and she jumps off. Well, in the red, Avalon Gall. In the blue, Rachel Tilley. In the white, Sophia Culhane. And in the green, Megan Godinez.
Surfer in green now having a look on her forehand with a quick kick in and out.
Surprising they can kick out so quick. I mean, they literally, but that's why, you know, it's surprising. The boards have so much curve from the middle hip to the tail that's what allows that.
And even on a board with less rocker, if you get your foot right over the fin, you're able to put a little pressure in and really kick out quickly.
Just
or
pivot
get
it.
a good change of direction in any way. So surfers making their equipment look real easy to ride out in the lineup. And we've got scores that are coming through from the first exchange. Surfer in red, Avalon, you opened with a 4.5. First to red, a 4.5. Blue now up and riding on her second wave for Rachel Tilley. Hang 5 to start, nice S turn. And sets it up for this finishing 5 to close out. Showing lots of control and a clean kick out as well. Surfer in blue, Rachel Tilley, your first wave was a 3.5. We're now waiting for your second score to roll in. First of red was a 4.5. Surfer in white now up and riding, uses priority on this. Nice opening nose ride. Carves back and sets it up for the next section as the wave goes totally flat and now starts to reform for her. Little bounce off the foam and a redirect on the inside for Sophia Kalane, and she'll kick out. So our surfer in red has first priority, green with second priority.
So in that situation, you can tell they just have to hold position right in the middle of the board to carry speed because that wave was so small and fragile, you know. A beautiful replay of our surfer Rachel Tilley in the blue from earlier. Fast footwork. She got a 3.5.
We do have a score to roll through for that wave.
That's what that was, okay.
So we're waiting for a score for second of blue and for first of white. Surfer in green with a 0.50 on the scoreboard so far, and waiting for two scores for the opening two rides of Sophia Kalane in the white jersey.
So that score came in that we were watching the replay for those at home was the 6.0. That's what we were witnessing on the replay. So Rachel, you got a 3.5 on your first wave, a 6.0 on your second wave. That jumps you up into the lead. Now waiting on all those scores, like you said, for Sophia, two waves.
So scores in for last of blue, a 6.00 takes you into the lead, and scores in for first two waves of Sophia Kalane in white, a 2.75 to open and a 4.75 for second of white. Has white sitting in second. Surfer in red has first priority, blue has second priority, and green has third priority.
And we are off to the races here. I like it, a little more time. And conditions staying so perfect. Glassy and fun. The north side of the pier is packed with surfers, so a lot of people getting their warm-ups over there or down the beach to the south. I met this husband and wife at the event last night. His name was Chris, and her name was Robin, and he was listening to us and saying he was having a good time checking it out. And I was telling him about this peak that we're looking at down there. He's like, oh, I should have surfed there. I was surfing the north side. It was crowded and not very good. And I go, yeah, down the way, the free surfers, the competitors were getting some really nice ones on the far peak.
Yeah, there's some great peaks all up and down the beach today. Fun day to be in the water.
So you brought your toys. You and your hubby brought your longboards. Do you get to surf on the way down today, or?
Maybe. We'll see what time we finish up, but we've got a big week ahead of us, so we might just book it as quickly as we can to get home.
Back home, regroup, get set, back to Malibu.
Down to 20 minutes on the clock. And we've got a paddle now for white. Sophia Kalane under third priority, just staying busy, looking to build that score line. Gets a quick 5 and finds a second on that next section. Nice little S-turn to reset her line. Finds a 5 to 10 combo on the inside.
My camera's going everywhere.
And pedals back as well.
That's my friend.
Green now up and riding for Megan Godinez.
Oh, sorry.
Quick steps. And she'll reset. Scores to come through for last of white and last of green. And in the last heat, it was our surfer in green that took out the win, and Kevin Scavarna, and he's with Kelly now.
Congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you.
How you feeling?
Very good.
Well, talk to me about your heat and what were you looking for out there?
I just tried to find like 2 good waves rather than the normal like catch 20 waves. So just kind of calm down and catch a couple.
Got a couple of good ones. Really fun to watch. And talk to us about the board that you're surfing this morning.
I'm riding a 9.6 Infinity. We're calling it the Scavarna Diamond. It's a new board that Infinity's making now. It works really well. Just feels nice, really fast, turns really good. Nose ride's really good too. So it's good balance.
And anything you can share with us? I know you're a content creator. You've got your YouTube show going.
Silent Rock TV, baby. That's it. That's all.
Anything you guys are working on?
Yeah, we got it all.
Okay.
We got the Wesley edit coming. We got all the Groms chase. It's in there. The guys are making a video in Portugal right now. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff going.
I guess we'll have to watch.
Tune in.
Thanks for your time and good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Kevin of Silent Rock TV, rocking the best mullet and mustache around. And down to 18 minutes on the clock. Avalon still with priority. Surfer in blue in second priority and white in third priority. Surfer in white has dropped in a giant score of a 7.00. Last of white for Sophia. A 7-point ride. Takes you into the lead. Rachel Tilley into second. Chasing now a 5.76 to take the lead back. And Surfer in red, Avalon, you are sitting in third position, chasing a 5.01 for Avalon to move from third into second. And Surfer in green in fourth, you are chasing an 8.30 to move from fourth into second, as she has a paddle there and decides not to go. Priority sitting with red, and she's going to have a look at this left on her forehand for Gall, straight into a nose ride, pedals back, and executes the finish. She may stick with this one now and get a little bit more footwork through that middle third of the board. Demonstrate her style, flow, and grace, which is that all-encompassing longboard criteria that the judges are paying close attention to. With that criteria comes commitment, degree of difficulty, and risk in the waves that they are selecting, as well as variety, which is why we see different types of nose rides and different types of turns being performed throughout the weekend. And scores in for last of red. It's a 4.75 for last of red. Your requirement now a 4.76 to take the advancing position. Surfer in blue, you now have first priority. White with second priority and green with third priority. Coming up in our next heat, the second heat for the women's round of 8, essentially the quarterfinals, will be Haley Otto, Nika Miller, Mason Tremor, and Tiki Willis. You can collect your jerseys from the Beach Marshal anytime. Blue taking a dedicated paddle, using priority on this. 5-2, held on, hang 10. Steps back off the nose and is looking to find that trim line now, coming through to the inside. Nice redirect here off the tail, finds another nose ride and goes down on the inside. Blue looking to improve on a 3.5 and a 6.00. Surfer in green with a score to drop through as well. And scores in for last of blue, a 5.20. Now increases the requirement on third and fourth as blue stays in second. Red now up and riding. Nice 5 to start for Avalon, and Sophia on her forehand as well on a split peak situation. Both opting to stick with this and get a little bit more footwork done. Quick taps to the nose and redirects through to the sand. So scores to come through for last of white and last of red. "13 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Surfer in green with first priority, blue with second priority. And if you're looking on our live feed, then we're seeing the replay for last of white, Sophia Collane, currently sitting in the lead. Scores in for last of white, a 5.5. Factors into your top 2 and increases your lead. Surfer in blue, you're now chasing a 6.51 to take first out of second. And still waiting for last of green to jump through. Last of red, a 5.00 for Avalon. Last of red, a 5. That now means your requirement to go from third into second. Red is a 6.20 requirement. So all scores in, surfer in white now having a paddle as well as green. White up and riding, straight onto the nose. Green now onto the nose as well. Both opting to go on the right, and a great rebound off the foam for our surfer in green, Megan Godinez. Blue now up and riding as well. White still working her way through to the inside as blue hits it off the foam for a finishing maneuver and gets a clean kick out. So surfer in red out the back with priority. Now heading into that last exchange, surfer in green was requiring a perfect 10-point ride to take an advancing position out of fourth. Red now up and riding is chasing a 6.2 as she finds a quick nose ride, gets that second. Clean footwork off. Nice redirect as well, and keeps that trim point moving forward. Finds a hang 10 on the inside section, which has been pretty difficult to do today. And as that tide starts to push forward, we're going to see that reform on the inside really start to come alive. Down to 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and we're waiting for scores to come through for all four surfers. Green has first priority. And surfer in green now having a paddle. On the web feed, we are looking at the replays for last of green and last of blue. But Megan Godina is now up and riding in real time in the green. And holds onto that nose ride, trying to go for the full helicopter. She's not going to be able to make that rotation off the finish. And we've got scores in for last of blue, Rachel Tilley, a 7.50. Last of blue, a 7.5. Takes you into first over Sophia Kalane. Sophia, you are sitting in second. Your last score was a 5.80. That does factor into your top two. Requirement now on surfer in red. In third place, Avalon, you are chasing a 7.80 to take second. And our surfer in green, currently in a combination situation, but we do have a score to come through for your last wave, and that should break your combo. So just waiting for last of green to come through. Surfer in blue has first priority, white second priority, red third priority. And second to last of green through as a 5.25. So surfer in green, Megan Godinez, you are now chasing a 7.55 to take the advancing position out of fourth. Down to 8 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock.
Well, a much more comfortable situation there for Megan, going from the combo to an attainable score of a 7.55 with lots of time to continue to build and chip away at that. Sophia comes off at the end of that ride. And moving on through the first heat of our round of 8. It's funny to say that. I like saying quarterfinal, but it is the quarterfinal. It gives it kind of a, robust sound to it. Made it to the quarters. And this is a replay for the viewers online. Thanks for joining us here for the Surfing for Hope Foundation Longboard Classic, the first WSL longboard event here in North America in quite some time. a qualifying event, and we see blue. Rachel Tilley, a nice slow get up there. Cheater 5, holds it for quite a while. Gets the other foot up in there for a tight 5. And she will cruise through, like you were saying, Shannon, when I was walking back. This high tide offering those reforms, starting to become more and more part of every ride. 7.5 minutes, priority with red, then green. We'll lock in that score for Rachel Tilley, our current heat leader.
Surfer in red sitting with first priority, green in second priority, and white in third priority. Scores in for Lasta Blue, a 6.75 for Lasta Blue, increases her lead and puts white now chasing a 7.26 to take first. Surfer in white now having a paddle and decides not to go. Surfer in red sitting with first priority is chasing that 7.80 to take the advancing position. And we're down to 6 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock.
Well, and thank you to all our supporting sponsors, Cal Poly Journalism, the department where our own Kelly Moore, who's doing our beach interviews, works. Cyberhawk is the official drone company, and we see all the beautiful drone work they're doing. You can see it right now there. Well, that was Megan. She went down quickly. Mid-State Containers, of which we are sitting in. Thanks for all the work they've put into making these comfortable judging and commentary booths for us. SoCal Roots Cannabis Dispensary, Peak Wi-Fi, 805 Beer, Liquid Death Water, and Foggy Days Coffee. And there's also the Cancer Health Fair happening right on the pier. And there's a whole host of sponsors there. So thank you to Epizemi, GlaxoSmithKline, Insight Corporation, Lucene, MyRep.com, Novartis, Seagen, and Sobi Pharma, along with a bunch of others that I'd read earlier. We do have a minute, so I might even get them in. ADC Therapeutics, AstraZeneca, Avo Oncology, Bayer Oncology, Boston Gene, Bristol Myers Squibb, and the Cancer Support Community.
Great to have them supporting this event down here this weekend in Pismo as we come down to 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, surfers. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. And we got a paddle now from Megan Godinez on the inside. Nice fade takeoff, bottom turn, straight onto the nose. Gets that quick hang 10 as well. Red now up and riding out the back as green fights through to make it past that double up. And Avalon in the red. Now trimming through after a great outside section.
Well, that's going to do Megan some good. That will replace her 1.4 and that big set wave that Avalon got out the back and rode all the way through to the inside. And now our heat leader, Rachel Tilley, just continues to swing that board left and right so easily. Another little cheater 5, so all this fun work getting done on the inside reform for all the surfers every ride. Under 5 minutes now, 4.5 actually.
That was a great exchange, so waves to come through for blue, red, and green. Taking a look on our replays for our online audience at the last of red for Avalon. She's chasing currently something in the 7s, and she gets a 6.8. So last of red, a 6.80 for Avalon does decrease your requirement. Red, you now chase a 6.01 to take the advancing position. Still waiting now for last of green, a 7.55 requirement on the board for Megan Godinez. And Rachel Tilley, our heat leader, looking to see if she can improve on that high score of a 7.5 or that 6.75 as the backup.
As I was walking back, Shannon, it was cool to see some of the competitors in the heats coming up, getting ready, passing the board area where they all have the boards raftered, and that really simple moment of them waxing their boards. There's a special sound to waxing the board, you know, just that as it's happening, and that focusing in, getting ready for the heat. We've done it a billion times, and I don't know, it's such a nice ritual.
Yeah, just that preparation. Down to 3 minutes on the clock, and scores in for Lassa Blue, a 6.8 does narrowly increase your lead. So Lassa Blue a 6.8. Surfer in white sitting with first priority. You're chasing a 7.31 to take first. Last of green in at a 4.55, so requirement stays the same for Megan Godinez at a 7.55 to go from fourth into second. And Avalon drops in a 3.75 for her last wave in red. Red, you're chasing that 6.01. And Surfer in white with first priority, green with second priority, blue with third priority, and red with fourth priority. And for those women paddling out for the next heat, please stay clear to the south side. We do have a lot of waves that are heading into that right, as you can see where Avalon's kind of looking right now. So surfers in the next heat, please stay to the south end, closer to that black flag, the 805 flag on the beach, as we've got Sophia now cruising through to the inside and looking to secure herself in that second place position.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a bigger set wave. Oh, I love that little bit of a drone angle there where it gets right over the pier. So much action. I was going to give the judges a big pat on the back because they have had their busy work cut out for them all day today, all day yesterday. It is hard to lock in scores quick enough for these surfers to keep a read. And as more surfers are going, look at this, so fast, such a quick wave. Barely enough time to get her toes up on the nose for Avalon Gall there.
And you can see how difficult it is to run to the nose when the board's pointed in a downward trajectory, so
Yeah.
in a downward line. If she's able to get a bottom turn in at the start of that, which is hard because it's a really fast wave, then she could set herself up with a little bit more of a straightforward line or even on that kind of rise. But very difficult to do what she was doing, to have quick footwork and to get that pedal back. As we're down to 1 minute on the clock, Surfer in blue sitting with first priority.
All right.
And we've got less than 1 minute to go.
Yeah, 1 minute to go. So Surfer in white in the next heat, the judges were asking you to push back towards the pier, hold your position by the pier. Thank you. 40 seconds left. That last wave for Sophia, a 5.90. And now Avalon needing a 6.11 and Megan needing the 7.65.
Blue now up and riding again on a victory lap on her way in for Rachel Tilley. Nice nose ride to start. Great flow out of that foam finish. Bottom turn and finds another nose ride as well. And our surfer in white, right by the pier, taking off for Sophia Collane with one last opportunity to increase that second place position. Nice nose ride, nice S-turn as she pedals back.
Well, we missed that countdown. Sorry about that. We're trying to be on it.
I'll sing a song for tomorrow.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
4, 3, 2, 1. Well, it does happen. In this heat in the red, Haley Odo. In the blue,
Miller.
Nika Miller. I was going to say it. In the white, Mason Schremer. And in the green, Tiki Willis.
And we got a quick paddle. Green now up and riding for Tiki Willis. Quick 5 to start. And just controls it off the tail to finish.
I noticed this yesterday, Shannon. When the tide starts to come up, there was this one little bit where it was the medium tide, and the waves were getting, they changed on the sandboard and they almost got a little wally, and then it opens back up and mellows out again. So this might be that one heat where it's challenging to find the slopier wave that's open face. They're crashing a little quickly.
Yeah, those outside sections are breaking pretty quick, huh?
Yeah.
Opening ride of green comes through as a 2.75 for Tiki Willis. Opener of white for Mason Trimmer, just in and out at a 0.50. Now waiting for Nika Miller and Haley Otto to get their opening rides in red and blue. And we've got a paddle from Haley Otto on her forehand. The goofy foot, quick tap to the nose, and she'll kick out of the section. Coming up after this, we'll be heading into our men's round 8. 2 heats of 4 surfers, and the women that have made it through have advanced into the head-on-head competition for the semifinals. Red now up and riding again. Locks into a hang 10 on a smaller section. Bounce off the foam and keeps that projection moving forward as we have white with the paddle out the back for Mason Trimmer, a quick kick in and out. And Haley Otto doing a little bit more work through to the sand. Surfer in white having another paddle here under priority, just looking to get a scoring wave on the board after a couple of kickouts. Great footwork, nice hang 5. Nice redirect as well, that board responding so nicely under her feet. And Surfer in blue now has first priority, green with second priority. Surfer in blue with first priority. And blue having the paddle, green has to give way on this wave. Blue, Nika now up and riding, great hang 5 to start. Quick steps, just times it out, doesn't rush anything as she finds 2 more nose rides through the inside and a 4th to finish off. Little bounce off the foam to end it. And scores in for last of red, a 4.00 for Haley Otto, your last score, a 4-point ride. Your first score was just a 1.5. Scores coming through for last of white as green is up and riding on her second wave for Tiki. Hangs on to that 5 for a long time. And she'll kick out. Surfer in white now with the paddle. And a little left opening up in front of her on her backhand. Nice bottom turn drive into the nose, and she'll fall out the back of that one. So scores come through for green, white, and blue. Surfer in red with priority.
Oh, well, red was indicating Haley was using priority, so I'm wondering. So, yeah, so there we go. Yeah, priority change. We're waiting for, priority is now first with white, second with red. Haley paddled for that wave and didn't get it.
Scores in for second to last of white, a 3.0 and now a 1.5. So Surfer in white, your top scores, a 3 and a 1.5 for Mason Trimmer. Nikki Miller opens up on a big score of a 6.75 for Nika Miller in the blue and sets herself up in the lead with a significantly higher score than the rest of the field. And a paddle from Mason. Uses priority on this, opts to go on her forehand, setting that high line. Beautiful posture for that opening hang 5. And now just rides off the top. She'll kick out behind. Surfer in red with first priority, green with second priority, and blue with third priority.
Well, it's nice. It's slowed down a little bit, Shannon. I mean, instead of all surfers having 5 waves ridden. But that opener for Nike, a beauty. The 6.75, the high score of the event. Mason, your last wave, a 3.90. TK, your second wave was a 4.75. So TK's in the lead. Mason Trimmer in second. And Nike in third, but that's just with the one high score of the heat.
And Red having a look from the pier now, up and riding. Great footwork, great positioning for that first nose ride. Times it out for the second, finds that hang 10. Back to the nose. And setting herself up here for a great looking reform.
What a beauty of a wave. She's getting her Weimhoff work done with the tiny long sleeve spring suit. But I imagine they stay warm, and the fact that they are, the boards are so buoyant, they're floating above the water a bit more. They're not sunk down like on a short board halfway up their mid-drift.
And it's just
25 minutes.
25 minutes on the clock, so.
Yeah. I used to do that. I always liked being a little colder in heats than too warm, personally.
Surfer in blue has first priority. As we're taking a look at some replays on our webcast. And blue with first priority, you're sitting in third place, but you do have the single highest score of a 6.75, and you're just chasing a 0.15 to get the advancing position.
Oh yeah, it was so nice. So nice.
And in that last heat, we saw Rachel Tilley with her hair still dry, making it through with a great heat win with Kelly Now.
Congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you so much.
We're just talking wetsuits and putting on wetsuits, but you got a dry one.
Yes, fortunately Shannon's letting me borrow hers because I didn't bring enough full suits, and it's really cold out there, but it was a really tough heat with all the girls, and so happy to be through that one.
It was beautiful to watch, and that left really started working for you guys.
Yeah, it's been changing so much. It's changed so much since my very first heat this morning with the tide coming in. So I was just watching the men surf out there, and they were surfing great and just trying to take tips from them. So I guess it worked out.
After your win at the Supergirl, you obviously probably have a lot of people at home who are watching you, and you have to be an inspiration to others. Who do you look to for inspiration or advice?
That's a good question. I think I really love looking up to the men and what they do on the waves and how they surf, because I think they tend to read waves so differently to how we do, and I just learn a lot from them. And specifically looking at surfers like Kevin Scrivana and Kai Salas and stuff, I love watching them. So watching them in the heat before mine was a really good prep.
Well, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Great work to Rachel, walking away with a 14.60 heat total. And a blue surfboard, a blue wetsuit, and a blue jersey, all coming together with the blue hair clip as well.
And don't forget the blue toes from the cold. And a dry hair heat. There's something about a dry hair surf. You've crushed it when you didn't fall and you didn't even have to duck dive a wave. So that's pretty powerful stuff.
And wrapping up that interview, we've got a situation out in the lineup. Surfer in green, you have first priority. Your last two scores, a 4.75 and a 4.20 for last of green. You're currently sitting in second place, chasing a 7.51 to take the lead. We've got 15 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Our surfer in red, Haley Otto, has dropped in a massive score of an 8.25. Haley, you're sitting in first with an 8.25 and a 4.00 as your high scores. Our surfer in white, Mason Stremmer, is sitting down in third with a 3.9 and a 3.0. White, you're chasing a 5.05 to take the advancing position. And we have another score to drop in for Nika Miller, looking for just a 2.2, and she gets it, a 4.6 for last of blue, takes Nika into second. Now knocks Tiki Willis down into third. Green, you're chasing a 6.61 to take second. And surfer in white, Mason Stremmer, chasing a 7.45 to take second.
Well, beautiful all around. It's great to see that ride of Haley in 8.25, pushing the excellent mark. Those waves are out there, and you know, you see it as the rounds go on, the judges then giving a little more liberty, a little more freedom. Excellent surfing there for Haley. So I think that's the high score of the day so far, and we love it. Green flying by her competitor. That's Tiki Willis. 2 Hawaiians. There we go. A quick up and out for our heat leader.
So scores to come through now for red and for green. On the replays online, we're taking a look at the last of Haley Otto. Some beautiful footwork and just redirecting through for a nice section. Out in real time, we've got White up and riding with Mason Schremer chasing a 7.45, and she goes down.
She's
going to have a swim now.
Yeah, she was holding on. It looked like she might pull it off. The rail had buried for a little bit and didn't quite work out, so she'll swim for a bit. She gets her board quickly, fortunately. And look at the lines, Shannon. These surfers must be so excited. I mean, as this tide's creeping up, 2 to 3 foot faces, glassy, rights and lefts, so much opportunity and consistent beyond belief. I mean, it's not always like that in competitive surfing, you know, longboard or shortboard, but even the longboards can cover so much ground and get waves. It's just consistent, and there's opportunity up and down the beach. They just all happen to be sitting together right now because that's the main peak, but we know that by the pier is going to happen. Down the way has happened to the south.
And we've got some movement in the lineup. Scores in for last of green, Tiki Willis, a 5.4. That takes you into a better second place position, and you're now just chasing a 5.96 for green to take second. Surfer in blue has first priority. Red with second priority. And blue now up and riding for Nika. Finds that 5 and just gets caught up at the top of the wave. Can't find that projection forward. So priority now sitting with red in first, green in second priority, and white in third priority.
Well, thanks for joining us down here at the beach on the pier, everybody. Welcome down to the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. We are happy to have you here. This event is presented by the French Hospital Medical Center. And if you're just getting down, I'm glad you are joining us. This is heat number 2 of the quarterfinals on the women's side of the draw. And in the water is Haley Otto in the red, Nika Miller in the blue, Tika Willis in the green, and Mason Schremer in the white. And here you see Tiki right now. Finds the footwork up on the nose, and that wave fades out on her right before she makes the reform. Well, we see a close-up there of our heat leader in the red on the webcam, and she looked like she was doing some breath work, keeping warm with the breath. And she has first priority. But it is Mason Schremer in the white, second priority, running to the nose on this nice left. She's midway through the board, cross steps up, doesn't make it to the nose. Nice carving cutback, full rail engaged. And now working her way onto this inside, tiniest of reforms. More graceful footwork, that balancing cross step. So you'd have to say on that wave, she never found the space to walk up all the way to the nose. Look at the whales. That's the second one. So again, it's not quite breaching. I forget what it's called when they just sort of slowly poke their head out. So I saw it just a minute ago. I saw its back, and there it was.
Just having a little look at the great action that we have going down here at the south side of the pier.
Yeah, it's amazing that a 50-foot beast can just be hidden under the surface and appear.
Yeah, it's crazy. As we see Tiki go down on the outside section and Mason working her way back out into the lineup.
So earlier there was a kayak tour that was out in front of us about an hour and a half ago. I'm sure they missed it. They want to be out when the whales are there. You can see there's some birds that have been sort of circling to where that whale is. So the California gray whales migrating south down to Baja.
And an important score has dropped through for Mason, Schremer, and White. Your last, a 6.25. That takes you into third place. You're now chasing a 5.11 for White to take the advancing position over Blue.
So yesterday the drone crew got out over the whale. It was really neat. I'm sure that somewhere through today they'll get that drone out there for the viewers at home to show the dynamic beauty of this Central Coast area. And here in Pismo, it's a lively ocean.
Yeah, an amazing experience to be able to surf and to have multiple whales just hanging out
Yeah.
within sight.
Down where I live, surfing blacks because of the canyon, the La Jolla Trench, they come up, and at South Peak on big swells, there's times that the whales are literally 10 feet away from you in the lineup, inside some of the waves. Pretty incredible, and other fishy beasts. So we're down to just under 8 minutes. Surfers heat number 2 of the quarterfinals. The top 2 surfers moving on into the semifinal. And that will switch up. It would be 25-minute heats, but then it will go head-to-head for the semifinals. So right now, 4 surfers in the water. After this round for the ladies, it will be 2 in the water.
Surfer in red has first priority, blue second priority, white third priority, and green fourth priority as blue is now up and riding. Nice size to that wave, good opening hang 5, nice redirect as she comes through the finish of the section and gets that little re-entry. Now setting herself up with the trim line here, nice cross step cut back as well, adding in some variety. And a little bit of footwork to finish with a last hang 5. Nika looking to improve on a 4.6 to put more pressure on the situation.
They keep showing Haley out there rubbing her hands together, doing the breath work. So she probably doesn't want to keep sitting. She wants to just keep riding, stay warmer riding, but I'm sure she'll find a nice warm shower after. Beautiful footwork there for Mason Schremer. She needs that 5.1 to get up into second. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left. So on, what was it, on Thursday, the sun was out. It was so clear and hot and beautiful. Then yesterday, a little gray like this hanging haze. Good thing it's clear, though. It's beautiful out, but it doesn't make it warmer, that's for sure.
As we're taking a look at last of blue on the replays. And a little bit of movement in the lineup. So small set starting to roll through, down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And up and riding, Mason on her backhand has to kick out quickly, chasing that 5.11. Last of blue was a 4.10, does not factor into the top 2. Red now with a quick in and out as well. So she'll lose priority on that wave. And now first priority sits with our surfer in green, Tiki Willis. Green, you're chasing a 5.96 to take the advancing position. Blue with second priority, you're still sitting in second. You did not increase on your situation with your last wave, just a 4.1. You're chasing a 5.51 to take first away. Red now in third priority and white in fourth priority. White chasing a 5.11 still to get the advancing position. And we are under the 5-minute mark, surfers, 4 minutes, 45 seconds to go.
Wow, and coming up in the first quarterfinal for the men's, Brandon White Connie Alla Stewart, Kevin Duwall, and Richie Cravey. I'm sure they're all checked in, but we can't wait to watch them surf too. We are watching the ladies grace the lineup, ripping the waves apart. It's funny, Haley had first priority and took that one wave that didn't really amount to much. It was a strange wave for her to take. She's in third priority and the lead. 4 minutes left. Tiki with first priority. Nika with second priority.
Green now up and riding with an opportunity. Uses priority on this, finds that 5 to 10 combo and gets stuck coming out of the hang 10. That's unfortunate.
That was.
She could have been on her way to that 5.96. The wave had a little bit of size, maybe a slightly earlier nose ride to be able to get into that 6-point range for a score. But she's now going to be sitting in fourth priority as she returns to the lineup. You can tell, though, that she's going to position herself in a different spot than the rest of the crew. And blue still sitting with first priority with red and second priority. Down to 3 minutes on the clock, surfers, 3 minutes remaining.
Well, Mason, a busy heat. 11 waves so far, and one more to come in. So I've run out of space on my monitor. And here we go again. Up, down on the south end or in the middle. She's going left. That was interesting. So she elected to go left, knowing that maybe the right would reform and maybe overcommitted on the left.
She did get a critical nose right at the start of it as we take a look now at Tiki Willis with some great footwork as well. And Tiki unfortunately unable to find that projection coming out of the finish, which is important at this stage as well, to get those opening nose rides in a critical section, but also to get that reform, to get that re-entry of some sort, and to project through.
Yeah, right now, especially at we are the super business end of the event, moving into the semifinal. But yeah, the Mason wave, I thought she was going to do a quick fade left and go right, but she elected to continue with it. But there is always that difference. It's harder to nose ride backside than it is front side, and so maybe she felt like she could get onto the nose on her forehand, being a goofy foot.
Surfer in blue has first priority, and she's just positioning herself around in the lineup.
Yeah, that was pretty crafty from the close-up web view. She definitely was motioning inside. Not quite a block, but she had first right of way. So she's going to shadow the third place surfer in Mason because that's the closest to her. Mason still needs the 5.11. Time, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Priority is with blue. Oh, wow, a split peak situation. So this is interesting. Both surfers looking to get, so that's not going to work out for Mason. Nikkei went right, Mason went left. 45 seconds left. First priority with Haley in the red. So they're scrambling to see who's going to get priority right away with 33 seconds. First priority is with green. Second priority with white. So can Mason find a wave with second priority? And 17 seconds. Oh, we're going to go with, you're going to have to watch this because I'm counting it out, Shannon. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. number 1. 10 seconds, guys. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Shannon Hughes, we are straight into it. Quarterfinal number 1. Brendan White in the red, Connie Stewart in the blue, Kevin Duwald in the white, and Richie Cravey in the green. And wasting no time, Kevin Duwald over by the pier in the right, on the right.
Locks into a hang 5 quickly. This wave starts to die out for him real fast after the opening section, but he's going to get a score on the board. And green up and riding as well. Richie from down on the south peak, getting more work done through here to the inside, and gets a little bit out of control here for the finish, but he'll get that kick out. And we've got scores to come through for first of Kevin and first of Richie.
I'm calling that extra flavor, a little extra sauce. You called it out of control. No, it was. But, I mean, it's amazing. It's out of control because this is the highest level for professional longboarding, right? But still, the fancy footwork, and as we talk about fancy footwork, gripping the toes over the nose in the red, Brendan White. Nice drop knee, arcing cutback. Oh, my. We're in for a treat. Connie had one out the back, and it fizzles.
All right, so scores to roll through, and now up and riding on his backhand in white, Kevin straight to the hang 5 with the salute thrown in. Drive off the bottom for that bottom turn, little shuffle up to the nose, and we've got scores coming through for all of our surfers. For our opener heat for round 8, we've got 2 heats, and then we'll be back into the women's semifinals, and we're getting closer and closer to those final results as we have scores that have rolled through. For first of white, a 4.25 for opener of white. Now waiting for the rest of the scores to drop in.
I just wanted to, the one boogie boarder that's just down in front, they're asking if you could just move down the beach a little ways, only because the surfers are finishing right where you are. So the one boogie boarder with the blue boogie board, I think it is, you're the only one. Could you come on in and move down south another 100 yards or so? Maybe. Whoever's with them on the beach, maybe tell them.
Richie now kicking off on the inside. So if we could have the Grommy playing on the boogie board, if you could move down the beach, please. And we've got some action happening now for Kevin Duwald. He's going to have a look and decide not to go, and using priority, it's surfer in blue, Caniella. Bolt upright, hang 10 to start, gets a quick 10 again, and finds that finishing section. He'll kick out quickly and puts together a great combo to start as he puts himself back in the lineup.
Well, thank you to the boogie boarder and the courier of the message running down. We saw him. Caniella with the that impeccable grace. Love it when he gets up on the nose, drops his hands, and then that quick little turn and hit.
So down to 20 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and we've got scores rolling through, Jeff, from that first exchange. Surfer in green currently sitting in first with 2 good scores of a 5.75 and a 6.50 for the first 2 waves of green, Richie Cravey. Surfer in white is sitting in second momentarily with a 4.25 and a 3.2. Opener of red was a 4.75, and a great score in for last of Conniella Stewart now sneaks away in second position with a 7.00 for last of blue for Connie as he's taking a look at this wave now.
Yes, look at this beautiful. Again, there it is, the classic Connie. I mean, okay, he definitely covered 10 or so yards, maybe more, full 10.
Have a family,
Cheater 5,
family interview.
heels over the nose. And that wasn't a big wave, and his last wave a 7. Where will this wave go?
So scores to come in for the backup now of Conniella. And in that last heat, we saw a great performance from Haley Otto, and she's back with Kelly.
Yes, congratulations, Haley.
Thank you.
And again, back in the spring suit, but you've got to be freezing, girl, but did a wonderful job out there. Okay, moving into the semifinals, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. That was a super fun heat. All those girls rip, and super lucky to be able to surf against them. And I look up to them, and we all push each other. So I'm super excited to be moving on. And
is there anything that you are really trying to do when you're out there?
I really love to hang 10, so I'm just gonna keep doing that.
Okay, and who are you here with?
I'm here with my dad and little sister. Yes.
And to get ready for your next heat, what do you do in between your heats?
Honestly, I'd go take a hot shower because I'm freezing right now. But probably we'll do that, eat some food, and then probably watch the previous heats before mine. So, yeah.
Good luck to you. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Well, I wonder what the food is. Is it oatmeal? Is it a hot oatmeal with some raisins and banana? Like, is it a cold acai bowl? What's the food of choice?
On a day like today, probably something warm.
Warm? Yeah.
As we've got some scores rolling through for the second to last of Connie, a 7.05, so a couple of 7s for our surfer in blue, holds him in the lead. Score now to come through for last of green, but it falls short of his top 2, just a 3.7 for last of green. And last of blue, a 3.9, so that falls out as well. Down to 18 minutes on the clock. Surfer in red with first priority, white with second priority, and blue with third priority.
Oh, nice replay there. Oh, I love it. Heels to the nose, backwards in a critical section. That is so difficult to go heels on the nose and then run backwards towards the tail, facing the tail in a bowling section, and then redirect and turn out of it. Even though the wave came in at I think that was the 3.7, but that was due to just that there was a short section. So currently out in front in the blue, Conniella Stewart. In second in the green, Richie Cravey. Kevin Duvall in third, needs an 8.0, and Brandon White needs a 7.50. Priority red, white, blue. And Kevin, one of these long rights. This one he has to be a little more traditional in the sense of standing in the middle of the board, pumping to try to get down the section. He didn't have the freedom to run to the nose and maximize the front of the board like we've seen on that wave. So that won't help his cause at the moment. 16 minutes, 30 seconds. Priority is with red and then blue.
So a score to come through for last of white. And green now up and riding. Currently sitting with a couple of great scores on the board. Perched in the pocket for that opening nose ride. Little jam out to continue down the way and gets that smooth kick out.
Here's a question, Shannon. I was just thinking, do any of them ride epoxy longboards? Everything seems pretty traditional in that it's PU, regular resin, they're heavier boards, and you want a heavier board to sit in the face of the wave. So is that even a factor?
It is, yeah. There are surfers that will ride epoxies. I know that Rachel Tilley's got the model that she's riding right now is a PU, the blue board she's been riding this week. As we see Connie straight to the nose again, looking to find himself maybe a third 7 on the scoreboard.
He's like, why? Why not go to 8s? But what a beautiful wave, gliding all the way down to the far end of the competition area. And I'm just kind of mesmerized watching the web view of it all for you at home. Notes to self, you watch all these men and women, and that's what you want to emulate if you're on a longboard. 15 minutes left, surfers. So we'll wait for that score for Connie to come in. Priority is with Brendan. You're looking for a 7.5 to get into second. Second priority with White, needing an 8 to get into second. That score comes in quickly for Connie. It's a 6.75, so it doesn't factor into his top 2 waves. And our second place surfer, Shannon, he finds a right.
Nice looking right. Gets a little bit caught on that nose ride. And our surfer in red also splitting the peak goes down, but green just cruising through for Richie on his backhand.
Well, that right has decided to show its smiling face in the last few heats, because that was a 100-yard long right from where he took off. That's going to help his cause. He has the 5.75 as his low score.
And on the replays for those tuning in online, we're taking a look at the last wave of Connie Ellis Stewart. Connie, your last score dropped through as a 6.75. That does not factor into your top 2 waves with your couple of 7s on the scoreboard. Now waiting for last of green and last of red. So red will have a second score on the board now, currently chasing a 7.5 to take the advancing position. And surfer in green sitting with a 6.5 and a 5.75 as your high scores. Green's last wave of 4.7 does not factor into the top 2. And surfer in white with first priority, blue second priority, and red third priority.
It looks like Connie has a really flexy fin when he does some cutbacks. I don't know if he does, but it looks like it just the way the board frees up. There's like a sling to it.
Yeah, so back to that epoxy conversation, there are a few of the shapers in the Longboard Tour that use Thunderbolt technologies, so those are epoxy boards as well. And a couple of the surfers in the draw this week, some of them will be still surfing hand shapes of those same models with the PU instead. But they're definitely, epoxies come into play. They're sometimes easier to travel with as well, a little bit lighter, but keeping that same shape to what the surfers would be riding for a hand shape. Yeah. It's definitely something that comes into factor. A lot of the surfers opting to ride a PU.
Yeah, I mean, because it doesn't seem like flex is the thing. It's not an optimum thing for performance. It's actually stiffness. That the rigidity is what holds the rail in the face of the wave, gives you that real tight nose riding ability. But I just wondered, yeah.
Yeah, so there are some different changes to it, and that, you know, goes to, depending on what the surfers are riding, if they want a board with a little bit more kind of pop to it. Some of them will ride a board with that epoxy instead of that real heavy PU kind of feeling.
I had an epoxy. It was a rusty, chimed nose, concave and chimed nose. It was a trip. So when you nose ride, the chimed rail would slide on you. It was a really neat sensation.
Crazy. Kevin DeVald up and riding now on his backhand, chasing a big score as scores are in across the board. And getting some work done here through the inside for Kevin. And we do have the final score in for our surfer in green. Locks in as an 8.25. Last of green, an 8.25. You are now in the lead. And he's up and riding again for Richie Cravey, who got that great nose ride section, similar to what he's on right now for his 8.25. And that is a very technical hang 10.
Monster.
The lift coming out of it, the elevation. And he'll kick out on the inside. Surfer in red now up and riding, also going for a great looking hang 10 in the pocket to start, finding that little projection through as well, and just putting that board in the perfect spot in the wave.
It's a clinic, a hang 10 clinic between the last few waves we've just seen. That was incredible. And Kevin Duwall did something that I hadn't seen so far. It was he crossed up to the nose, but then he put his back foot behind his front foot to tap the nose. So it was a reverse cross step. It was so cool.
Adding in that variety again as we see Kevin now up and riding and just drives back a little bit too hard. So current situation, we do have scores to come through for green, blue, and red. Surfer In green, currently in the lead with an 8.25 and a 6.5, another score to drop. Surfer in blue currently sitting in second. You have priority. You're chasing a 7.71, blue to take the lead. Last of red drops through as a 7.25. Last of red, a 7.25. That means your requirement is now a 6.80 for red to take the advancing position. And green up and riding, he goes down on the start. Surfer in white, you've got a score to drop, but you are chasing a 9.80 to go from fourth into the advancing position. And the score to come through at the moment for the last of green for Richie Cravey is looking to be his second best score and increase that lead.
Absolutely. Still waiting on that score. 9 minutes left in the heat. And we've had some good gains. Brendan got the 7.25. Bettered his cause. Still needs a 6.8. Waiting on the score for Richie Cravey still and Kevin Duvall. Priority with blue, then red. Kaniala, he finds a beautiful right, hangs it high. Carving turns, nice cutback. And again, he will gracefully find his way to the nose. And all these guys, so much respect that they can push it on the rail in such a fluid cutback on literally a 1 foot face with a 9.5 foot board. So what they're doing, they make look very easy, and it's super difficult. Richie, your previous wave, a 7.95. So now, Richie, you have an 8.25 and a 7.95. Last wave for white was a 3.7. There's the next wave coming in, and it's a 5.0, Kevin. So your last wave a 5, but you're still looking for a 9.05 to get into second place. Brendan, you need a 6.80 to get into second place. And I'm waiting for your score, Kaniala, from the last wave. Well, to everybody here, thanks for coming down to the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic at beautiful Pismo Beach at the pier. Right now you're watching Kevin DeWall over by the pier as we speak. High and tight, getting a lot of glide and distance with that Cheater 5. And that wave runs out with that high tide, the little swell kind of underneath the wave he was on. The score comes in for blue, an 8.5. Connie, your last wave, an 8.5. So Richie Cravey in first because he's got an 8.25 and a 7.95. Kaniala in second with a 7.05 and an 8.5. Brendan, you're in third. You have the 7.25, but your backup is a 4.75, so you know that. You are looking for an 8.31, and you have first priority. We're waiting on that last score for Kevin. It could better your 4.25, but effectively you're in a combination situation and so you just got a 5.15. Kevin, you're in a combination situation, needing a 2-wave score of 2 waves for almost a 16-point total, so up against odds with 2 high 7s. 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Priority is with red. Kevin, your last wave was a 5.15. You're in fourth, but you're in a combination situation at the moment to get into second place. So you're looking for 2 7/8 or something like that, 2 7.8s. That's what you would need in 5.5 minutes. So things full throttle here. Lots of excellent scores, lots of very good waves. 5 minutes left. So our surfer in white way over here by the pier. Now that that tide's creeping up, hoping to get some of these long rights that came into play yesterday. The other long right is that peak to the south where we've seen about 30 points be gained between a few surfers. A thank you to Foggy Days Cafe for the coffee this morning. And thank you to Zorro's Cafe and Cantina for the breakfast burrito. Looks like we've got some movement in the lineup, some beautiful looking waves. Kevin in the white with force priority. He's going to go and just, you know, ride as much as he can, but he has to go out because he has lower priority. Blue had higher priority. Goes for the 360. Kaniala getting loose and groovy, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Well, that was a first of the event. We'll take it. We've seen Finn's first takeoffs. We've seen some spinners, but no one going for a full 360. Well, for those at home, we had Richie Cravey online on his last wave. That's not going to factor into his super scores that he has already. I want to see a replay of the attempted 360 to throw a 9'6" or whatever he's riding up into the lip like that and come out and almost make it. I think his board was there. He was just laying back in the foam. 3 minutes left, surfers. Priority is with red, then white, then blue. Well, here we go. For those at home, this is Kaniala. He ran up to the nose, and then this is the attempted 360. He nearly had it. That was cool. We love a bit of fun, a bit of flair, and a bit of flavor. 2.5 minutes left, surfers here in heat number 1. White racing towards the pier. Almost bucked off, then controls it, then he finishes. So no changes in anything yet. Priority is with red, then green. We see Brendan, this is his shot now. Nice, beautiful, tight 5, walks back. Traditional cutback, back onto the nose for cheater 5. Different variances, a nice drop knee cutback there on his forehand. So he knows he needs an 8.31. There's a minute and a half left. He's milked the wave for everything it is worth and some. So Richie and Kaniala in a great position with a minute and a half sitting side by side out the back. And that the fact that green and blue have first and second priority, they can sort of sit there, not be too stressed out at the moment, and maybe just get a victory lap, beautiful ride in, get ready for the semifinals. So Kevin Duwald going forwards and backwards. I really loved what he did earlier in the heat, the cross step reverse check to the nose. That was a nice variation of all the subtleties that we've been watching for the last 2 days. 40 seconds left. Priority is green, then blue. Brendan, your last wave, a 7.35, so a beautiful wave for him, but it's not enough. 20 seconds left, and our heat leaders split the peak. They will be riding in with 17 seconds left. This heat is close to being over. Brendan, your last wave was a 7.35, so your best wave of the heat, I'll count it out, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So yes.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
One that wins in this heat in the red, Kai Salas from Hawaii. Kayamana Takayama in the blue, Kevin Skvarna in the white, and Troy Mothershead in the green. It's a 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves, top 2 surfers move through to the semifinal, and we are off to the races.
And paddling into the first exchange, Kevin on the right and Kevin on the left and Kai Mana on the right. Kevin goes down on that rail after the opening nose ride, and Kai Mana gets a quick in and out as well. So scores come through for those two. And all of our surfers opting to surf away from the pier for the start of this heat at least, which is what we saw happening yesterday as that tide pushed forward. We saw that south bank really starting to come alive, where earlier this morning they were sitting pretty much right where Kevin is.
Yeah, that south bank. I mean, but well, we saw collectively two mid-range 8s and 2 high 7s, over there.
And taking a look at the replay online for first a blue, Kaimana Takayama. Richie Cravey getting some love from the pier on his walk up the beach. Put together an excellent display of longboarding.
Sure did. So that opening wave for Kevin, a 5.50.
And Kaimana up and riding again. Longest, one of the longer hang tens that we've seen.
He was just toying with it, and I loved how he was just swinging it side to side, too.
And just controlling that nose ride from the nose, like controlling the entire board from the nose of it.
Yeah, beautiful.
Kevin also with the answer back. So those two getting off to a quick start. They'll have 2 scores on the board, still waiting for Kai and Troy to get their opening rides. Kevin, your first wave was a 5.5. First of white, a 5.5. First of blue, a 4.5. First of Kai Mana, a 4.5. Now waiting for your second scores to roll through. And online, we're taking a look at first of Kevin Skvarna, the 5.5 that's rolled through, with some great backhand nose riding.
Yeah, a short section, but I mean, boy, again, couldn't have done much more. So high and tight, all toes over the nose. Now that backup score, or the secondary score for Kevin, about to come in. And we down the beach. Troy Mothershead with his first wave, but that ride doesn't work for him. But on the left, coming towards the pier, everybody. A third wave for Kevin Skvarna. Oh, the reforms are just so beautiful for these surfers.
And Kaimana with the answer back as well. He goes down as Kevin kicks out on the inside. So we'll have scores for everyone aside from Kai Salas. Kai now sitting with first priority in the red. Score to come through for opener of Troy Mothershead, just be something in that 1 point range. He'll be looking to build. He's now sitting with second priority, goes to green. And scores in for second of white, a 3.75 for second of white. Now waiting for last of white to roll through. Red up and riding on his opener for Kai Salas. Nice bit of tip time to start off. Great posture with his arms. Drives a little bit too hard off the tail and just loses control on the finish.
He went for the big floater, and again, so just like Kayamana with that beautiful long nose ride, and maybe it's just due to the fact that that tide's creeping up, or maybe it's because they're coming left, where in the last heat, Richie and Kaniala were doing the same thing but going away from us, and we couldn't see it. Beautiful nose riding exhibition.
Surfer in green, Troy Mothershead now up and riding. Great nose ride to rail work combined at the start. Goes in for a second shorter version of exactly the same combo at the start of that wave, and continues to find more nose rides and gets that little foam hit to finish. Kai Salas now up and riding, as well as Kevin Scavarna will track with Kevin as he digs into the rail.
Man.
Puts together a powerful turn.
Totally. On a 6-inch wave, he just flared a big rooster tail on that big board. Powerful surfer. It's funny. They can be so light and graceful doing all the footwork and nose riding, and then power gouge.
Kevin's one of the best at that as well. He's really good on his forehand at just digging that rail fully in and engaging the entire rail of the board. That's something that the judges pay close attention to for critical use and really good turns on a longboard. Rather than pivoting off the tail, where you're just standing with that foot over the fin and you're kind of just passing that board back and forth like a shortboard, you want to see that engagement of that full middle and back third of the board into the water, and those are really powerful turns. As we've got scores coming in across the board. Surfer in blue currently has first priority, red second priority, white third priority, and green fourth priority. We've got 19 minutes on the clock. Scores in for second to last of Kevin Scavarna, builds on the score line with a 6.25 for your previous wave. Now waiting for your last to drop through. Surfer in red now up and riding, and a quick kick out. And our opener for Kai Salas was a 5.05. Opener of Kai Salas, a 5.05. Just a throwaway score behind that. Blue up and riding quickly, and he's out.
Well, looking at the conditions right now, Shannon, as a longboarder, you and me not as a longboarder, but I've longboarded a lot, these seem like optimum conditions. I mean, waist to chest high, rights and lefts, soft, long reforms.
This is definitely what you would hope for showing up to a beach break specifically. Great tapered walls, you know, a couple of those sets rolling through, but few and far between. Those little A-frame peaks rolling in as well. Red now with the paddle, and green with the paddle now.
I mean, look at it, and it's so consistent. Everywhere you look, surfers are up, so fans of surfing appreciate it.
Kai Salas finishing up on the inside. Troy already out of his wave. So we've got some scores to announce. Surfer in green, Troy Mothershead, your highest wave so far, a 6.90. Your highest wave, a 6.9 for your second ride. Blue now up and riding again. And Kai Salas, your opening ride was a 5.05 for red. We're now waiting for your second score to drop through. Surfer in blue on the paddle back out once he's over this wave. Kaimana Takayama, your two high scores at the moment, a 4.5 and a 5.35 for your first two waves. A 4.5 and a 5.35 on the board for Surfer in blue, with another score to drop. And white now up and riding.
Unbelievable. I'm kind of like, for a minute, my brain turned off, and I'm just geeking out being a fan going, what am I witnessing? I'm witnessing endless rides of perfection on nose riding clinic, you know? It's fun.
This is exceptional longboarding that we're getting to witness this weekend.
It feels like it.
It's really, really solid, really high performance from everybody coming through. And we've got some scores in. First two waves of white. Kevin, your first two rides, your highest two rides, a 6.25 and a 6.20. Highest two waves of Kevin Scavarna, a 6.25 and a 6.20. Now waiting for your last to drop through. Surfer in white is currently in first, blue in second, green in third, and red in fourth. Surfer in green has first priority, blue has second priority. And a score's just dropped in for last of red, a 4.75 for last of red. Kai Salas, you're now in third place, chasing a 4.81 to advance. Kaimana on another nose ride to combo through to the inside. And green, Troy, up and riding again. Currently sitting in fourth, but getting the work done to try and get himself into that advancing position. Goes from that 5 to that big cheater 5, back to a more locked-in nose ride.
I like that. He went for the heavy stall to get more out of the whitewash section, but he had a 1 in his score line. That will be gone with that last wave. He has another throwaway that's coming in, it looks like, but that was something he needed, and he only needed the 2.95. Things will change as there's other surfers with waves to score. Red up and flying down the line. Cheater 5, tight in the pocket, a little bit behind it. And he couldn't hold the rail line enough to get around that.
Yeah, that wave of red looked like it was going to taper off really well on the left, so I can see why he took off on it, but it just didn't hold. As we take a look at the replays online for last of green for Troy.
So many cool varieties in that Cheater 5 when he got way low, the hand drag. The wave kept offering up opportunity. That was what I was talking about, the little stalled, Anyway, that's going to be a good wave to back up the 6.9 with. Still waiting on that score for Kevin Scavarna to lock in. That's looking like another healthy one.
So down to 14 minutes on the clock. Scores to come through for all 4 surfers. White has first priority, red second priority, green third priority, and blue fourth priority. With a wave of consequence coming through now for Troy Mothershead, as blue is now up and riding. So we're waiting for last of green, which is going to help his scenario, as we see blue now trying to build on that 4.5 as his backup score.
There was a cool moment on that right then with Kaimana, and I don't know who was the classic, but the nose blow. You know, the classic longboard nose blow while you're hanging 10. Anyway, he was doing it.
Green up and riding again. Finding a really fun-looking nose ride.
And he goes for that expressive carve down, almost like a put the hand in the lip layback, but it's not a layback. Still waiting on that previous wave of green, which is going to be a nice score for him. It's going to catapult him up for a minute, and we just still have to see. The judges have their work cut out for them with all 4 surfers needing scores locked in.
Well, we do have the previous score of green. Troy Mothershead, a 6.25. You are now in the lead. Previous of green takes you into first. We do have another score to drop through, and we're still waiting now for scores of white, blue, and red. Last of white drops through, last of white drops through is a 6.9 for Kevin Scavarna. Kevin, you regain the lead. You're now sitting with priority surfer in white. Surfer in green down to second with another score to drop. And waiting for scores to lock in for surfer in red. Last of blue, Kaimana Takayama, a 4.9, has you sitting in third place. Blue, you're chasing a 7.80 to get second. And Kai Salas chasing an 8.10 to move into the advancing position. Your last wave doesn't look like it'll factor into your top 2, so that situation will remain the same.
Well, we had a lot of scorekeeping to catch everyone up on out in the water before we threw it to this interview with Richie Cravey, the last heat winner, and moving on to the semis with Kelly. Take it away.
Yes, I finally got him back. He had to say hi to his family real quick, give some hugs. So congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You guys were busy.
Yes, that's always the fun way to run a heat, right? Like everyone's out there getting scores, having fun, letting the surfing sort of judge how things are going and not necessarily waiting for one wave to come through and push someone above. So that's a way to win a heat, having fun.
Absolutely. And you've been having fun with your family too here on the Central Coast. What have you guys been doing?
We have been staying comfortable. We're just on the back end of a camping trip where we froze our butts off last week. So we opted for a hotel room and just come down and enjoy the contest, enjoy hanging out with friends and family and not have to worry about the unexpected stuff that happens when you camp.
The 20-degree weather in Mammoth.
Exactly, yeah. We froze our butts off with our 3-month-old daughter. So it's a nice learning lesson while we're back here having fun.
Well, congratulations again, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Great to hear from Richie, advancing through into the next round with a 16.20 heat total alongside of Coniella Stewart. They'll be into the semifinals and staying a little bit warmer here in Pismo Beach.
Yeah, where did he say he was camping?
At Mammoth.
Oh, before coming here?
Before coming here. So,
hey,
family adventure.
Camping, well, that's, put the baby in between you and let it keep you warm. Yeah. You got to have the proper equipment when you're going to go mountain camping,
It is true.
Yeah, you got
Very
to.
important, warm sleeping bags.
And mats that protect from the ground cold and the whole thing. So we have more waves ridden in that break. All 4 surfers up and gliding and riding.
Down to 10 minutes on the clock. Surfers, 10 minutes remaining. White has first priority and red has second priority as the other 2 surfers are working their way back to the lineup. We do have scores to come through for all 4 surfers across the board.
Wow. So the replay of Kaimana's wave during the break in an interview. No variety, untouched. I like what he put his hands up at the judges like, all right, I gave you every variety of toes and heels over the nose. So waiting on those scores.
Surfer in blue now has third priority and waiting for those scores to lock in. Last of blue, a 5.1 for Kaimana. That factors into your top 2, but your requirement now, a 7.8 to take the advancing position. Last of green, Troy Mothershead. A 6.5 jumps into your top 2 and takes you back to first over Kevin Skavarna. So currently, surfer in green in first. White down into second. White, your last wave of 5.65 doesn't factor into your top 2. You're now chasing a 6.5 to take first, and you have first priority. Surfer in red, Kai Salas, your last wave was a 6.2. That factors into your top 2, and your requirement now to move from third into second is a 6.95 for red. And surfer in blue currently sitting in fourth with that big requirement of a 7.8.
What a competitive heat. The lowest score of all 4 surfers is Kai's 5.05. Everyone, everything is above that. High 5s, 6s, and on, to high 6s. So nobody holding anything below the 5.05. Tight heat.
Very tight heat, down to 8 minutes on the clock, and you're speaking about the standard of surfing being so high this week for this qualifying series event for the Longboard Tour. And I think a lot of that is due to the changes that came into the longboard scene back in 2019 with Devin Howard taking over the WSL Longboard Tour and adopting that traditional model. And these surfers, whether they were already surfing traditionally or they've adopted that model to their own surfing, and it's paying off so well. And we're really able to showcase and display the best that is in longboarding and to show it as its own celebrated discipline of surfing.
Oh, yeah.
Something that's just so wildly different than what we see in shortboarding.
Oh.
And that's when those changes were brought in for traditional longboarding back in 2019 for this tour specifically.
Yeah.
And the surfers have really risen to the occasion.
Well, and I mean, through the club ranks up and down California and Australia, there's serious longboard clubs, and they've been competing and having that ethos or that mindset, the traditional, even more specific rules of like fin sets. We know with Joel's tour, that was always implemented, and it translates, and we love it. And that's, I mean, look at this. Perfect right here. Kai Salas, nice carving cutback. I mean, utilizing it so fluidly, and he walks up to the nose, doesn't quite get there because he knew he had to walk back to complete the ride on the tail. but still seamless surfing.
That was a beautiful wave. So Kai chasing a 6.95 to get the advancing position. Great combination work, controlled nose riding, right in the pocket. Great S-turn as well to redirect and set himself up for that next section. Surfer in blue now having a look under second priority, but sitting on his own peak by the pier. Just trimming through in that front third of the board, finds the nose, goes for a hang 10 quickly, pedals back, and hits the foam to finish. White now up and riding, looking to secure himself in a second place position. 5 to 10 combination, and just sneaks through that nose ride, pushing a lot of water off of it, and looking for that clean section as he comes through.
Well, yeah, and back to your point, because I mean, I remember the days of, like, well, there was a tour called the PSAA, and I remember when Ted Robinson, Jimmy Hogan, Chris Frohoff, Kelly Gibson, like all these guys went from shortboarding, and they went to longboarding, and they just turned their longboarding into shortboarding, and then they were winning because that's what they were incentivizing. So then they were the champions of longboarding, and for me, it never resonated. I'm like, I don't understand this is almost not fair. They're shifting it to shortboard criteria. So anyway, long story short, this is much more appealing. This is what longboarding is to me in my heart, and I love that all those changes were made, and Devin implemented that into the WSL criteria, and that's what we get to watch and then let it, become the beauty that it should be in a bigger forum.
And we're down to 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers, 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers in the next heat can paddle out, but please stay clear of the lineup. If you paddle out to the south end, then stay close to that black flag. If you paddle out under the pier, then please sit under the pier until that heat has finished. The actual buzzer has sounded. With green now up and riding for Troy Mothershead. And goes for that big foam climb finish. Surfer in red now up and riding. Blue with a quick kick in and out. Red flying down the line on another great looking ride. And nice dynamic drop knee carve in the pocket. And Surfer in red, your previous wave dropped through as a 7.4 for last of red. Now waiting for another score. And with that, Kai Salas, you are in the lead. Surfer in red has taken first. Surfer in green down to second. Surfer in white now in third, chasing a 6.50 to get the advancing position. White, you have first priority. And Surfer in blue in fourth, you are now chasing an 8.05 to take the advancing position. Blue has second priority. And scores through for the rest of the field. Nothing else that factors into the top two scores. So officially, Kai Salas in first, Troy Mothershead in second, Kevin Scavarna in third, and Kaimana Takayama in fourth. Kevin in white, you're chasing a 6.5, and Kaimana, you're chasing an 8.05 with 3 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock.
I kept thinking when I was looking out the back at that paddleboarder, it looked like they had red on it. I wondered if that was Rachel Chili entering the lineup from way out the back, but it's not. All right, here we go. Kaimana Takayama on this nice soft inside right, 10 on the nose, cut back there. So he's looking for a healthy score, an 8.05. Switch stance, floater cutout. He
2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Scores to come through for red, white, and blue. Surfer in white has first priority. Score to come through now for 3 of our surfers. Green with second priority and red with third priority. Coming up next, we have our women's semifinals. In that first heat, we will have Rachel Tilley up against Sophia Kalane. And in the second heat, we will have Haley Otto and Nika Miller hitting the lineup. Scores in for last of red, just a 4.1, does not factor in. Last of blue, a 5.25, but requirement remains the same as green is up and riding. Now looking to increase his second place position. White having a paddle as well. We're still waiting for the previous score of White to drop in. And White now with a great hang 10.
So Kevin needing that 6.5, a minute and 25 seconds left.
And looking to finish off on the inside. So Surfer in White, your previous score was a 6.25. You're chasing a 6.5 to take the second place position. Now waiting for your last score to drop in. And Surfer in Green with a score to come as well. Chasing a 6.71 for Green to move from second into first. Red has first priority, Blue has second priority. Green has third priority with 45 seconds to go.
Well, down to 35 seconds, Surfers and Shannon.
And we do have a priority change. Surfer in Green now with first priority. Blue with second priority, Red third priority. Surfer in White with fourth priority. Still waiting for scores of Green and White as Green is now up and riding again with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I'm going to watch and count the clock because we are below the time frame. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So 3 of our surfers ride in. We're going to take a quick commercial break and come back on the other side with semifinal number 1 on the women's side of the draw here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. So a bunch of scores to drop in for the rest of this heat, Shannon, and then I'll count in the next heat. But I think
So scores to come through now for Green, White, and Blue. Big requirements on the board for our Surfer in Blue, chasing an 8.5. White chasing a 6.5.
Well, I think it's safe to say Blue didn't get that kind of a wave, and that's fair to say. Kevin now, it's right on the edge.
SlowCal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SlowCal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Sing a song for tomorrow.
Regardless.
And scores in for Last of Blue. A 6.2 comes through as your highest wave, Kaimana, but it's not enough to break your situation. You remain in fourth. Kevin in third. And Troy Mothershead with 2 more scores to lock in will walk away in second position behind Kai Salas in the lead.
Well, they've got that all sorted, and we are back live on the webcast. About to introduce semifinal number 1 on the women's side of the draw, and here we go with the countdown. Hold your positions. All right. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And at long last, Shannon Hughes, we are into the semifinal, and we can take a little bit of a breather because there's only 2 surfers in the water instead of 4. So that minimizes, or that cuts in half how many waves will be ridden. Whew.
We get to take a little breath here with Rachel Tilley in red and Sophia Kalane in blue. Sophia coming out of the Waikiki area in Oahu, and Rachel Tilley from San Clemente, California. both competing on this year's World Longboard Tour, and both walking into Malibu next week. Rachel Tilley seated a few spots higher than Sophia heading into that final event of the year.
So I saw the ranking, it said 3 and 8. Was that for the qualifying? That's what it was on the monitor here. And I didn't know if that was for the
that
qualifying.
That is for their current World Tour ranking.
That is the World Tour ranking. So, wow, 3 and 8.
So Rachel Tilley currently equal third in the world alongside of Soleil Erico.
That is impressive.
Sophie Collane sitting at number 8 in the world heading into Malibu, with a world title on the line coming up next week.
So, yeah, to put it in perspective, ladies and gentlemen, 2 of our top 10 World Championship Tour longboarders in this semifinal right here, 4 days before they go to battle in Malibu. Oh, beautiful first ride. Rachel Tilley, Cheater 5. Again, all kinds of wonderful cross step. How much time on the Indo board? No, yeah, I think
Lots
about
of time to practice.
Yeah, on rainy days, on gross days, you know, just a little Indo board fun.
So score to come through for first of Tilley as Collane is now up and riding. Gets that first nose ride and looks for a big finish on the section. Just mistimes it a little bit, but she'll have that jump out to first priority out at backline again. And scores to come through from that first exchange.
I love it when you say backline. It makes me think of a surf break. I'm like, where's backline? Oh, outside. I got it. I dig it. That's the demarking spot where priority is determined. Backline.
Out at backline.
Yeah.
Get there, get that priority next to your name. Rachel Tilley opens up with a 6-point ride. First of red, a 6.00. And first of blue for Sophia Collane, a 3.75. Surfer in blue now has first priority. And we've got 22 minutes on the clock.
So, you know what? This is just me being me. You look at all the shortboarders, they're always doing their training videos and standing on a ball and catching a tennis ball and hopping from pad to pad. I'm like, well, so maybe they're going to show, you know, training at bar, studio bar and ballet classes, because that seems like it applies more to the grace and dynamicism of longboarding, not so much squats and lunges and, you know.
Yeah, a different sort of strength and movement.
Yeah, elongate and grace.
Rachel now having a paddle, sitting under second priority. Sophia lets her have a look at this wave, now on her backhand. Quick steps to the nose, finds that 5, goes for a second hang 5, and she's going to have another opportunity here. Maybe even one more. Pedals back to the tail and banks it off the foam.
Was there any doubt? You could just see where she was positioned, that the board was going to ride up on the foam so effortlessly. So 2, nice start, the 6, and now that backup left.
And this is fun. Now that we're in head-to-head competition, there's so many good waves on offer that we won't have to see the surfers kind of scrambling to get into some of those smaller ones to find scores, but they'll be able to wade out and have some great wave selection throughout.
All right. Yeah, take it, Shannon.
Scores to come through for this last one. Taking a look at the replay on our online webcast for Rachel Tilley. Scores to come through now as she banked it off the foam to finish. And our surfer in red drops in a 7-point ride for her second wave. Is now sitting on a heat total of a 13.00 and puts Sophia Collane with first priority. The Hawaiian now chasing a 9.25 to take the lead.
Well, thank you to Liquid Death Mountain Water, keeping me hydrated. I'm trying to get my head around it. It's so aggro, but it tastes so good.
It is some pretty good water.
Yeah. And they make the nice seltzer waters, too. They're not at this event, but I've had them before.
Doing something different, ditching that plastic bottle, which we love as surfers, to try and preserve our planet, keep our waters safe and clear, and use less plastic every day. So those aluminum cans are great. And in that last heat as well, let's take a look now at Rachel Tilley having a paddle. Surfer in red. Strong paddle under the pier. Great fade takeoff, drives off the bottom. and sets up for that opening nose ride. Now engages that rail again, quick to that second nose ride, and she'll kick out clean. And with that, we'll go down to catch up with Kai Salas, who has booked himself a spot in the semifinals.
Yes, into the semifinals you go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Good, good. Waves are fun, so yeah, feeling good.
And after today, what's your agenda before Malibu?
Just to try to free surf Malibu as much as I can. Yeah.
And we were talking a little bit about, obviously you get in the water as much as you can, but despite the surfing that you do, is there any other activity that to stay limber, strong? What else do you do?
Yeah, me, Connie, and Kelly's have been doing a little training back home at DNA Performance, just to stay loose and stay in shape. And then, we do a bunch of water sports, like we paddle canoe sometimes, and me and Connie do. And then just trying to surf. Yeah, it's cool about surfing. The best practice for surfing is just surfing. So yeah.
How important though is it to stay agile?
Yeah, it's super important. You want to stay loose and light and agile and flexible. Yeah.
Well, looking forward to seeing you surf again. We'll see you later.
Thanks. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Great to hear from Kai, currently sitting at number 6 on the rankings heading into Malibu with a shot at a world title this year. As we take a look at a great exchange going down between the Hawaiian Sophia Kalane and the Californian and Rachel Tilley. Beautiful footwork and posture from both surfers, now finishing off on the inside. Rachel with a little bit more on offer in front of her, and Sophia got some great work done out the back. So scores to come through for that exchange. We're down to 17 minutes on the clock. And Sophia with a quick paddle out the back. Scores in for last of Rachel Tilley. Before this wave, your previous score was a 5-point ride, so that doesn't factor into your top 2. We now have another score to come through for red, and waiting for a score to drop in for last of blue. And last of red is in as a 4.60, so that does not factor into your top 2. Last of red, just a 4.6. And online, we're taking a look at the replay for last of red, the 4.6 that's come through. Some great footwork, some nice nose rides, and then got some good tail work done through this inside section as well. She's currently sitting in the lead with a 7 and a 6.00. And we're waiting for last of blue, Sophia Kalane, to drop through. Sophia opened up with a 3.75, is currently chasing a 9.25 to take the advancing position, but will be no doubt chipping away at that requirement with the score to drop. Sophia, you now have first priority. Rachel with second priority. And still waiting for last of blue.
Yeah, so Rachel either just not intentionally staying busy, but being in a position wherever to, have waves of potential opportunity and keep surfing. And you and I have talked about that, and so many of the commentators, there's just some surfers that love to Well, what I was saying is, there's surfers that stay really busy, surfers that stay really patient, and so far in this event, all the surfers have been busy because there's been so many waves, 4-person heats. Now it's head-to-head, so you wonder if that might change and mellow out, and you're going to see that next week too. With time, those are going to be 35 or 30-minute heats, right? 35 possibly at the finals of the championship. I know it's 25 now.
Yeah, it is a bit of a tricky one coming into that because we only have 2 days to run the event, and we don't have that much time. We'll most likely be looking at overlapping heats for that format in the head-to-head matchups to be able to provide maybe 40 minutes on the clock. I'm not sure exactly what that schedule looks like, but it will provide those surfers. with a few more minutes and opportunities. We're down to 15 minutes on the clock. We're still waiting for the score to come through for last of Sophia Kalain, and we're going to take a look at the replay for the crew tuning in online to have a look at that second to last of our surfer in blue as scores are dropping through now. She got some great footwork and a great nose ride out the back to start and put together a beautiful hang 10 soul arch on the inside section as well. And scores are through for last of Sophia Kalain, or second to last, a 7.25. Sophia, your requirement is now a 5.75 to take the lead away from Rachel Tilley in red. So once again, that current situation, second to last of blue, a 7.25. Your last wave was just a 1. That now sets you up with a requirement of a 5.75 for Sophia to take the lead away from Rachel. Surfer in red has first priority, and we've got 13 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock.
Well, what a beauty with the judges asking us the questions they were. A 7.25 for Sophia. That's a nice way to get yourself back in the heat.
Yeah, she's fully turned it around, went from a requirement in the 9s, which is a very, we haven't seen any scores go into the 9s yet in this round, in this competition this week. We've seen quite a few 8s thrown down, but waiting for something very exceptional to go into that high, excellent range. So now for her to chip away and to just have that 5 on the scoreboard for the young Hawaiian is a great place to be sitting in.
And that's always the conversation. What will earn a 10? 10 is the potential. It's out there. The judges have it in their back pocket. Will the surfers tap it is the question. And so we've seen those high 8s. We haven't seen anyone, like you said, go into the 9s yet. But we have optimum conditions, and at one point, again, I was looking at it, I'm like, if someone's watching online, they're thinking, this is the optimal longboard beach break.
There's just such fun waves today, and plenty of opportunity for the surfers. Even when we had 4 surfers in, now that we're down to that head-to-head competition, there was so much opportunity for all 4.
I can say I don't miss it. But back to the supreme quality, like the level of what we're getting to witness is so high, and this canvas is perfect for it. If I was out there, I would not be doing what they're doing or maximizing, and very few people were. So.
And under priority, Sophia locked into a beautiful soul arch hang 5, banks it off the foam, keeps all that composure and kicks out clean. Rachel Tilley now up and riding on her backhand, goes for that soul arch hang 10. Gets a little bit caught on the finish, but she'll kick out clean. And we've got scores now to come through for red and for blue. Surfer in red looks like she'll get that priority back first, but we do have a paddle battle with Sophia Kalain paddling as hard as she can to get out there before Rachel Tilley into the priority zone, that takeoff zone. And you can see her putting some distance between herself as well. So opting not to paddle straight in behind Surfer in red, and to free yourself up just a little bit. And priority goes to our surfer in red, Rachel. Scores to come through. So last of red, just a 2.1. Now waiting for blue to see if it will match up to that 5.75 requirement. And blue already getting busy again here in the semifinals. Heat number 1 on our women's side of the draw. And blue up and riding again. Sneaks this wave under priority on the paddle back out. Gets a 5 to big S-turn combination. Great engagement of the rail. Sets that line again for a hang 10. Nice bit of lift coming through to the inside as well. And a great carve out in the shoreline in front of the fans down on the beach today.
And you hear the pier clapping, and with that under priority, that will likely get rid of that 375. So good work there from Sophia Kalain, and she was smelling the blood in the water. She's ready with 10 minutes left. The heat is on. It's going to really tighten up now. Shannon, here's a question too. Being so close to all the longboard community, and just like on the shortboard community, they get so focused in on their craft and competing that they don't divert. They don't ride other craft. In with the longboard community, it seems like they're riding different types of single fins and twin fins and fishes, or are they really focusing in on just right now the longboards, and that's what they're riding no matter what?
I think for longboarding, one of the unique aspects is that it's really difficult to longboard a lot of different types of waves. And so you'll see the longboarders tend to change up their equipment because they want to ride a board that's suited for the conditions. Now, as diehard longboarders, we want to longboard as often as possible. So we'll often surf, you know, if today was really big and maxing out, you'd still see a lot of these surfers out there on a longboard instead of something shorter. But because longboards are more challenging to ride in, say, big closeout beach breaks and other reefs like that, you'll see them stepping down to mid-lengths, to fishes, to shortboards, because they want to be surfers and they want to be in the water no matter what the conditions are like. And so we do see those change-ups coming into the equipment.
A-plus answer.
As we see in 8 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and Sophia again under priority, linking into another great backhand nose ride. And we've got scores that are coming through from that last exchange as well for Sophia. And previous wave of Sophia drops in as a 6.65. She then built on that with a 7.30. Sophia Kalane is now in the lead with Rachel Tilley in second. We do have another score to drop through for Sophia, but she's now sitting on a couple of sevens, and her last score will come through below that, so it won't factor in. Surfer in red, you now have priority, and Rachel, you're chasing a 7.55 to take the lead away from Sophia.
What a quick turnaround there for Sophia Culhane. That use and, you know, that urgency to paddle out, almost like it looked like she wanted to pass Rachel to get priority, but really, and then she ducked off to the south and got that right, and boom, 7.30.
Now, these two had a head-to-head matchup in Oceanside a couple weekends ago for the Supergirl Pro, which had a longboard event added into it last year and had another one this year alongside of the QS 3000 on the women's side. And these two had a head-to-head matchup where Rachel Tilley took out the lead. And now Sophia looks like she's in that position to get one back if Rachel's unable to find that big score. And we've got 7 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. 7 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue, you have second priority. Red with first priority. And red is chasing a 7.55 to take the lead.
Wow, so it switched. So now a tall requirement, the 7.55 for Rachel Tilley.
And a split peak situation here with red on the right, on her forehand, locked into a long hang 5 to soul arch hang 10. Keeps that control while Sophia does a similar maneuver on her backhand on the left, and Rachel Tilley kicks out on the inside. Sophia continuing through the inside here.
I'm just looking at these little rights off the pier. The first of those. What a beautiful split peak situation. Now we could have this paddle battle to reclaim priority with 6 minutes, so plenty of time for both surfers, and it is going to be critical who gets that first priority, especially on once we know how the scores lock in.
6 minutes on the clock, and surfers paddling hard to get themselves out to backline again. As we take a look at some replays online for the live feed for last of Sophia.
So it's really going to come down to that split peak and who got the maximized time on the nose, who got cheater 5s, who got a run up for 10. It was going away from us with Rachel's wave, so we'll have to wait for the judges to lock the score in. 5.5 minutes.
That's right, 5.5 minutes to go. Rachel Tilley establishes priority. Sophia Kalane in second priority and scores in for Rachel Tilley. It's an 8.75. Rachel regains the lead, and Sophia now chasing an 8.46. Sophia, your last wave was a 6.70. That does not factor into your top two. So your requirement now to take the win is an 8.46.
Wow, so as we saw the replay of Sophia coming at us, and in live time we saw Rachel going away from us, and we're trying to divide our eyes going back and forth. Well, we do get for online the replay here. And, oh, this is a great drone angle. Oh, now we see what's going on. All this beautiful footwork, long, extended, cheater 5 into 10 with a beautiful sole arch. So this is what it takes to get the high 8s.
Yeah, that was a great hang 5. Got the hang 10 as well, straight through the pocket, held it and carried it for a long time.
And added that beautiful little arching back to it. Nice.
And off of the right, which is where Sophia's big scores have come through. Now her dropping in the 7.3 and the 7.25 on the scoreboard for the Hawaiian have been great scores so far. She's going to now need a wave with maybe a slightly better quality to it to be able to get herself into that excellent range and to match up to what Rachel has put down so far for the high score of the heat, down to 4 minutes on the clock. And coming up in our next heat, we're going to have Haley Otto in red and Nika Miller in the blue. And women, as you paddle out, just be sure to stay to the left-hand side of the venue here. We do have some of those rights still rolling through in that zone, so you'll want to stay well clear of the women in the lineup, as we're down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
What an exciting exchange, back and forth, and both surfers with high 7s, mid-7s, and now that high 8. Coming up next, Haley Otto and Nika Miller.
That'll be a great matchup for two women that are hopeful to qualify for next year's World Longboard Tour. We're the two in the water right now. Going for the paddle, it's Rachel Tilley with priority. They're sitting in a good position to possibly re-qualify themselves for next year, as Rachel gets that quick footwork, big re-entry on the back, and she'll kick out. Block Sophia from taking that wave as well.
I was going to say, how exciting. So both of these surfers already going to be in the Malibu event. So this side of the draw already there. The next heat coming up, qualifying to try to get there, but not there. But they are going to find themselves matched up against either ranked 3 or ranked 8 in the world.
That's right. So it'll be a great final against either of these two women. Currently in the world, Rachel Tilley is tied for number 3 with a shot to win her second world title. Her first world title came back in 2015 when she was just 17 years old. And Sophia Kalane, currently sitting at number 8 in the world, looking for a shot for a world title, but also looking to solidify herself with a spot on tour for next year as one of the top 8. And online, we're taking a look at the replay now for Rachel Tilley's last wave. Score drop through for that, just a 4.65. Doesn't factor into her top 2. And we're down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. Sophia, you are chasing that 8.46. You have priority. And 1 minute 30 to go.
Very cool. 1 minute and 20 seconds left in semifinal number 1. It's been a really exciting heat, and it's been nice. They both caught a lot of waves, and we've got some high-quality surfing going on, or the highest quality surfing going on. Priority with blue, so she has that opportunity. She can get any wave out in the lineup to try to find that diamond in the rough, the 8.46, a very healthy score. Well, this is what we love, Shannon. The opportunity is right in front of her. A set right that's going to shoulder off all the way down the beach, high and tight, and she doesn't need to do anything but hold her line. Wow, so a long cheater 5, got all 10, float finish, and we are down to 25 seconds.
And that's definitely the quality of wave that we were hoping Sophia would have a shot on.
I mean,
very long hang 5, goes for that soul arch hang 10 as well. Tilley now up and riding with a shot to close the door and take the lead.
So 10 seconds, I'm going to count her out, and we will see how the cookie crumbles with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, it doesn't get much more fun than that. The surfer in second has the opportunity with priority, and a set right comes. Perfect shoulder.
And it keeps getting better. It only gets better.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are straight into the second semifinal. Rachel Tilley couldn't have done anything more, and that is the brutality of priority and how it works in your favor or against you. But the fact is that Sophia maximized the opportunity under pressure at the buzzer, gets the wave, and executes.
Yeah, and that was it. You know, she had the wave quality available. Her score came in just shy of what Rachel Tilley's high score of the heat was, is that high 8. But an incredible performance from Sophia and well rewarded. Great execution of the nose ride, found that soul arch hang 10 as well. Really similar ways between Rachel's 8.75 and Sophia's 8.6. And what a battle coming down to it on the finish. And now out in the lineup, our semifinal number 2, Haley Otto. For those of you tuning in online, we're seeing the replay for Haley's opening ride in red. She is in the lineup up against Nika Miller, who now has priority in the blue.
That was fun. I love it. What a way to go. So heartbreak on one side, exultation on the other. One of them into the final, won a great result to, make it into the semifinal of the inaugural event here in Pismo Beach. So incredible.
And really tight in the heat totals as well. Sophia took out the win with a 15.90, Rachel Tilley with a 15.75. So just that backup score coming into play as far as who was going to inch ahead for the win.
And I wonder, the calendar worked out perfect for these two events to kind of bookend at, just like the U.S. Open and the Supergirl and the finals all happened, this leading into the Longboard Championship.
Nika Miller now up and riding in blue. Great backhand work to start things off. You get that opening ride. Love those cross-step cutbacks that she's been bringing into the conversation this entire week. Well controlled and nice finish on the inside. Scores in for first of red was a 3.25 for Haley Otto, a 3.25 to open up.
I guess what I'm alluding to is it would be cool if the calendar worked out like it did right now every year to come, and the Malibu, if it stayed at Malibu and the finals were the week after, then this can just grow its profile because more and more surfers would want to come participate leading into that. I don't know.
It's so true. There's so much potential for the future as Haley Otto gets a quick in and out. Yeah, it's been great to see these events run back-to-back this week.
Yeah.
And for the fan base to be able to see, excellent levels of longboarding displayed for the qualifying side of things for longboarding, as well as the World Tour event that will be our crowning event for next week at Malibu. And we've got a couple of waves and scores to come through. For first, a blue, it looks like she'll get the nod on the opening exchange as we take a look here at the replay for those viewing online for Nika Miller. And again, just great bit of cross-stepping through that middle third of the board. Nice tap to the nose to finish again. And waiting for that score to roll through. And the second of our surfer in red.
Well, and for surf fans here and there and everywhere around the world, it's just been a bonanza because as far as the West Coast swing, it was U.S. Open, World Championship Finals, Supergirl Pro, ISA World Championships, leading for the Olympic qualifier into this event at Pismo that follows up, and then across the ocean in Portugal, the first day of the Challenger Series for the men and women. So there's just surf, and more surf happening all over the place right now, leading to these pinnacles of championships and qualification and storylines. And I'm just a fan, Shannon.
I am too. And we got scores in. First of blue, a 4-point ride. First of blue, a 4. And second of red, a 2.40. So red currently sitting in the lead with 20 minutes on the clock. Red has first priority, blue in second priority. And blue is just chasing a 1.65 to take the advancing position. Red now up and riding for Haley on her backhand. Gets another quick ride, and she'll kick out, looking to build on that score line. And on the replays online, taking a look at last of red with a beautiful hang 10. Perfectly poised in position and finishes out well. So that'll come through as our highest score so far, with scores to drop for last of Haley. Just waiting for one more from the judges. And there it is, a 5.25 for Haley Otto. Sets you up in the lead. Nika, you are now chasing a 4.51 to get first away from Haley. And Surfer in Blue, you have priority with 20 minutes on the clock.
What's wrong? No. Wrong?
That's what I was trying to do.
What are you trying to do? Tilt? It's right here. Yep.
Oh no, they're tumbling down.
Oh no.
And in that last heat, we saw an incredible performance from Sophia Kalane, walking away with the win on the last wave to roll through in the heat. And she's with Kelly now.
Yes, indeed. Incredible performance. Congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you so much.
And you guys surfed against each other in the Supergirl Pro. So how was it for you in Pismo? A little different.
It was a better result for me, but she had the upper hand at the last contest, so she put up a good fight, and I'm stoked to see her in the semis again.
And how does the energy change when it's just two of you out there compared to four?
It's completely different. It feels like honestly better because like you can be more picky with your waves, but it felt really good.
Well, congratulations. What are you going to do now?
Probably go stand in the shower and warm up or something.
Okay, go get warm, girl, and congratulations. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Back to our live coverage.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Sophia. Huge results, and she's into the finals against one of these two in Haley Otto or Nika Miller. And we've got another score that's dropped through for Haley Otto, a 4.75 red for your last wave. That increases the requirement to Nika to a 6.00. And we're seeing that replay on the live coverage for last of Haley, that 4.75. So situation with Haley in the lead on a 10-point heat total, and Nika chasing a 6-point ride. Nika has priority. Haley Otto up and riding once again on her backhand. Great hang 10. Can see those ankles glued together. Oh, and she goes down on the finishing section.
The swing weight of the board, but it got away from her there. Beautiful, beautiful hang 10. We're going to have a very nice highlight package at the end of the event, Shannon. I love this replay. There we get to watch all this beautiful footwork. There's the classic hang 10, and you see that nice lift just for a second.
So sneaking a couple of waves under priority for our surfer in red. Blue being very selective with waves so far. She's only taken off on one wave. She's got a 4-point ride on the scoreboard, and she's now up and riding on a good-looking set on her backhand. Great posture, and connects for that hang 10. Grabs the rail now to just slide around that foamy section and hope to find that green face once again.
Ooh, I like that drop knee, grab rail technique to control it.
And she'll finish off on the inside. Now last of Haley, a 5.60, 5.60 for last of red, increases that lead. Surfer in blue now requiring a 6.85 to take the win. And scores to come through now for last of blue.
No.
Red with the paddle on her forehand. Quick steps to the nose. And she'll kick out.
So she's staying very busy now, building a 5.2 and a 5.6. I love these replays. It is just pristine conditions. Holds that cheater 5. Back and forth with trying to get all 10 toes on there, but the wave didn't work out, and I like how she controls the little grab rail. Great camera work happening. But right now, she finds herself in second position with the 4 and the 4.55. Haley Otto out the back with priority.
That's right. So last of blue has locked in as a 4.55. Nika, your requirement now, a 6.30 to take the win. Down to 15 minutes on the clock with red in priority. And these two surfers both living on the island of Oahu in Hawaii. Looking for those points towards qualification for next year's World Longboard Tour. We're hoping to see one more event added into the calendar the first half of the year, which will count towards qualification, same as this event. And then it will be likely that we see our World Longboard Tour kick off in the back half of next year with 4 events on the calendar. We're not sure where those 4 events will be yet, but I think they'll probably make the announcement after Malibu next week. So something fun to look forward to.
Yeah, that would be fun. It'll be exciting to hear. We threw out some good names yesterday. We have good ideas.
There's some great spots around the world.
Take it to the places we like the most. We're down to 13.5 minutes. Haley Otto's still out in the lead, holding the lead with priority. Nika needing a 6.3, not a huge requirement. This high tide filling in for another hour or plus or so. And it is so favorable. Coming around the corner, we have our first semifinal of the men's. Richie Cravey versus Kaniala Stewart. So in that last heat, we got to see the number 3 ranked versus the number 8 in this coming up semifinal. We'll get to see Kaniala Stewart, who is currently ranked number 1 on the men's championship longboard tour. So this could be a split peak situation. Blue gives way, but decides not to go. Haley Otto, again, walking gracefully, trying to find the steeper section on that wave, and it has nothing to offer. So that one won't factor into her 2 top scores so far. We're waiting for this one to break open, Shannon. That last heat, we had throwaway 6s, and everyone was in the 7s and 8s.
Yeah, there hasn't quite been the rhythm within this heat that we saw in the last one. Still really beautiful surfing, but maybe a lack of those good set waves as well with those critical sections. Taking a look at our live replays with Haley Otto. Having a look at that last one. So Haley, you're currently sitting in the lead with a 5.25 and a 5.60 as your high scores. Staying active now on a smaller size wave on the inside. 5 to 10 combination, holds it for a long time on that hang 10 and just falls on the finish, so that will go incomplete. But trying to control that nose ride through and gain a little momentum. Surfer in blue being very patient within this heat. Just the 2 waves that she's picked off, dropping through as a 4 and a 4.55. Knowing now with that 6.3 requirement that waiting it out is worth it for one of those better looking waves. To be able to get one of those solid nose rides, the waves that we saw, those excellent 8-point rides coming through in the last heat for Sophia and for Rachel, came from waves with substantial quality to them as well.
Well, a quick shout out. Thank you to Sunsets of Pismo for our Saturday lunch. I went with the burger.
I did too.
Okay, so 2 burgers down. But we've been a little too busy to eat them, but I know it's going to be delicious because it smelled really good. So thanks again to Sunsets of Pismo. We need our local sponsorships, and we appreciate all of them. So once again, Shannon, it couldn't be more pristine, perfect conditions for this longboard event. The tides have been so favorable, and we still get to watch this whole semifinal, 2 more semifinals, and then 2 finals. So a lot of fun on offer for the rest of the day. Thanks for joining us down here on the pier, and thanks for joining us online. Shannon Hughes and Jeff Baldwin delivering you all the information and the action.
It's been 2 short days of surfing, but there's been a lot crammed into it.
Yeah, yesterday I went home fatigued. I think you might have also. The judges were indicating how tired they were because, you know, as we're just having to talk all day long without a break at all, as there was 40-plus waves in every heat, they had to judge that many waves and keep it, you know, consistent, and that's a really hard task. So great job to the judges and the spotters and the priority judge. I mean, the priority changing over in the 4-person heat so quickly. But here we sit, 9.5 minutes. Haley Otto out in the lead in the red. Nike Miller in the blue with first priority, needing that 6.30 still to take first and advance into the final. We know that Sophia McLean on the buzzer beater from the last heat got the score and jumps into the first final, or into the final as the first surfer on the women's draw.
And Nika now with the paddle up and riding. So being selective, only taking off on our 3rd wave of the heat so far, finds that nose ride in behind the section. The wave closes out on her there, but she's just staying in that cross step position, using that middle third of the board well. And she'll kick out knowing there's not going to be much scoring potential left on the inside.
Yeah, you could feel it right in the middle of that wave when she was behind the section. She knew, oh, the green face is gone. And watching online, you can see right here, it just got ahead of her. And there was nothing more as far as just the open face for potential. Knowing she needs the 6.30, cut her losses short, get back out.
Scores in for last of blue, a 3.65, so situation remains the same.
Oh.
With 8 minutes on the clock. And it's been so fun to be able to see Pismo Beach and the longboard waves that are available here. I mean, taking a look down the south side of the pier here, there's so many peaks, there's so many fun waves for, you know, the surfers that are still in the draw to be able to get some free surfs in if they want to in between their heats, for the surfers that have fallen out, as well as all the local community. There's plenty of waves and just really fun, soft, rolling beach breaks.
Yeah, it's funny, on my little breaks, I'll look at the north side. It's so packed, and the south side's wide open and looks more fun. And that is what is happening with Nike Miller on that wave, having fun, touching the nose, touch it again. I love how she pedals forward and pedals back so quickly.
Yeah, now starting to get busy. She's going to look for this little finish on the inside too. Again, engages that cross-step cutback and will have a paddle to get herself back to the top of the lineup with Haley. But now starting to be freed up. And that's what we saw in that last heat from Sophia Kalane, was that she actually got her backup scoring waves, or a few of her highest scoring waves, while she was under priority, sneaking them through, building on those 7s in the score range, and then in the very end ended up with that 8
well, that
on
was
a good size set.
Yeah, that was the turn of the heat, that situation where she didn't quite get the score.
And a good scores just dropped through for Niki Miller, a 6-point ride, so paying off to stay busy under priority. A 6 on the scoreboard now for Nika means she only requires a 4.85 for our surfer in blue to take the lead over surfer in red. Red now staying busy and trying to ditch the 5.25 as her backup score. Setting up that line, and that wave's really soft. It hasn't even properly broken yet, but you can see just how well she's using her equipment. Gets to that nice poised hang 10 through the inside as well. And that Michael Takayama, the faithful blue with the flowers on it. paying dividends.
Yeah, and she wasn't going to give up. She got another 10 with the fin dragging in the sand. I mean, the wave was maybe 2 inches. So a nice next wave for Haley there.
And time call, 5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. And score in for last of Haley Otto. It's a 5.95. So Haley, you did increase your lead with a 5.95. Nika, you now chase a 5.55 to get the advancing position. And online, we're taking a look at last of red, the 5.95. Great footwork, and here we can see that beautiful hang 10 through the inside with that space between the nose of the board and the face of the wave. Finding that little bit of lift coming out of it. And we're down to 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers in the next heat can take the lineup, but please stay clear of the women in the water.
Time flies when we're having fun here and watching beautiful longboarding. So again, last night, the Surfing for Hope Foundation benefit gig, the fundraiser and silent auction was so nice, but we'll get back to that right now. With priority, Nika. She is looking for the 5.65. And all she's had is green face, but I'm wondering if there was anything critical enough on that wave to offer the opportunity.
You could see on that last wave for Haley to get that 5.95, which is just above the requirement for Nika, that it really took that dynamic nose ride, and in that critical section for her to actually have that lift coming through it to get into that better score line on a wave that wasn't going to facilitate a big score, to kind of surf up the score of that wave where it was maybe only going to offer a 4 or a 3, but her actual nose riding bringing it up higher. So for Nika, we're taking a look now at the replay online.
She never really found the nose, just the way the wave was. She was stuck in the middle of the board, cross-stepping, hoping to get there. 3 minutes and 45 seconds, so things looking good at the moment. Red with first priority.
And last of blue comes through as a 4.05. That doesn't factor into her top 2 waves. And still chasing a 5.55. Surfer in red now has first priority as we're down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And we will see blue take off under priority here. Surfer in red had to think about it but decided not to go. And blue gets that quick nose ride to start, engages the rail a bit, now finds another hang 5 on her forehand. And if this wave continues to offer her some pocket through the inside, she's looking to just keep that trim line in flow and that great use of the middle third of the board. Those are things the judges are also paying attention to. We don't want to see any downtime, just standing still and trimming. We want to see that little bit of footwork through the middle third.
I wonder if those are friends and family, if she's going to high-five them.
Looks
Words
like
of
it, huh?
encouragement. Yeah, go, go.
Some fans down on the beach. Taking a look at the replay now for last of blue online. And gets that quick hang 5. And then just positions it here again, gets another longer extended hang 5 as we see Surfer in red with a quick in and out in real time. And for Nika just finishing off on the inside on the replay. 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Score starting to lock in now for last of blue. Looking to improve on a 4.85 as her backup score. Sorry, a 4.55 as her backup score. And she does that now with a 4.85, but requirement remains the same. Haley now up and riding. Uses priority on this. And she'll kick out, wanting to apply pressure even under priority now to Nika.
Wow.
So Surfer in blue, your last wave, a 4.85. That does not change your requirement. You are still chasing a 5.55 to advance. And with priority now, we've got the set of the heat approaching.
That was so interesting. Haley had priority and then took a couple waves of which really she didn't need. And look at this situation that, oh my goodness, right then, like you said, Shannon, the biggest wave of the heat and everything had switched, but Nika couldn't get onto that right. That was almost a mirror image of the last heat.
Just couldn't quite get onto that set in position. Now she's still holding on to priority. You have 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock. And still chasing the 5.55. Surfer in blue has priority. Red with second priority. And we have 60 seconds on the clock.
And that was, well, it looked to be the best wave of the heat. If someone were to have gotten it, well, woulda, shoulda, coulda, but the stars all aligned for that one moment, and then it unaligned. Incredible. 44 seconds left.
May have another opportunity here. You can see this bump starting to roll through. Surfer in blue has first priority. Down to 35 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time for this wave. And Nika with a strong paddle, and we're going to have a split peak situation. The best wave possibly for both surfers. Haley kicks out. Nika continues down the line after finding that opening nose ride. Pedals back to just stay on her feet through that section.
Oh, Shannon, I wonder, she only got that opening nose ride and then a lot in the middle with 10 seconds. I'm going to count it out. Red is finishing. Blue is finishing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, a lot to unpack there. Viewers at home will come back on the flip side after the commercial, deliver the information, who advances through into the final. Same with you on the pier here. We have got it.
I'll sing a song for tomorrow.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
Haley advancing through to match up with Sophia Kalane in the women's final.
We have to be on our game. We can barely catch up, and it's already going on. Okay. Well, well, well. Haley Otto in the red holds on to that victory, moving on into the final. And straight away, Richie Cravey with under a second up on the first wave. In sync with us, counting down the clock. Connie Alla Stewart in the blue. Well, exciting times, 25-minute heats, top 2 waves. Up again, Richie Cravey got a 3.5 on his first wave. Here he stands poised, almost 10, but that wave fades out on him. So that second wave comes in. Richie Cravey, a 1.50, opened with a 3.5. Connie Alla with priority, 22 minutes and 40 seconds. Hasn't got a wave yet. He knows what he's looking for. That peak has been the golden area right there. The long rights, the lefts into the pier. Big playing field. Somewhere during one of the heats, there was a couple of unridden waves, these rights that came out of nowhere, 2 or 3 of them off the right up to the pier that were beautiful. And then we've seen those odd freak set waves that came through at the end of both of those last heats, which worked out in one heat and not in the other. Where's the... So we see some movement there. Kaniala moving up the beach. Well, thanks again to all of our partners. Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic here, presented by the French Hospital Medical Center. And it's hosted by Surfing for Hope Foundation. Thank you to the Vespara Resort here. That's a beautiful place to stay. I thoroughly enjoy myself every time I get to come up, so thank you for that. Thank you to our supporting sponsors, Cal Poly Journalism, Cyberhawk, which is our official drone company for the event. And if you've been able to watch online, you see the beautiful drone angles. Mid-State Containers, that's where we sit and do our judging and broadcasting from. SlowCal Roots Cannabis Dispensary, Peak Wi-Fi, 805 Beer, Liquid Death Water, and Foggy Days Coffee. And we're happy to have the Cancer Health Fair sponsored event happening on the north side of the pier all day today. And that's some good housekeeping right there. We'll get back to the surf action. We're just waiting on Kaniala to get himself into this heat. Plenty of waves, but it looks like right on my cue, he is up, gliding in, sliding in, flowing in, up on the nose, 10 over the nose, cheater fives, cross steps, and a nice little jib pump in the middle. Back on the tail and whips it around. So as I'm watching him out the back, oh, heels on the nose, spinner. Richie Cravey has something to say about it too. Will he get past this section into the green face again? He will, ladies and gentlemen. Nice, rips a cutback off on the sand. And he's not done yet, floats it. So high levels of commitment by both surfers, bringing us so much action. Kaniala with his first wave and Richie on the left behind. So for the viewers at home, this is going to be a really cool replay scenario. Sort of stalls and then gets the low cheater five with the hand drag. Love that. Reverse heels off cheater five and then to both heels off. Fluid floater between, and then made the connection for more fun work on the inside. So what a wave for Richie Cravey. And then Kaniala got his opener. He's back out in the lineup with first priority. Blue, you have first priority. And we'll deliver those scores when we get them. So thank you to you both for such beautiful surfing. And we got 18 more minutes of it in this heat. Well, both surfers sitting next to each other. Again, that's the peak of choice at the moment. Scores almost in for blue and for red. And the replay online, Kaniala with that classic 10 with the hands drooped by the side. And that board seems to turn on a dime for him. The cutback's so easy. So contrasts in style, lots of grace and maneuvers happening for both surfers. Thank you to Foggy Days for the coffee. Thank you to my daughter, Annalise, who's joined me in the booth. She brought me a coffee.
All right. Congratulations, Haley.
Thank you.
Oh, that was a nail biter again. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty excited and happy. That was a little close one, but I'm happy to make it through.
And now you get to surf against a fellow Hawaiian and one of your good friends. How does that make you feel?
I think it'll definitely be a fun one. Me and Sophia grew up surfing together, and she's always pushed me, and it'll be a fun one. I love her.
How long have you been surfing?
I've been surfing for about 10 years. Yeah.
Started the journey when you were just 7 years old, I think you said. And what are your goals looking forward?
I'd hopefully love to qualify for the 2023 tour. Just keep surfing and yeah, just as long as I'm having fun, then yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations to Haley. Get warm, please, because you do have a final coming up. And thank you, Kelly. And talk about wanting to qualify. Well, as there's only this one qualifying event so far, making it into the final, you're guaranteed 800 points. So if you get in the final and win, it's 1,000. If you get second, it's 800 plus a little cash. So well on your way to being the top-ranked qualifier. Well, guys, out in the water, your scores did come in during that interview. Richie Cravey, you got a 6.0 on your third wave. And Kaniala, you got a 7.5 on your opener. So as it is, Richie is in the lead with a 3.5 and a 6.0. Kaniala with your one wave, a 7.5. And Blue, you do have priority. 15 and a half minutes left. So there's a lot of action happening. And a great result so far. Haley Otto into the final wanting to qualify. And I was saying afterwards, well, you're well on your way because you've made the final and you can only get 1,000 points or 800 points. And there's only one at the moment. So you'd either be ranked 1 or 2. So I guess in this situation, if there is only one, you have to win to get that one qualifying spot, which I hadn't even thought of till right now.
Especially with
pressure's on.
The couple of Hawaiians that are in that women's final.
Yeah.
So down to 15 minutes on the clock, and the pressure is on now for Connie Stewart. Just chasing a 2-point ride. He's got a 7.5 on the scoreboard. And it's been a bit of a quiet heat here, though. Not as many waves rolling through. And I just had a chat with Nika Miller during her, just coming out of her semifinal, as we take a look at the live replays online for Connie with that 7.5. Some beautiful footwork, nice nose rides. Goes in for that finishing section as well and drives through that turn. And Nika was just mentioning how slow it felt in the lineup and how difficult wave selection feels now that we had that little pulse earlier on, and it seems to be, you know, a bit of a lull through the last maybe 40 minutes. But Richie making it look so easy out at backline, finding himself on the set that he's been waiting for, looking to improve on that 6-point ride on the scoreboard so far.
And I think we get Tosh Tudor maybe in the back.
Somebody in the back. Huh?
Yeah. Well, so both things, yes, incredible wave there. Richie Cravey getting another nice wave, so he's going to get rid of the 3.50 in his line easily. And you were saying Nikkei, so for them to adjust all of a sudden from going 4 persons in a heat to 2 and the lineup seeming barren and a lot more time and the urgency changes, and it's really hard to switch gears mentally into head-to-head competition as opposed to 4-person.
And even for that second women's semifinal, the first one with Rachel and Sophia had so many good waves rolling through it. It was really more consistent. There was a little pulse in the action, and so they just had a little bit more on offer, a little bit more opportunity. Where Nika said it felt like in her heat suddenly things died. She waited with priority for a long time, waiting to get that right wave and put herself in position, and that moment just never really facilitated itself, which is it's a tough position to be in for surfers as they're, you know, waiting it out through a whole day. It's a big day of surfing. A lot of these, you know, all these surfers are surfing multiple rounds. So comparing one heat to the way the surf was in your earlier heat, or how the conditions were and how those little lulls can come into play when competitive surfing is what we're dealing with.
And so I guess the takeaway is got to put that in the memory bank of, oh, that's how the head-to-heads feel and flow completely different, so that you can kind of draw on that to be ready the next time you're in that situation, to understand it's a completely different cadence and pace, spacing, just everything to it. And it takes a while to have that experience build.
And also just to, you know, remember that we're dealing with nature and you just have no idea when the next wave's going to roll through. And so sometimes you get those little pulses of action and then they just decide to take a break and the ocean goes to sleep for a little while. Well, scores coming through from that last exchange. Richie Cravey with a 7.00 increases the lead. Connie, you are now chasing a 5.5 to take the win. Blue still sitting with priority. Nice and patient. And that score that he requires, a lot lower than the single score he has on the board right now of a 7.5.
Well, that's the luxury of opening with, excellent scores or nearly excellent, that your backups are lower. And even if your competitor is getting really strong scores, unless they're passing you, you're always going to kind of be in that comfortable driver's seat. I mean, obviously ranked number 1 for a reason. He knows how to find those, and I don't know because I haven't seen the stat, but I have a feeling from even just watching him in this event, the average heat score totals of 2 waves generally is passing 14. They have that stat where over competition years, surfers average is sort of something, and I have a feeling he's always in that 7+7 range.
Yeah, he's a very consistent competitor. Connie's taken out some big wins as well on the World Longboard Tour over the last 4 years or so since the 2019 season. So that's been exciting to see. Even going back to 2017, he's had some really solid results. And Richie Cravey, a surfer that is new to me this week and been really impressed with his surfing, putting together an excellent display here in Pismo Beach this weekend. Sitting with 2 high scores at the moment of a 7 and a 6, and sitting under second priority. Connie now trying to, decide where to position himself in the lineup, sitting on that peak, maybe having a look for those rights again. And we're down to 10 minutes on the clock, surfers, 10 minutes remaining.
Well, yeah, what a departure. So you were just alluding to it in talking to Nike after her heat, and here you have Kai Salas, who, Connie, sorry, I was looking at the next heat coming up, sitting out there with just the 1 wave ridden, and in every heat so far he's had 8 waves, 9 waves, whatever it was. So he's switched gears, obviously, knowing I just need 2 waves of this score and fine.
And it does free you up having that head-to-head competition. And the longboard crew are pretty familiar with head-to-head competition. That's been introduced into their formats for years and years. So getting into these finals days where they get to surf with just the 2 surfers, they're very familiar with it. But it does give them that opportunity to just be more patient, to wait out and to pull in that strategy of a better wave selection. And knowing that they're going to be able to, find themselves in that priority rotation a lot quicker than having the 4 surfers in the lineup like you were talking about before.
It always blows me away how you'll see surfers sit for what seems like 20 minutes, and you're thinking, man, aren't they getting cold? And instantly they get a wave and they're just straight on point. So they're not freezing in the water mentally or physically, and they don't lose a beat. They're just up and riding and ready for it. 10,000 hours plus.
Coming up in that next heat will be Kai Salas and Troy Mothershead. Kai sitting at number 6 in the world with a shot to win a world title coming up next week. And Troy Mothershead looking to qualify for next year's World Tour. We've seen Troy competing at this level before, back in 2019 when the events opened up to having multiple global qualifiers. And Richie Cravey as well. So in this, the final 4 men left in the draw between Conniella Stewart and Kai Salas, the 2 Hawaiians, both riding the same boards. Kai's the shaper and Connie rides his equipment. They are both on the World Longboard Tour right now with a chance to win a world title next week at Malibu. And 2 of the other surfers in these semifinal matchups between Richie Cravey, currently in the lineup, and Troy Mothershead paddling out next, they want to have that opportunity in the future. And they've done really well. To get semifinal results is solid, especially if we do end up seeing another longboard qualifying series event added into this North America and Hawaii region this year, or coming into next season. Then we could see these semifinal results really paying off. Of course, those wins are going to be really important, but getting the semis will be great results as well for our 2 surfers representing the USA that are currently in the water.
Yeah, because, as it plays out, if the 2 World Tour surfers make it through into the final, and that's how it plays out, those semifinal results, it's the battle of, they'd be tied effectively. And what do they do if there's only one event?
I don't know. We'll have to see what
happens.
Right.
The story's unfolding as we go through. But if one of the qualifiers not in the finals next week makes it through to the final, they will be in the lead and holding that 1 spot effectively right now.
Right, because the two semifinalists would be tied for points out of
Yeah.
the same nation. And for the two Hawaiians, for Kai and for Connie, they will very likely be requalifying themselves through next
Exactly.
week because we'll take the top 8 from the World Longboard Tour this year for the men and women. We'll requalify automatically for next year's tour. And then we'll have regional qualifiers like this running around the world. So right now we're getting a great display of Hawaiian and American surfing.
Well,
As we see Connie on his backhand.
he didn't want to wait any longer. He's like, enough already. So he gets his chance. He gets this beautiful left, swings it, cross step. He got himself up on the nose, and it wasn't a critical section like steep-wise, but still, as always, graceful, clean, beautiful, heels on the nose just to add a little flavor right on the shore, and now he has his backup. He needed a 5.50, though, so we'll see where the judges decide where to go with it. Very small wave. Surprised he even caught the wave.
It did have a nice pocket to it, though. He got that nice hang 10 out the back. So waiting for the score to come through now from the judges. Time call down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And online, we're taking a look at the replay now for this first of Connie. So great hang 10 there, nice and perched in the pocket. Really tight with the ankles drawn together. Adds in so much variety to his footwork here as well, and great use of the rail and control. So judges taking their time with this score to lock in. Connie's chasing a 5.5 to take the lead away from Richie. And he got the hang hills on the finishing section as well, Jeff.
It's hard to comprehend. And I was noticing, so the hang 10s variety, we've seen hang 10s where the feet are wide and separate off of the edges of the nose, swinging it back and forth. There's straight toes with feet together. There's side foot angle, which Connie had on that last one. It's so neat. Well,
all right, so scores are in. Last of Connie, a 4.75 does not make the requirement of the 5.5, and Surfer in red stays in the lead. Down to 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Red now paddling and up and riding on his own solo peak. Looking for the left.
Going for the signature hand drag again. Oh, yeah. Oh, and board pokes in, so that's not going to give him any gain in position. He, potentially could have bettered the 6, putting more pressure on. So priority flips over to Connie. They're at separate ends of the surf break anyway.
And that wave didn't really stand up with that pocket to it, that good dynamic wall. The high tides making things a little bit sleepier in the water right now. It's also making some of those sections a bit softer. So that's where Richie wasn't able to get that nose ride complete.
Well, we see something, and we see Connie was motioning. He was paddling somewhere. It looked like something to him. He's looking left and right going, wait, what happened? So
The illusion.
The illusion. Well, we had those whales earlier, and where are they? When are they going to come back and visit? Connie with priority. Still needs the 5.5. We've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Red has another paddle, can't get into it.
So right where Connie's sitting is where we saw those mystery sets come at the end of both of those last women's semifinals. Will there be another one? Richie Cravy's just going to stay up to the south and say, I'll ride these lefts. Why not? Better the 6.
This is a good-looking left also for Richie. Great and in the pocket. Finds that hang 10, gets that levitation coming out of it, drives through the rail on the cutback as well. And that was a great-looking wave. Still getting some work done here through the inside, making good use of the tail.
Cool to hear his support crew on the pier screaming. I can hear him even through my headphones. So, Connie, there's 2.5 minutes left. You still have first priority, and you still need the 5.5.
So scores to come through now for last of red for Richie. Looking to improve on a 6 and a 7-point ride to put more pressure onto Blue. Blue now having a paddle. And you can see him checking left and right there to decide which way he's going to go. He's going to opt to go for that right to try and find a nice critical nose ride. Gets that first hang 5 and decides that wave's not going to facilitate the score that he needs. So he kicks out to gain priority again. See if he decides to take a spin on this one. He's going to let this wave go unridden as well.
So time ticking, 1:45 left. Richie Well, that score still needs to come in. I know that Connie's is just not, that's not going to change anything. Will this wave of Richie's on the replay better his 6 and put a little more ask on Connie?
Down to 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. And surfer in red still waiting for a score for his last ride. A quick wave from Coniella as well, chasing that 5.5. We'll see if that score is going to drop in higher than the 6. It will increase the requirement for surfer in blue.
Well, it's all going to happen quickly, so 1 minute even. Will there be the wave? Will there be the buzzer beater? But it looks like from early indications, first score in for Richie. Two judges looking positive. So Connie just needs to head down, find a wave, and do his thing.
Down to 40 seconds on the clock. Guys, in the next heat, just stay clear of our 2 in the lineup, just because we do have some of those rights still rolling through. Thank you, Kai. And scores trickling in for last of Richie.
Ooh.
Looks like it's going to roll in as possibly his best score of the heat to increase the situation on Connie with a quiet, dead flat ocean.
Yeah,
for the final 20 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. So there it is, a 7.5. We're down to 12 seconds. 7.01 is what Connie needs. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing doing in the ocean for Connie, and that is how it happens. A semifinal bow out for our #1 ranked surfer.
On the hunt to get back to the lineup again to establish priority. And our surfers from that last heat, Richie now riding in on the knees. A little bit of kneeboarding action to come through to the sand. And Connie will be making his way in as well. And that was a great finish for our surfer, our North American surfer in Richie Cravey. And Connie bowing out in second, but he is sitting at #1 in the world, heading into finals at Malibu next week on the 4th and the 5th with a shot at a world title. And opening score of blue comes through as a 4.25 for Troy Mothershead. A 4.25 for first of blue, now waiting for first of red to drop in. Blue already having a look for his second ride and loving the lefts on his backhand. Straight up to the nose again and cross steps off the nose. Gets there through that inside section. Nice smooth trim line as he comes through to the inside, displaying that style, flow, and grace that the judges are looking for in the longboard criteria. And Kai Salas, in the meantime, is out the back now by himself with maybe the set that we've been waiting for the last half hour to roll through. And Kai is putting himself in position. We're still waiting for Red's first wave to drop through, as Red is now up and riding straight to the nose, 5 to 10, and just floating through that opening nose ride. Goes for a big re-entry on the next section and continues to maintain control as he does a little bit more work, goes for that cross-step cut back on the shoreline. And that was an incredibly dynamic and critical opening nose ride for Salas on his second ride. Kai, your opening ride has dropped through as a 6.00. First of red, a 6. And that sets him up in the lead with another score to drop. Last of blue drops through as a 5. Surfer in blue, a 5-point ride. So you're currently in the lead. Kai Salas, you need a 3.25, which you'll be getting to be able to take away the win from Troy Mothershead at the moment. And taking a look at blue in real time up and riding online, we're taking a look at the replay for last of red for Kai Salas, and blue finding some more great tip time. So scores to come through for last of red and last of blue. Nice flurry of action to kick things off for semifinal number 2. And for our online audience, we're now taking a look at the replay for last of blue. That nice dynamic nose ride to start things off. That pocket left unfolding with some great potential to it. Another nice hang 10 through the inside for Troy. And still waiting, and scores are locking in across the board. Our surfer in red, Kai Salas, gets an 8-point ride for his last ride. Kai, an 8.00 takes you into the lead with that 6 already on the scoreboard. And surfer in red, Troy, a 6.90 for your last wave comes through as your highest. Troy, you're now chasing a 7.11 to take first over Kai. Down to 20 minutes on the clock. And a huge thank you again to Surfing for Hope Foundation for putting this event together, for running the Longboard Classic, and for the very first time introducing the WSL Longboard Qualifying Series into the conversation. The event is presented by the French Hospital Medical Center, and Surfing for Hope is a great nonprofit organization that was created to help ease the difficulty of cancer through the healing powers of surfing and ocean life. In the San Luis Obispo County, they host free monthly surf camps for kids along with the annual local longboard contest, now introducing the pro division into that as we see Troy Mothershead get a great hang 10 on that outside section and some more work through the foam here on some critical hang 5s. And so Surfing for Hope putting in great work behind the scenes for surf camps, for contests, and the memorial paddle out, all to put the spotlight on the fight against cancer. This is the 11th year of running events, and they've raised over $500,000 to help local families recover from all types of cancer. You can check out surfingforhope.org for more information on how surfing can provide hope for all sorts of people. And it's been great to have that team behind the scenes running things and getting our surf community behind the cure for cancer and for the hope and the encouragement through that recovery process. As we're now down to 18 minutes on the clock, scores in for last of blue. It's a 5.75 for Troy. Still chasing that 7.11, although you are inching your heat total higher. Kai Salas now with the paddle, sitting with priority. And red now up and riding. Nice fade takeoff to start. Straight up to the nose. Perfectly poised. Hood ornament hang 10 from Salas. Nice drop knee cut back. Adding in that variety a couple steps forward. And banks off the foam to finish. And they're just making the conditions look so fun, so inviting out there. And blue now with the paddle out the back. So a score to come through for last of red. And blue up and riding. Smaller size wave, he kicks out quick.
Wow, so dynamic surfing. Already the 6 and the 8, the 6-9s. The battle is on. We do have that first final established. And I just saw Kaniala, and he was all smiles. I mean, he takes it in fluid. He's fluid. He's like, yeah, whatever. I made the semis. He didn't say that, but his vibe, you know, he wasn't seeming upset.
And taking a look at the replays online, Kai Salas's last wave. We're waiting for that score to drop through now. But yeah, holding his head high. He's got a bigger event ahead of him this coming week at Malibu. And for those of you down here on the beach, if you want to take a trip down to LA, we will be running the World Longboard Championship event to be presented by O'Neill. And that will be running on Tuesday and Wednesday, the 4th and 5th of October, with a world title on the line for our men's and women's longboard tour. We've got some fun conditions in the forecast for it, and it'll be a great couple days of surfing.
Yeah, it will be. And why not take a trip down the coast? Get out of this beautiful, pristine, uncrowded place. Get down to the crowds. Come on. Come support. No.
Get down to that perfect right-hand point break.
Yep. Find a parking spot. They must have some kind of shuttle system set up because there's limited parking at Malibu, regardless of an event being there. So they must have some system in play. So, oh my, Kai Salas, next wave, a 7.85. I don't know if you read that off, but Kai with an 8 and a 7.85. So Troy now needing an 8.95.
And that score had just dropped through, so Kai sitting with second priority, Troy with first priority. And Troy's requirement inching higher into that high 8-point range, nearly a 9 now. With 15 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. In that last heat, a great display from Richie Cravey, taking out current world number 1 and Conyella Stewart.
Yes, Richie, congratulations.
Thank you very much again.
So how does it feel to beat number 1?
I was excited for our third matchup. We had 1-1, so it was nice to see, it feels good. Yeah, it feels really good to surf against him.
And I love seeing you hang out in the kid zone before your heat. You're over at the Whale.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time at the Whale the last couple of days. Yeah, surfing's a family sport, right? People are always here hanging out with their family, so it feels good to, be bringing my next generation up, and yeah, just feels good.
So you're not surfing in Malibu. However, what are your goals looking forward to 2023?
Well, I think it's kind of pretty well known at this point. One from USA, one from Hawaii. As a qualifier for next year. So yeah, a little disappointed, but we have different priorities, like hanging with my family this year. So next year, ideally, if I do well today, and maybe end up surfing on the tour next year.
We'll see you soon. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, he's done about as well as he can do up to this point. There's only one more goal, and that is to win. So take away the 1,000 points and a bit more cash, but still, a field of 48, whittled down to 2 now, and Richie Cravey just taking down the #1 ranked surfer, which is always just a small feather. It's not like any of them really take that so to heart. It is what it is, but it feels good, and it's a confident builder. Out the back in the lineup, priority with blue, and it looks like we see one of these mystery sets, those far and few between, bigger waves creeping in. Could this be the wave to give him an opportunity? Look at this beautiful, almost shoulder high right, all the way on the nose for a long, long time. Speeding down the line, this is what he needed. More cheater fives. And finishes into that closeout section. So the judges will take into account the set wave, the criticalness of a set, the speed he carried, the length and distance on the nose. He needed an 8.95. Well, watching the replay, nice arcing cutback, up to the nose again. So Kai didn't take anything. He has priority, doesn't take off. I think this will be interesting where the judges may go or may not go on this. Well, and just like that, the score is in a 7.65, Troy. A 7.65 on that last wave. So now Still in second, looking for an 8.2. Kai Salas, our heat leader. He gets up onto the nose. He's perched there for a second, doing this sort of mid-board pump. Really cool. Back up on the nose, arching. And cuts out. So that might be that small marker of difference. When you get up on the nose, there's standing vertically and then just being poised in it. There's really soul arching in it, and the board can lift. And if those two things don't happen and you just get up on the nose for a short time and kind of hang out there and then jump back, and it's almost like in shortboard, there's the difference between the aerials. There's the how much loft, how far to the beach, how inverted, whatever. On longboarding on the nose, there's these specific things that translate into the epitome and the top rank of it. But right now, Troy Mothers out there on another potential set. Blew up. He perches on the nose. That one he hangs and gets a little tiny arch. Back on the nose, cheater 5. Cuts back. And again, there we go. Standing tall, long distance, nose ride right on the shore. And not done yet. Finishes it with no more water underneath the board, and he will hang 10 on the beach. So a nice finish there, a nice wave for Troy. He needed an 8.2, and Kai Salas, his last wave, a 5.85, so it doesn't factor in, but he is still in the lead and out the back with priority. So yeah, you really get exposed. You really can see everything on the replay for the viewers at home, no doubt. Especially when they kind of slow-mo it, or you see all the beautiful dynamic footwork. So 10 minutes left here in semifinal number 2. Coming up next, the women's final. Sophia Culhane versus Haley Odo. And again, for Haley, that's a massive result already. Troy, your last wave, a 7.4. So you are having an excellent heat, a 7.65 and a 7.4, but you're still looking for the 8.2 to take the lead because Kai has an 8 and a 7.85. So just like on the men's side, moving into the final with Richie Cravey trying to qualify for next year. Haley trying to qualify. Well, she's done the hard work. She's in the final. Now it's just a matter of first or second, and how many points do you take away to that qualifying position?
And the same for Sophia, because she's currently ranked number 8, but out of Malibu next week, she could stay in that top 8 ranking. She could also fall outside of it.
Yeah.
So this is a really important final for those two women coming out of Hawaii, especially because they're from the same region.
Yes.
The top surfer basically guaranteeing themselves or giving them a very good shot at qualifying for next year. As we see Troy staying active on the inside, chasing down that 8.20.
Eight-and-a-half minute surfer, or just under. And what a show. What a show all day long. We are nearly there, but we're not. Finishing up semifinal number 2, straight into the women's final and then the men's final. And who did we just see that was taken off straight to Malibu?
Rachel Tilley.
Rachel Tilley, that's right. Well, without her wetsuit and wet hair and a hat on, she just was normal looking. No.
Ready to head down the coast.
In her clothes with her hair down, yeah. Looks different.
And a lot of the crew, yeah, just getting ready to head down there this afternoon so that they can, be there, have a full 2 days to surf and prepare at Malibu. Such a different wave to what we've been surfing this week here in Pismo.
Well, and I'm thinking about that because we know that nose riding backhand is so different than forehand, and most of the surfers go for switch stance pretty easily, but there still is a difference. You know, you got comfort on one more than the other. And so for half the field, or depending how many goofy foots there are, going right, because that's all Malibu is, all the nose riding is going to be on their backhand unless they're switching stance. So who knows?
Yeah, we'll see most of it as backhand nose rides. There's a few of them that will pull out in a major competition, maybe a switch stance nose ride if they really want to. But again, we have to take into consideration that functionality of the maneuver. So if you could have a better nose ride on your backhand or your forehand, whatever your natural stance is, and maybe hold it for longer, feel more comfortable, that's the better move than actually going switch stance and having a lesser quality nose ride. Same thing as doing the hang hills, whether it's really the best decision all the time, because maybe just doing a normal hang 10, you could have actually had a better nose ride for longer, more critical in the section, rather than rushing to add something different and some variety in.
Yeah.
So I think heading into Malibu, we'll probably see most of the surfers sticking to just whatever their normal stance is, maybe a couple that would opt to go for a switch. We did see last year, thinking about that and thinking about perfect 10s that we've seen on the longboard side of things, Honolulu Bloomfield, who ended up winning her third world title at Malibu. In the lead up to that, there was an event at the Surf Ranch, the Kelly Slater Surf Ranch, which was the second event in the tour for last year. And Honolulu pulled out a switch stance nose ride and a barrel on her final wave in the final heat to take out the win, which was incredible. Got a 10-point ride for it. So that was one of those moments where it was just exceptional surfing and added a point of difference that nobody else in the draw could add it.
But she saved it for the pinnacle in the final on the last wave. Why not? Like Callie Vasted, Joe Boo going, okay, Kelly, I got you comboed. I'll just go switch foot too.
Just throw something different out there.
Well, pretty fun.
Time call, 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. 5 minutes, 20 seconds. We've got red sitting with first priority, blue in second priority. And surfer in red still sitting in the lead with that 8 and that 7.85. Blue sitting in second, chasing down that 8.20. And Kai Salas does have priority over Troy, Mother's Head. Red with priority over blue, sitting real close to him right now. And the women are able to paddle out for their final for Sophia Collane and Haley Otto. We can see them taking to the lineup at totally opposite sides. We've got Sophia going to paddle out under the pier and Haley going to paddle out down by the flags of the south side.
Well, it couldn't be more exciting. I mean, I was looking at the two-wave total for both surfers, 15.85 to 15.05. So solid. You know, usually you're winning with that one of the other with 15 points, but right now it's a tight heat. Or it looks like a tight heat, but Troy needs the 8.20. So 4 minutes left. Yeah, and while we have a minute, I'll read this little PSA. It's not even a PSA. This is just a little event update. Just wanted to let everyone know that at the conclusion of the event today, after the final, there is an event after party at Vespara Resort right here on the Pismo Beach, just behind the pier and down about 100 yards. In their outdoor patio area, Vespara Resort is, well, we know where that is. And the party is from 4 to 7, hosted by 805 Beer, featuring complimentary street tacos and 805's delicious brew. The band About Time Duo will also be playing their Cosmic Rock. So as soon as the trophies are handed out by Shannon Hughes to all of our first and second place surfers, head on over to the Vespara Resort. All athletes and surf fans in the area are welcome. So come join us for some fun, some music, some tacos, and some 805 craft brew.
Lots more to go down today as we are counting down to the final couple minutes. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock in this current heat. Surfers in the next heat heading out into the lineup. And surfer in red, just be careful not to head into that competition zone. If the guys end up paddling towards the pier in any way, then we'll need you to move out of the way. And we've got a paddle now from our surfer in blue, Troy Mothershead. Lining it up on the right. He's got a good section in front of him, chasing an excellent score to take the lead away and to advance into the finals. Nice nose ride to start, jams in the rail for a great looking turn, and goes in for that finishing little float section, and he'll kick out clean. So scores to come through. It will need to be Troy's best wave that he's taken off on. His high scores at the moment, a 7.65 and a 7.4, and he requires an 8.20.
Well, we'll wait for that score to trickle in, and we'll see where it goes. I think Troy knows that that one might not be the 8.2 required to get into the final. A minute and a half left. Kai Salas, no stranger to the tactics, will cut out early on a quick wave he went on. He will hold priority with just over a minute and probably due diligence and close the heat out.
Down to the final minute, and scores are in. A 5.6 for last of blue does not factor into your top two. And surfer in red has first priority over blue with under 1 minute on the clock.
Well, we see these little fun rights. I don't know if they're good, but so the two competitors in the heat to come, positioned far across, will priority be utilized? Oh, no wave taken, 38 seconds. Priority change. So first priority goes to blue, second priority with red. So a little cat and mouse and a set over here. Longboard's boogieing, 25 seconds. Will Troy get over to where this wave is with the priority set? It was a block, I'm being told, by Kai. So now Troy in position for this right. 10 seconds left, Shannon.
And the opportunity in front of him, chasing an 8.20, goes in for an extended hang 10 to start.
4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness. Exciting stuff on the buzzer. So what happened, everyone, is that Kai had the priority, kind of.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps, and if you'd like to help out, you can donate on the site too.
And what a way to finish. I mean, great surfing from both. A bit slow through that start of the heat, and then it really turned on and gave plenty of opportunity. At the moment, Kai Salas sitting in the lead with an 8 and a 7.85. Troy Mothershead with a 7.65 and a 7.4. Now waiting to see last of Troy if it will come through as an 8.20 to take him into the advancing position to meet up with Richie Cravey in the final.
Well, as the judges deliberate, surfers, just hold your positions. We know it's a big deal. The first and inaugural final here at the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic in beautiful Pismo. So who will it be on the men's side?
Scores starting to lock in now from the panel.
1 yes, 2 no's. It's a panel of 4, so the high and the low go out.
Waiting to see if he will get the 8.20. And scores in. It's a 7.95. It falls short, and Kai Salas finds himself into the final.
Wow. Well, drama drum roll right there at the end. So close, and yet so far. I'm going to count this next heat in. Waiting. It's a 30-minute final. Waiting for the countdown to.
Still on hold, girls. We're just waiting for the cue from the judges to count in.
Okay, 10, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
All right, so the heat is underway. 30 minutes on the clock for Sophia Kalane and Haley Otto, both representing Hawaii, living in Waikiki, and looking for an opportunity to take out a win here today for the first time for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic as a WSL qualifying series event on the men's and women's longboard tour. And as we wait for their first waves to be ridden, we're going to go down to catch up quickly with Kai Salas, who on the last second advances into the final. Kai is with Kelly now.
Okay, congratulations on that heat win.
Yeah, thanks.
That was intense once again.
Yeah, that was a close one.
How are you feeling now?
Good. Yeah, it was a bit of shuffling at the end, and I apparently went for a wave. I didn't feel like I kind of made an effort to go. I kind of looked at it, but I lost priority and gave him the chance, and he got really close. So it was a stressful end to that heat.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So being a veteran in this event, what sort of strategy do you have going into a final?
I think, it's always just trying to get the best waves of the heat, and once you're on them, try to make a point of difference between you and the other guy. So, yeah, it's simple. I mean, no hidden secrets.
Well, it's been a lot of fun watching you, and good luck to you.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Kai Salas into the final against Richie Cravey, Hawaii against USA, heading out for the men's final. And we've got a score to come through for opener of Haley Otto during that interview. And if you're looking on the live webcast, thanks so much for tuning in. And we're checking out the replay for opener of Haley. Great footwork, gets a couple nose rides, and just executes with all that style and grace and kicks off her final campaign. Priority now sitting with Sophia Kalane and waiting for her to get her opening ride. Scores in for first of blue, a 4.50 for Haley. Your first ride, a 4.5.
Well, maybe the ocean went a little lackluster for one of those heats or whatever, and maybe it's all gonna just turn around. Maybe the tide peaked, and with the tide maybe about to start moving back out every few minutes, it'll change a little bit.
Yeah, it's been great to see how the conditions have just stayed so fun here for finals day. High tide is at 1:56 p.m., which it currently is. So tide
Right.
peaking out.
Perfect.
And we'll be on the drop for the next hour of our finals, which is great to see. And with just the two surfers in the lineup, it does free things up for, some of those other little banks and giving the surfers plenty of opportunity to get some good waves. Wave selection coming more into play now for the finals as well, with just those two surfers in the water, knowing they just need two good waves to take the advancing. No need to kind of rush through and scramble on the inside like we had, some of those heats earlier on or through yesterday when we just had the four surfers in the water. And four surfers trying to get good counting waves means a lot more being ridden.
Yep, and now we went to 30-minute heats. So the finals 30, the semifinals 25, and the quarters and everything else was 20. Oh no, the quarters were 25. Quarters and semis. And our finals are 30 minutes, so even 5 more minutes of potential tide shift and whatever that might be. Haley with the one wave ridden so far. We saw they were about to do the countdown. There was one set, but it was just a one wave set that opportunity passed on by.
And as we've been talking about throughout the day, Haley Otto looking for that opportunity to qualify for next year's World Longboard Tour. She's been close in that conversation in the past, just missed out on qualification for this year's tour out of last year's as well. And so it'll be great to see her get into that conversation now with a final finish, looking positive heading into next year. And for Sophia Kalane to be able to give herself some security as well heading into Malibu, knowing that she is currently sitting at number 8 in the world, but needs to keep herself in that top 8 in order to keep that qualification. Now looking at Malibu, she's a girl with so much style and grace in her surfing that we could see her go on to take out a win there without even flinching.
Well, yeah, but again, those bottom, I mean, anyone 5 and below, or, well, I'm not sure looking at the points, isn't really safe. Here we go. Sophia Culhane, 10 on the nose. Beautiful. Got a little off balance, but pulls it back together. 1 foot on the board.
Started out with a really nice nose ride on that left and then just got caught up a bit. So that'll affect the score coming through from the judges. And Haley with a quick in and out the back. Now having a paddle. And on her forehand. Quick steps to the nose. Finds that quick 10 as well. Sets that line for another nose ride. Gets just a bit far out of the section as she now cuts back into the pocket. Great control as she comes through to the inside. And gets that hang 5. And to the Grammy that is on the boogie board, can you please come in and just get out of the lineup? To the kid on the boogie board, move your way in because we do have the surfers in the lineup that are coming into that zone. And we've got a score now to come through for Haley Otto.
Maybe to the parent of the kid. Yeah, just, can you guys come out of the water in front, please? I know it's only knee deep, but you need to move south 200 yards or go to the north side of the pier. And I know you got your photo op, but you could get it down there or over there too, because the surfer just came right by you. So the lifeguard's going to go and tune them in. They're not registering what I'm saying. Here you go.
There is a lot going on down there, and he's having an absolute blast in the shore break, but it's our competition zone. So thanks heaps to the lifeguards for helping us out.
The mom's hearing it.
Scores
There we
in
go.
now for the first of Haley Otto. Sorry, the last of Haley Otto, a 5.5. Surfer in blue, your last of 5.5. As we've got...
Look at these sets that just came through. Look at this left that just rifled off. Amazing, unridden, but that's okay. The ocean gets that every once in a while. It gets to be the star of the show.
So current situation, blue in first with a 5.5 and a 4.5. Surfer in red, you are sitting with one score of a 3.5, and you are chasing a 6.5 to take the win. We've got 22 minutes on the clock. Red with first priority, blue with second priority.
Well, a quiet moment. We just had to take a little breather there, Shannon. That was nice. Both surfers out the back. Priority is with red. Second priority with blue. And all of a sudden, something's happened, and the ocean has decided to wake up and start to offer these 3-foot peaks. So red uses that priority, doesn't go on the wave, so priority switches to blue. So the wave comes, nobody gets to go, and that's sort of the tactical side if you're just showing up. Red had priority over blue. Blue was in the better position, but red didn't want her to go, so paddled for the wave, electing to even paddle to lose priority and not ride the wave at all. So then it immediately hands or switches over to blue, to the surfer who didn't get a ride. And that's where we are now.
Down to 20 minutes on the clock, and this is the first major event for Haley Otto this season. Sophia has had a few opportunities on the World Longboard Tour this year, walking away with quarterfinal finishes at the first two events of the season. As we see Sophia with that great hang 10 to start, cruising from behind the section, and that board looking nice and trim underneath her feet. Great S-turn to start. And we've got two surfers riding Michael Takayama's out in the lineup today. And they've made those changes a few years back, and it's really helped to develop and shape their surfing into what it is today on the equipment that they're riding. As we see Haley now on her forehand finds that second hang 10, pedals back, nice little engagement of the rail, and starts setting that line as she comes through to the inside for that finishing maneuver, and kicks off again in that real shallow zone right here in front of the podium.
Well, yeah, both boards working amazing under these young women's feet. I wonder who gets to pick their colors. Do they get there's so much variety in all the custom boards by Takayama.
They both get to pick their own colors, whatever they like.
Oh, well, I was wondering, though.
And taking a look online at the replay for Last of Red. Some great footwork again, great S-turn to set up through here. Channeling a little bit of what got her that 8.6 in the semifinal. Really wanting to show that commitment to those hang 10s through the section.
And don't the Takayamas, they also have the wide tail, but they have the like kick in the tail. There's a lifted kick in the tail, right, by an inch or something. I remember at the U.S. Open looking at them.
Yeah, and we heard that from Kai Salas in one of his post-heat interviews earlier on today, just giving Michael the I guess the props to him coming up with an idea like that, such a wide tail, putting that kick into things, which the kicks existed in the tails for a long time, but Michael kind of taking in that wide tail approach, which is what both of these women are riding, and it does help to facilitate those really long nose rides. And we've got scores now coming through for Last of Red and Last of Blue. Taking a look on our live stream for Last of Blue from Haley Otto. Found those couple of great hang 10s. You can see how tight her footwork is as well. And those wide points in the tail really help to facilitate these deep, long nose rides.
Oh, I would love to ride one of those boards. And then I'd be so terrified at the same time because I'd want to think I could do any of that, and then I wouldn't.
Well, there's always a place to start.
This board doesn't work like that. What's the problem? It must be the board.
We will say that there is an exceptional amount of talent and skill that the surfers in the water right now possess.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they are the best longboarders in the world, and it's just such a pleasure to be able to call to action and be able to watch them, because what we're seeing demonstrated is extremely difficult. It's highly critical. It's the same as seeing, you know, surfers on the championship tour be able to get great waves, be able to, you know, do really dynamic turns or really deep barrel rides. That same technical difference comes into really solid nose riding. And so that's what we've been able to watch demonstrated in front of us this week.
Well, and so since I was at the U.S. Open commentating it live, I got to watch Manly, and this is translating kind of even better. The conditions are just sweet. It's sheet glass, butter, easy glide-ins for them, and it's just offering the opportunity for the showcase to happen.
Now Blue uses priority on this
Look at
wave.
that.
Beautiful backhand hang 10. And she'll kick out of that. Surfer in red putting herself back in position in the lineup with priority. Now situation update. Surfer in red, your previous score drops through as a 6.35 for Sophia for your high score. A 6.35 now sitting next to your 3.50. And scores in for Haley Otto, a 6.5 for your previous wave. Now another score to drop through. Currently sitting with a 6.5 and a 5.5 as your high scores. And Last of Blue was a 4.90, so does not factor into your top two. Surfer in red, you are sitting in second with priority. You require a 5.66 to take the win away from Haley Otto. And we've got 16 minutes on the clock.
Well, so fun. Loving the angles the drone keep providing. It just shows how poised they are on the nose. But yeah, back to my point. between the Manly event and then the U.S. Open, I mean, right now, right here, pretty phenomenal setup for what is happening for the longboard.
Yeah, it's really incredible. The conditions throughout this week, but given that there is that big outside section, but that it also continues to roll through with these reforms through to the inside, we don't have that sort of gutter that hits both at Manly and at
that
in
makes them go
Huntington Beach.
straight, and a lot of transition work with the nose pointed straight at the beach. This is all long horizontal riding all the way through.
Yeah, beautiful tapered lines rolling through here at the south side of Pismo, with the whales jumping in the background, the dolphins that have been swimming through the lineup, the birds flying. It's just been an incredible weekend down here for our second day now of the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. The very first time that they've introduced the QS 1000 on the Longboard Tour, and this is a regional qualifier for North America and Hawaii, with our top Hawaiian and top USA regional surfers putting themselves into the front-running positions for qualification for next year's World Longboard Tour. We're hoping to see another event added into that, but this has been a great way to kick things off for that tour.
Yeah, sure is. So the tour director is probably sitting smiling, right? Having a great day, thinking, oh, this worked out perfect. And again, earlier I was talking about the timing, the lead up, that this is happening days before Malibu. Hopefully that can continue, just be the calendar schedule, because it just sets up so well. And it adds to the profile of this event, and that could only grow. And especially after the experience they've all had, they're going to go and leave and say, it was awesome. Pismo, the waves were so fun the whole time.
Yeah, it's been an amazing experience here. See a little wall rolling through, and you can see the women putting themselves in position in the lineup. Surfer in red does have first priority. Surfer in blue with second priority. So that means that our surfer in red, Sophia, who's sitting in second place, has the pick of the lineup. If the right wave comes through, she's going to decide to go on it, and our surfer in blue, Haley, will have to give way to her.
Well, 13 and a half minutes away, Shannon, from one of these two women being crowned the champion. And then we're straight into the men's final, same thing. And after that, we're going to have a little party at the Vespara, hosted by 805. And so everyone's allowed to come over.
Time call, 13 minutes on the clock, 13 minutes remaining.
Yeah, when it finishes up after everything, come right across the boardwalk to the Vespara Resort, literally 100 yards south behind the pier. And that party is from 4 to 7 with complimentary street tacos and 805 beer and some music performed by About Time Duo. So that'll be fun. Come join us.
Surfer in red with the paddle now for Sophia Kalane, setting that high line straight away, locked into a nice long hang 5, pedals back, gets to a second hang 5, finds that quick tap to the 10, and now looking to see if this wave will reform for her once again. And Pismo Beach giving all it has to offer today for finals day.
Yeah, is there any doubt it's going to reform for her?
Just
it has to. It's the final.
It's such a good reform now, and she's going to get even another nose ride. I lost count, but that might have been 4 or 5.
Some of these waves remind me of waves at Sano. I don't know, just the way that it's continuing all the way through.
It is giving so much opportunity, which is great to see. So Surfer in blue now all alone with priority. And we've also really been blessed with that high tide peaking in the mid part of the day. Having low tide's a bit more difficult out here, where it gets a bit more sucky, and that happens at breaks around the world. But having that high tide through the mid part of the day and a big swing in the tide as well has really facilitated great longboarding conditions for this week.
Well, we just got to say good job to Andy, good job to Ruby. Perfect timing, good planning. They knew ahead. They were watching the stars and the moon.
And Haley Otto putting herself in position. We're still waiting for score to come through for last of red for Sophia. And Haley just having a look at the lineup here to decide if she wants to take off maybe on a left. And this wave's got kind of a double line to it. Not really one continuous. A little bit funny for where she was sitting.
You know what I was just thinking about, and I hadn't before, so many years of surfing in flat like this, sometimes you can't see the waves coming properly. I wonder if any of the surfers are experiencing that. Like
Blue now up and riding with a quick tap to the nose, and she'll kick out. And it could be because it's so glassy, it's really difficult to see where those waves are breaking.
Yeah, exactly. So Okay, Sophia took the lead with the last wave, a 6.65. Now Haley, who took off on that last wave, needs to get a 6.51 to become the victor. Sophia with priority out the back now.
All right, so Sophia into first, Haley down into second. 10 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock, and you can see themselves repositioning in the lineup. Coming up next, we'll have our men's final with Richie Cravey and Kai Salas hitting the water. 10 minutes to go.
I think you were right earlier when you said it's warmer today. Yesterday we were frozen up here, that little breeze. Today, not an ounce of breeze. At least I hope not. Don't come, no commentator curse. Here we go, priority is with red. It's gonna be a split peak. Oh, very congenial, but blue didn't want to risk it, so she didn't go. Red stays with the wave. She had priority. Sophia Culhane, a nice long left. Will she find her way onto the nose? A nice carving cutback. Well, the heat leader trying to better the 6.35. And Haley, although was in a situation where she could have gone on the right, just being very wise to watch to see if Sophia went left. She did, but Haley still didn't want to stand up right and have maybe Sophia pull a redirect on her. So better safe than sorry.
And taking a look online at the replay now for last of Sophia.
Yeah, you can see right there, Shannon. She held the rail. She could have gone on the wave and then just decided, why even mess with it?
And Sophia got some great work done out the back. Found that extended nose ride through the inside section and continued through to the inside. And now in live action, Haley Otto up and riding here at the beach and looking to get some work done on her backhand. She's going to kick out of that after getting a bit done out the back. And Haley is chasing that 6.51 to take the lead away. Waiting for scores, though, to come through for last of Sophia that she snuck away under priority. And it's locked in for last of red as an 8-point ride for Sophia Culhane. And that now ups the requirement on Haley Otto to an 8.15. Haley, your last score, just a 3.75, does not factor into the conversation. And Sophia sits now with a significant lead and priority.
So sometimes, and it used to happen more before all the video replay, surfers would elect to split peaks with the person that had priority, in theory, to maybe have the judge's eye miss something, but now that doesn't really happen as a strategy.
There's cameras everywhere.
There's cameras everywhere, yeah.
All right, so down to 7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and Sophia Culhane has just opened the door wide open with that 8-point ride, making it a difficult ask for Haley Otto, now chasing an 8.15 to get the win. Haley putting herself into position. Sophia sitting with priority.
Seven minutes left. And that wave of Sophie's just one nail closer. Such a nice wave, an 8.0. And then after the exchange, in the meantime, as she was paddling out before she'd even received the score, Haley used priority and got that right that was kind of soft that became in non-consequence, a 3.75. By the time she got back out, Sophia was already in the lineup with priority again. And it's just one of those rhythm things that happens.
And it happens in every heat where you get one surfer that just finds themselves in sync with that rhythm like you're talking about. In sync with the right sets rolling through, and if you're out of that rhythm, it's quite difficult to get yourself back into it. Sometimes you can figure out a way, but sometimes it can be kind of hard. As we're down to 6 minutes on the clock, and Sophia finishing off with a couple of quarterfinal finishes this year on the World Longboard Tour between the Sydney Surf Pro in Manly Beach, Australia, as well as the US Open in Huntington Beach, California. both quarterfinals. So now for her to find herself in that leading position in the final of an event, be feeling really solid. Haley Otto, though, do not count her out. This woman's hang 10s are some of the best that we're seeing in women's surfing. And she's now up and riding. Finds that quick nose ride and she'll fall out. That wave wasn't going to facilitate it either. It just had that weird corner on it rather than that wall that she's really hoping for.
And she was looking at that little one again, thinking maybe. So situation remains the same. Red with priority.
She's going to have a look at this one. Now under priority and up and riding on her forehand. This wave's going to have a little bit of a better shape for that opening section. And again, it just goes soft. It's like there's a little deep section right there.
Yeah, because you see further towards us in the pier that shoulder is actually running off all the way, and that's where the left broke that Sophia got the 8 on. It came all the way close to the pier into the bottom of the beach right there.
So under 5 minutes on the clock, 4 minutes, 45 seconds to go.
I like it. The official time ask symbol.
4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And Sophia Kalane in red, still sitting out in front with an 8 and a 6.65. Haley Otto in blue, sitting in second with a 6.5 and a 5.5, but chasing the highest wave of the heat and an 8.15 to take the victory.
Well, it's great to see the beach here in Pismo, full of kids playing football and other things, watching the event. And what a day. Yeah, they got to soak it up because it does get chilly up here. I mean, actually, the seasons are changing. We'll start to get that more onshore flow on a regular basis. So they're getting those last weekends of potential super sweet weather, shirtless, board short weather on the beach.
And a paddle now with a split peak opportunity. Surfer in red has priority, so she's going to opt to stick on the left. Blue kicks out with second priority. And Sophia tracks with this wave. Got that opening nose ride, comes around the section, whips it up on her backhand, and makes that board with a wide tail look so loose and fun underneath her feet. Now that leaves Haley Otto with priority. Surfer in blue.
So, yeah, so will this better the 6.5 of Sophia's? And 3 minutes left. Situation set for drama, potentially.
And online, we're seeing the replay now for last of red for Sophia, waiting to find out if it's going to increase that score line. Looks like it will fall in short of the 6.65. And there it is, last of red, a 5.15, so that does not change the situation. Just hands priority to our surfer in blue, and things remain almost exactly the same, except that blue is in first priority.
Blue's in first priority. Looking to the horizon, willing something bigger and longer to come her way.
Down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, we saw it happen in the heat before. She got the buzzer beater, and, you know, that's why she found herself into the final. Two minutes left, surfers. And 2 minutes until we determine who the champion of the inaugural event right here in Pismo is. Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. It's looking good, though. This could be a fun finish.
And we've got an opportunity now for our surfer in blue with priority. Haley Otto setting it up on her forehand. Finds that 5. Gets the 10. Great posture on that opening nose ride. Now engages the rail and gets that cut back into the foam. She's now looking for one more nose ride opportunity through the inside here, just pacing it out. Finds that 5 to 10 combo as well, and just manages to stick on to the finish. Sophia up and riding out the back as well on a wave with some steep section to it. We can hear the cheers coming from the crowd on the beach. And with 1 minute to go, we're going to have a paddle battle out the back to see who will establish priority and if they'll get another wave in time.
If they'll even get out there, they're just determined. Warrior spirit right here with 54 seconds. And, I mean, it could come down to turning around on a smallish medium one, and who knows after the 2 waves were surfed where it's going to land and what they might need over the other with 39 seconds.
And Haley taking a spin on the inside for one more opportunity with 30 seconds to go. She's up and riding, looking for another 5 to 10 combination. Great quick footwork and kicking out here.
She's coming in gracefully, but with 23 seconds, 20 seconds out the back, Sophia McLean made it all the way into the lineup and will maybe find a left. She is.
Sophia
10
now
seconds.
up and riding.
8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh, yes, what a finish, Shannon. So scores coming in, everybody, and Shannon, we'll have to break this all down when it's all said and done.
What a wild finish. Plenty of opportunity for both surfers. Haley getting an opportunity to try and chase down that 8.15, but Sophia.
Slow Cal Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in Slow County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. Slow Cal Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Sing a song for tomorrow. Sing a song for tomorrow. There's a song that's singing, let it carry you through.
That drama at the end, or the tabulations, and right there being cheered up by her homegirls, Sophia Culhane, draped in the Hawaiian flag. A great scene, a victory for her here in Pismo.
What a great victory for Sophia to walk away with another huge win under her belt here in Pismo, as we see Kai Salas locking into a very fast nose ride for his opening ride. So much speed.
It's almost not fair. It's almost like you need that little gap between heats to pay dues to the victor of one heat, but you'll do that later on the podium. But there it is, Sophia Culhane. Great job to Haley Odo. First and second. And now we are straight into the men's final here. In the blue, Kai Salas, who just got his opening ride, and Richie Cravey in the red. So regular versus Goofy Foot.
Taking a look on our replays here for the first of Kai Salas. Flew through that line. Scores in, though, just a 2.00. Just going incomplete and out of control on the finish. So Surfer in red with just a 2 on the scoreboard to start off. Sorry, Surfer in blue with a 2.0 to start off for Kai Salas. Red now with priority for Richie Cravey. And we've got 28 minutes on the clock.
All right, remember, boys, it's a 30-minute final. So you've got 5 more minutes in this heat than you did in the last 2 heats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming and enjoying the day with us today. And if you were down here yesterday, here we are, the pinnacle of the event. We just had the women's pinnacle of the event. Sophia Culhane victorious over Haley Odo, and now in the water, Kai Salas and Richie Cravey. So just like that last, well, this is an important heat for both, because just like the last heat, I think Kai is rated 8th or 6th or 8th, something like that too. So going into Malibu, I mean, there's no guarantees, and I didn't even, anyone under the maybe ranked 4th or 5th with 10,000 points on the line. There's a lot at stake, so things could shuffle quickly from anyone rated 20th up to 5.
That's right. There's a lot of opportunity heading into Malibu with 10,000 points. We saw Richie Cravey there have a quick look and decide not to go. Actually had an extended look, just stayed on his stomach for a while, having a look left to right to see if that wave would open up. But a great position to be in to secure that qualification for next year's World Tour out of this event, or to get close to that, depending on how things go, if we add a second event into this qualifying series later on next year.
Well, if they do, I want to throw my hat in the ring. I like doing this.
Kai Salas now up and riding. Nice Hank 5 to start. Critical and in the pocket. Comes out from behind the section carrying so much speed. Now trims it all off with a great big carve and sets it up on the foam to finish.
That was a neat indicator. That was like a proper shoulder high rifling right hand peak, and he was going so fast he only had limited opportunity to run to the nose, and then he had to run back to the middle, but still beautiful carving turns. I guess my point is we've been fortunate that it's been a little smaller and a little softer for so many of the rides through the last 2 days.
As we can take a look at the replay now on the webcast, with Kai just flying through that opening section, gets that finish, and now up and riding, Richie. Gets that opening nose ride, controls it through to kind of make that change of direction, and he'll kick out of it. So just a throwaway score. For Kai, we're still waiting for Kai's last wave to roll in. And it has been great to have some of those smaller sets available, those nice tapered lines that have allowed a lot of great footwork and to be able to showcase really beautiful longboarding. That often happens when, you know, the waves are only maybe a shoulder high or smaller. It is impressive, though, to see these crews charging on solid size sets and some of those closeouts to see what they can do with it. And Kai, you have dropped in a 6.25 for your second wave. Last of Kai Salas, a 6.25 sets you up in the lead with Richie in red chasing a 7.25 to take the winning position. And in the last heat, we got to see the young Sophia Culhane walk away victorious at this year's Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic.
Yes, Sophia, congratulations. You've got a lot of fans here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
How does it feel?
It feels pretty amazing. I mean, all my friends and family are here, so it feels great.
And you got to surf against one of your friends, too.
Yes, one of my friends from home, and it felt really good because, I don't know, it just felt so amazing.
And what are you going to do to celebrate?
Probably go take this wetsuit off and go eat some food because I haven't eaten all day, but...
Get that suit off. She's been wearing it since 6 a.m. Any favorite food post-surf?
Probably some ice cream or something. I don't know.
Yes, celebrate. You deserve it. It was really fun watching you.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Kelly, and amazing to see Sophia Culhane walk away with a huge victory, setting herself up with some momentum heading into next week's World Longboard Championships at Malibu as well.
She's got to get some clam chowder. It's the town of clam chowder. Come on. And then ice cream. Healthy food first. Well, in the water right now, Kai Salas in the lead in the blue with a 2 and a 6.25. Richie Cravey with just a 1 in his score line. He'll have something to say about that. 30-minute heats, and we still have 23 and a half of those left. Well, what a great maiden victory at this maiden event.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much to Surfing for Hope for the foundation, upgrading this event to a longboard qualifying series event. 1,000 points going towards Sophia Culhane's campaign towards next year. And a great result as well for Haley Otto, fellow Waikiki local, the 2 Hawaiians battling it out in the final for the women. And for Haley walking away with a top spot as well, heading into next year's rankings. Doing all of the work that she needed to do to get herself in that conversation to qualify. And we'll see how we go through next year and who makes it onto the tour. And for these 2 surfers in the water, more importantly, probably as a result for Richie Cravey, trying to get himself into that conversation, trying to find himself in qualification, where Kai Salas is sitting at current number 6 in the world and has the opportunity in Malibu to secure himself as one of the top 8 and to get that qualification via this year's World Tour rankings.
We haven't seen that yet. So Kai, looking for a set, stands up on his board, looking out to the horizon, saying, where's a wave? I have priority, and time is just passing by. With all the Honolulu locals that go down and it's Waikiki, where do they park?
I have no idea.
Like, or have electric
Parking
bikes
grounds somewhere.
Or has electric bikes taken over Waikiki too, like it does in SoCal where we are?
Now up and riding, Richie Cravey on his forehand, long stretched out, hang 5. Now straight into the pocket again, finds that pocket 10 for a moment, gets that soul arch thrown in, and digs in the nose a little bit on the finish, but found that great second section opening up in front of him.
I thought he was trying to pump off the hang 10.
Could have been.
It was wild.
Down to 21 minutes on the clock, a score to come through now for first of Red. Well, he's already got a 1-point ride on the board, but now his first real scoring ride. And tuning in online, we're taking a look at the replay now, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, he just got to hold that cheater 5 and then deft footwork back to the cheater. And there's the 10 with the arch. And that was the little pump I was talking about. He kind of bent his knees, seeing there was some ripple coming in the face. So beautiful ride there for Richie to get himself into the game.
All right, so scores to come through. And yeah, looking to build a little bit more speed, maybe coming out of that last section on the nose and maintain that control. So highest score that we have so far sitting with Kai Salas as the 6.25, and scores in for Richie. It's a 4.50. First of Red, a 4.50. We've got 20 minutes on the clock, and Surfer in Blue is sitting with priority. Surfer in Red, you're chasing just a 3.76 right now to take the leading position.
Well, I don't know if you remember this, but years ago, and I worked at Transworld, we were always trying to push things that were happening before they were happening, and we said we are going to have a cover of a longboard on Transworld Surf, and it was Alex Nost in a tuxedo with a top hat, standing heels over the nose, a black and white, shot by Aaron Checkwood. It was really cool. Pete Terrace actually shot it. He went on to be the editor for Surfing years later, but yeah, we were pushing it, going, what's fine? We're cool with this. We like it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, Alex Nost in a tuxedo, top hat and all.
Longboarding gaining a lot of positive momentum again over the last few years. Of course, in the hearts of longboarders, we've always had the positive momentum carrying us through.
And that could have been a bit gimmicky, the whole like tuxedo, but at the time we didn't care, and we're like, let's just put it in everyone's face, like in this brash way.
And Surfer in Blue having first priority. He's going to opt to go on this left, set himself up with that high line to start. Straight into that 5 to 10. Beautiful hang 10 on his backhand. Just getting the feel for that wave and being right there in the curl. Comes through with another nose ride through to the inside on the sand. And great control being demonstrated. Nice use of footwork. And redirects that board as he comes into the shoreline. So Kai, being patient with that wave, uses priority over Richie to get into it, and leaves Surfer in Red now out the back with priority.
Well, what a beautiful wave. The sandbars are happening and making it so nice. And when you watch the replay online, I mean, just giving him so many opportunities, not big waves, but plenty of space to dance up and down the board and utilize every bit of it, really, rail to rail and tip to toe.
Scores to come through now for last of Kai Salas. Richie now paddling across to the other bank. He might have a spin to have a look at this one.
He liked that left before. He got a 4.5 on the last left that he rode. So maybe that little bobble just notched the wave down, but here we go again.
Setting himself up, goes for the hang heels after the 5 to start, walks it back, and now redirects for another nose ride through to the inside section, finding a little bit of that pocket to surf within, cutting it back again, and runs again back from the tip of the nose. Finishes off on the inside section.
Well, I don't know, but for me, the word that comes to mind is symmetry. The way he was running back off the hang heels to turning and cross-stepping straight into a rail turn, running again, like, I don't know. I kind of sat here with my jaw down, and I'm into it.
Some great surfing. I'm loving the creativity that he's bringing into things, but
Yeah.
also demonstrating so critical maneuvers and use of variety as well as great footwork. The judges are looking for style, flow, and grace. That's the kind of all-encompassing longboard criteria. On the shortboard criteria, you often hear speed, power, and flow. For longboarding, it is style, flow, grace. And so it's been great to see that demonstrated from all of our surfers throughout this week here in Pismo Beach.
Embrace the grace.
And taking a look at the replay now online for Last of Richie. You were feeling it, Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, just everywhere he decided to move on the board, front to back, there was not one toe, nothing out of place, and he carried speed and was seamless in every one of the transitions. So, not trying to talk it up, it just, that's how it read to me as I watched it.
And it does give you that expression of enjoyment, of fun, of wanting to get in the water yourself as well when you see someone surfing like that.
Yeah, so that was encompassing the epitome of the dance on the board, you know, which sometimes we were talking about the men a bit strong on it and pushing and powering, but that wasn't the case. That was just great. That was the criteria.
Well, scores through just a 4.80 for Richie. Needing a 7.20 now for our surfer in red to take the winning position away from surfer in blue, Kai Salas. And 15 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Blue with first priority, red with second priority. Surfer in blue now up and riding, Kai Salas on a beautiful hang 10 from behind the section. You can see the critical nature of that nose ride as well. Really dynamic, great power coming out of that finishing maneuver. And there you can see some of the differences in the nose rides that we've seen throughout the week. We're checking in those good critical nose rides being the ones that have that lift. You can literally see the surfer perched on that hang 5 or that hang 10, and their board and their nose literally starts lifting up into the sky. That's a really critical position. It means the back of that board is in a great spot, and that's exactly what we were seeing from Kai's last wave on that nose ride coming in from behind the section. Great control and flow as well.
So a good example of that less is more. Just get on the nose, perch it, hang, and let it happen.
Exactly. Sometimes less is more within longboarding. And the surfers or the judges really looking for, you know, that style, flow, grace within the criteria, looking for combinations and variety, but really wanting to see control demonstrated and critical maneuvers rather than just doing more maneuvers for the sake of doing more maneuvers, but you actually really want to see maneuvers being done in the critical sections of the wave that will be rewarded. And so we're waiting for that score for last of Kai Salas to drop through. Surfer in red with first priority. And scores in for last of Kai, a 5.50, so that doesn't factor into his top two. Situation remains exactly the same with red with priority, sitting in second, chasing a 7.20. We've got 13 minutes on the clock.
Well, lots of opportunities have been coming these guys' way. Now it's just Richie with priority. He just wants to find that wave that has a steep face that he can just perch himself up there and hang with it and not have to do anything.
And here he is up and riding. Finds that opening nose ride section. Gets a little bit caught coming out of it again. And he's looking for another section here through the inside. Finds that little pocket, hang 10 quick. Sets himself up in that top third as well. Goes for that cross step nose ride. And back to his forehand nose ride.
He's gonna milk these nose rides straight to the shore. So a series of long extended cheater 5s and 110 in there.
Putting together a great display of really fun longboarding. And it's great to see him in the mix. Both Kai and Richie are fathers. They've got their families around and in the ocean with them. Richie from Southern California, Kai from Honolulu and Waikiki area.
That's what Richie was saying, how he spent a lot of time over at the whale park just behind us. So you could see him stalling in the replay or in the webcast, just trying to hold tight and do everything he could to stay close to the nose and maximize time up there.
So scores to come through now for last of red. And it's a 4.80, so situation remains the same. Richie, you now have 2 scores as a 4.80. And Kai Salas sitting on the high score of a 6.25, backed up with a 5.75.
Well, he just bookended it, 4.8 and 4.8. Kai with a 6.25 and a 5.75. And priority, 10 minutes and 40 seconds left in this final.
And it has been a quieter, maybe last 2 hours in the water. A little bit slower between those sets as we've been on that high tide. We're about an hour off of it, maybe 45 minutes off the high now. And it's just been a great day of surfing here in Pismo Beach with the pier packed with fans of the sport, getting to witness some of the best longboarders in the world performing out in front of us here at Southside. And so many waves just down the coast here. I mean, taking a look down the beach here at Pismo, there's so many fun little banks and so many surfers that have been in the water throughout yesterday and today. It's a great weekend to be down here and to be supporting. And tomorrow, the action continues.
Yes, I'll be here. I'm here for the fun of the Surfing for Hope, community event. And so it will be different. There won't be the webcasts and all that, but still the community will be down here in a day of longboard fun. And I get to watch and talk about it. So I can't wait for that.
So great to see all of that going down. And to see just what, Pismo community has brought into the professional surfing world. There's been some great QSs that have been running here for a number of years. They've, I believe, upgraded the WSL QS that will be running here up to a 3,000 now.
Yeah,
which is huge.
And so I'll be doing those events coming in January and February here and Morro Bay. And then I know that it's not through Andy McKay, but there's the, I think it's a 1,000 up in Santa Cruz. So slowly there's been traction on the West Coast and on the East Coast. There's, qualifying, and since the WSL shifted it all to those actually are qualifying events, so the points matter, so the integrity's gone up. It doesn't really matter if it's a 1,000, a 10,000, the points change for the surfers, but all the athletes are there because they know they have to safeguard. If they're not on the championship tour, if they're just hanging on the Challenger Series, they better come and do it too. So, I mean, I got to watch Cade Matson, Jet Schilling, Cam Richards, Nolan Raposa, all those kids come through from the original and Taro Watanabe, and all these kids, and some of them made it this year, Levi Slauson, into the Challenger Series, and it all was through these events. So it's great, and more to come.
Well, it's been great to see that feedback, and that's what we'll see from this longboard community as well. We'll see surfers advancing through and qualifying for next year's World Longboard Tour out of events like this happening this weekend. And we'll have regional longboard qualifying events happening around the world, and that will graduate surfers, the top surfers out of each region, to join the top 8 from this year for next year's World Longboard Tour. And that tour is unique in that it has an equal number of men and women, opposite to the WSL Championship Tour, where it's half the women as we have to the men. And so it's a really strong push for longboarding to include that that equality and to be able to showcase the best longboarders in the world. As we got a little bit of action now in the lineup, surfer in blue is sitting with priority, and he's gonna go on this wave and take the opportunity away from surfer in red. Nice long hang 5 to start out for Kai Salas. Finds that 10, locks in for a moment. Nice carve back and into the section. Continues whipping it around through this inside and getting some great engagement of the rail. Now bounces off the foam and he'll kick out. And that's a wave that could have facilitated a great score for Richie Cravey, so great decision for Kai to make the move, but it also allows Richie to now have priority and control of the lineup.
And what a beautiful, that left just had such a beautiful taper to it. Incredible. Yeah, and he got that long extended 5. He just got a perch up there with just the 5 toes over the nose, then try to move up to 10. Nice drop knee, swinging cutbacks and redirects. So that potentially could better one of his waves. Go ahead.
Time call, 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. 6 minutes, 20 seconds.
Well, and we were talking about on the guys' side, it's the same on the women. We just saw Kira Pinkerton win the gold right in front of you in Huntington. Well, I saw her win, you know, right here, make semifinals in Morro Bay. Same with Caitlin Simmers and, you know, the whole host of Alyssa Spencer. All of them have come through all these events, and they'll just keep coming back.
It's so great. And we've got scores in. Last of Kai Salas, it's a 7.5.
Wow.
Increases his lead. Richie now chasing an 8.95 to take the win, and blue up and riding again under priority. Long stretched out hang 5 once again, goes for that hang 10, and just releases that pressure off the front foot, goes for the 5, and then back into that 10 again. So he's having fun in the lineup now under priority and sitting in the lead with an increased lead off of that 7.5.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure just went up. Looking for almost a 9-point ride now for Richie Cravey, and Kai just ratcheting down that screw.
Score starting to come through. It's a 5.5 for Last of Kai, so that doesn't move into your top 2 as we hit the 5-minute mark. So surfers, 5 minutes remaining. And Kai, your last wave was a 7.5, the one before. This last one now a 5.5. So increasing the requirement on Richie into an almost 9 with an 8.95. Surfer in red now has priority. We've got 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
Down to the last 5. Can you believe it, Shannon? 2 days, fine, and then all of a sudden it's almost over with. And you're like, another event, amazing. Kai Salas on the replay. So he's getting rewarded for those long extended nose rides. Finding the waves that might have a bit more of the critical steeper section to put those in.
And he's got so much competitive experience. Kai has come very close. He's been runner-up in the world to winning the world title in the past. He's walked away at number 2. He's taken out some huge wins across so many different events. And this year, he's right back in that mix again, sitting at number 6 on the world rankings. He's also shaping boards and riding his own equipment in the lineup. And there's quite a few of the surfers from that Waikiki area that have been riding his equipment in the last couple of years on tour. And so that's been exciting to see that development coming through from Kai Salas, and one of those names that's really prominent within global longboarding. And that's, you know, to be able to see him kind of in that front running position now, looking for a win as the inaugural event here for the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic for the WSLQS that's a great name to have alongside of that of Sophia Collane for the future for this event to have as their previous champions. But also not entirely out of reach is Richie Cravey, looking for that 8.95. But again, if we get another one of those sets and he's waiting with priority, he is going to be well on his way to that excellent score.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The contrast in, you know, Kai's catching all these waves right now because he doesn't need to sit, doesn't need to do much. He's out in the lead, but Richie, he knows there's no point in catching small waves or whatever. Not so much that it's small, but just he needs a proper wave that he can even think that achieving almost a 9 is possible. And as he's been in so many events, he knows exactly what that is, what it's going to look like, and it's not in these small, flat, little lumps coming through right now. That in the four-man heats, you might have seen them all paddling forward, just sketching out scores. When you need a 9 in a man-on-man heat, it's time to just buckle down and sit, win honorably or bow out honorably. It is what it is, right?
And knowing now that it's going to require an excellent wave to facilitate an excellent score. Being patient is a great decision. Down to 2 minutes on the clock. And the Hawaiian, Kai Salas, has been dominating the conversation. Sitting in with some great scores that he's dropping from his score line in those 5-point range. His high score being a 7.50. His low score that counts being a 6.25 for our surfer in blue. Our surfer in red, with a few opportunities, has 2 4.8s as his high scores and is chasing a near 9 to take the win. And with priority, it is our surfer in red. Down to 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock.
Not a lot of time left, that is for sure. And the horizon of the ocean, other than the birds flapping around, there's not a lot that looks like it's popping up. 1 minute left in the final here on the men's side of the draw. Kai Salas out in front. Richie Cravey with priority and hoping for an opportunity. And the ocean just looking flat as could be. 45 seconds left. So we get both sides of the coin at all these events. Sometimes you get the buzzer beater and multiple flurry of waves at the end. Sometimes it just is a foregone conclusion. It goes flat at the end, and that's how it is.
Down to 20 seconds on the clock.
Well, at this point, Shannon, with 10 seconds, it is looking destined to be Kai Salas as the victor. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Well, Shannon. Who are his support crew? Where's the flag? Well, I don't know if his daughter could cheer him up alone.
She's pretty small. Coral's around somewhere. She's an excellent longboarder as well. She
Yeah.
is the future of the longboard crew coming out of Waikiki.
Well,
but a great result from Kai.
Congratulations to both of our surfers, to all 4 of our surfers. But right now, the men's final has just concluded. Kai Salas taking the win here at the inaugural Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic, the first WSL qualifying regional event in North America. And runner-up Richie Cravey. So a great result for him to put in his piggy bank of qualifying points. I mean, he's taken away 800 points. So he's in the lead with that, or depending on what happens next week. Well, so Nope, we're good. Well, everybody, thank you for coming out and joining us here at the Pismo Beach Pier. It's been a beautiful 2-day event, the inaugural event here, and thank you to Surfing for Hope Foundation. The Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic was presented by the French Hospital Medical Center, which has been a dear partner of Andy McKay and this event since the inception in 2017 on the shortboard side. So thank you to all of them. Thank you to the Vespara Resort Hotel, who accommodates us at this event each year, and we do enjoy that. Make sure that you make your way over to the Vespara Resort just behind us here, because they're having an outdoor patio reception party for this event, and that starts at 4 and goes to 7, hosted by 805 Beer, and it's featuring complimentary street tacos and the beer. It's got the band About Time Duo that'll be playing their Cosmic Rock. So as soon as the trophies are handed out and the awards happen, afterwards, make your way over there, and all the athletes, surf fans, and everyone in this area is welcome. And we're going to go through, I just wanted to do a few more shout outs. Thanks to all the supporting sponsors: Cal Poly Journalism, Cyberhawk, Midstate Containers, SlowCal, Roots Cannabis Dispensary, Peak Wi-Fi, Liquid Death Water, Foggy Days Coffee, and the Cancer Health Fair. Thank you for putting that on the pier today. I hope it was a success for all of you. We really appreciate you being a part of this. And I'm going to go into a little highlight package for those viewers online. And away we go. A beautiful wave for Haley there. And so she got her way through all this event into this final. Coming up second, though, but just so graceful on the nose. What a pleasure to watch. Both going right and left, this sprightly, goofy foot. Riding those Takayamas, so the Takayama boards, both females on them in the final. And this is just the highlight package from the final, a closely contested one at that. And just the way she uses the whole length of the board, gentle on the rails, gentle on the nose. Well, it's been a pleasure having you come online and watch the event. And does it get much better? It's like meditating watching these women ride their longboard so gracefully. Well, Sophia, she ran on to victory, well-deserved victory, and she will find her way down to Malibu to that event to vie for the world title coming up. And just such graceful surfing. The waves couldn't have been much better for this longboard event, I got to admit. Any more size, any more consistency would have just been, I don't know, kind of not as fun to watch. These waves, it just let everyone showcase everything in the portfolio. And as I watch these and sort of conclude the event, Shannon Hughes will be getting ready to do the award ceremony, probably just out front on the pier. Yep, so this is Kai Solis on one of his beautiful waves. And the road to victory for Kai was sweet. It just was really tough for Richie Cravey to get the points he needed. He was busy on his board, doing everything he could, but he just couldn't quite match the long, lengthy nose rides that Kai Solis was achieving in the final. And hence a victory for Kai in this maiden event. So thank you everyone for joining us online the last 2 days. I'm going to sign off, and I will see you next time. Thanks for listening.
All right, we'll get the prize giving underway. Congratulations to all of our finalists. My name is Shannon. I've been on the mic this week with Jeff Baldwin, and it's been really fun to be here in Pismo Beach. So thanks so much for everybody coming down to the beach to watch. And a huge thanks to Surfing for Hope for hosting this year's event and for Dignity Health as the presenting sponsor. This event wouldn't be happening without you, and so for all of the crew to just a huge thank you to Surfing for Hope for putting this event together. And it's been a great week here. For our trophies, we've got some beautiful hand designs from Drift Ocean Designs by Josh and Lisa. So thank you so much to Drift Ocean Designs for the cool trophies. And we'll get ready to hand those out. We'll start out with the men's final first. Boys, well done out there. Put together a strong battle over a couple of days with some really fun conditions. And taking out our second place was Richie Cravey with a heat total of a 9.60. Richie, would you like to say anything?
Yeah. I just want to say thank you to my family. I wouldn't be here without my partner and my kiddos and all family back home and friends. So it means a lot. I really appreciate the support, and that's what makes these events super fun. So thank you to everyone.
Well, huge, and a second place result's really good towards qualifying for next year. And Kai Salas taking out the win for the men's division with a 7.5 and a 6.25. And prepping for a big week next week in Malibu. Kai, congratulations. Anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, thank you to WSL. And this event ended up being really cool. And I'm excited to go to Malibu in a few days. So, yeah, thanks.
And the potential of winning a world title this year, you feel any pressure?
I mean, yeah, you always feel pressure. I've done it. I've kind of been doing these contests, you know, a lot. And, but yeah, you just, I don't know, close to 20 years. But you always feel pressure, and, you know, I just try to, like, take my focus off the thinking about that and just focus on the waves. And we're going to Malibu, which is my favorite wave, so I'm super excited for that.
Well, a great week here in Pismo. Thanks so much for putting on a great performance. Well done, guys. And for our women's final, a great battle between Haley Otto and Sophia Kalane. Taking out second was Haley. Congratulations, with a heat total of a 12.8. And looking close to qualifying for next year. How are you feeling?
I'm super excited and just super excited to be able to share the final with Sophia. She's an amazing surfer, and she pushes me, and yeah, so thank you.
Incredible. And taking out a huge victory for Sophia Kalane, lining yourself up also for a potential world title next week. But in this heat alone, walking away with an 8 and a 7.4. Congratulations. You must be stoked.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your support crew behind you?
I'd like to say thank you to WSL and good job to Haley. You did great in surfing, and thank you to all the fans, and couldn't be here without you.
Well, congratulations. Sophia Kalane with the win. And a great performance. 2 of the young girls holding it down on the women's side, and 2 of the veterans holding it down on the men's side. Thanks so much, everybody, for being down here and for Surfing for Hope again. And we'll get a picture together of all the finalists.
I just don't want you to get in trouble.